We're going to be streaming it at 5:15.
We're not selling a narrative. We are not going to be first to call things. We want to be accurate, not first. And it is the most ambitious night of broadcast we've ever done. Megan Kelly, Dave Rubin, Liz Wheeler, Alex Stuckey, Steve Dace, Stu will be there. I'm going to be hosting. Hopefully we'll have Mark Levin late. I know he's doing his show, so he'll probably be on late. But First Town updates all across the country. We're at all of the different, dare I call them, parties, where the victory parties are going to be. Hopefully we'll be celebrating together tonight. And we're going to keep going until we have an answer or until they say at 9:45. Oh, we're gonna call at night.
Yeah, really.
We're kind of sleepy. BlazeElection.com/Glenn. Sign up right now. Our biggest offer ever, $47 off your subscription. We know times are tight. BlazeElection.com/Glenn. We begin tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. I believe, is it 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock that Indiana, Kentucky close? First to close, I think.
Yeah, they're part of Indiana and Kentucky close at 6, but the whole state is at 7.
Okay. So you don't want to miss it tonight. BlazeElection.com/Glenn. So what are you doing today to reach out to your community and help people? Let me tell you a little bit about Aaron. He partners with an organization that provides on-the-job skills to people entering the workforce. Another organization that helps homeless people with basic needs to get back on their feet. He even personally donates to that one, putting his money where his mouth is. On top of that, he and his family are very active in their church. He helps out with greeting and being an usher, scripture reading and retreats and everything else. On top of all of that, he still has time to be one of the top-selling real estate agents in his region. These are all reasons why I'm glad that my company, Real Estate Agents I Trust, partners with Aaron. We look for people like him. We want to work with the best of the best, but we also want to work with the best character. The people who have just rock-solid principles and think like you do. You're going to have a lot in common with these real estate agents. And they can sell your house fast and for the most amount of money and get you into the right house at the right price. RealestateAgentsITrust.com. Whether you're buying and selling across the street or across the country, we can help you out. RealestateAgentsITrust.com. 10 seconds, station ID. Okay, alrighty then. I actually have a really good feeling about tonight.
Yeah.
And, our phone calls today are making me feel even more optimistic. Cindy in Oregon, what is your experience today with the election?
Well, I was born and raised here, and I have never seen it as red in Eugene as it has been. My close circle of friends has been a handful of us, and now there's only a handful on the other side. So.
Really?
I don't know. We're mail-in voting, so you never know. But
Yeah. But you've never seen it like this. And how do you know that people have changed their actually opening and talking about it?
Yep, people are talking about it. It used to sort of, everything was sort of on the down low. I'm seeing it now in comment threads when our local news station will put something on Facebook.
Wow.
So comments are overwhelmingly conservative to the red side, not the blue. So I don't know. I don't know if people have had it in Portland. But yeah.
Well, it would be about time. Before they call out the they already called out the National Guard for today in Portland. Man, Oregon used to be a really great place. Always a little bit odd, but really great state. And parts of it still are, but they just destroyed Portland. Thank you so much for your phone call. Let me go to Brent. How are things in North Carolina? Did you vote today?
I did. I got to the polls about 6:15 this morning. Our polling booths opened at 6:30, and there were about 30 people in line in front of me waiting for the doors to open. I got in, voted, and walked back out about 6:35, and there were at least 100 people standing in line waiting to get in.
And how did you feel about the number of people that were there, what direction you felt they were going, or did you talk to anybody?
I talked to just about everybody in the line. I have an Army sticker on my car and an American flag on my sweatshirt.
Okay, so you would know. And it's Trump people or mixed? We just got to cut them off.
They don't want people to know the truth. They don't want people to know.
NMLS 2334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 starts at 6.799% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 800-906-2440 for details about credit costs and terms.
It is so positive right now. The phones have been like this. I don't remember ever being like this. Okay, so let me talk to you about American financing. Everything's going to be fine, just ride out the next few months, right? Well, it would be nice if we could believe that. I think whoever wins, it's going to be tough. We have to turn this corner. And, there won't be any corners if we don't change our leadership. But, Donald Trump's going to have a hard time. Most of the stuff that Biden and Harris did kick in January. So you haven't felt anything yet. Give American Financing a call if you are having a problem with high interest debt. You'd be surprised at how many different ways that you can get out from behind that 8 ball. If you have high interest debt, call American Financing now, 800-906-2440, 800-906-2440, AmericanFinancing.net.
BlazeElection.com/Glenn. The best election coverage you're going to get, $47 off your subscription. Do it now. BlazeElection.com/
got busted for that. Doesn't mean I stole it.
You took off. Why are you running from me? Job room. Sounds good.
Relive some of the most thrilling moments in MLB history. From legendary home runs to unforgettable moments. Tune in for all of the action.
Yep. I'm a couch potato. It's great.
I'm a Pluto TV couch potato.
Pluto TV makes it easy to watch what you love to watch.
It's great.
Oh, so what do you like to watch? Mostly shows with Gary Sinise.
I love The Real Housewives.
CSI New York, season 1,
Survivor.
season 2.
Sam,
Star Trek.
The Godfather.
Sam, at 6 o'clock, there's going to be live election coverage. At 6 o'clock is election coverage. I just wanted everyone to tune in early. At 6 o'clock is going to be election night coverage for as long as my battery lasts. So that's what we got. All right, yes. That's what we got.
The hardest hitting interview. The president's known to watch 60 Minutes. If he's watching, what would you want to say to him? Here, look at this. The most influential people. Who's the best coach in college football? Let me see him here. So I can look at it. Are you a billionaire yet? None of your business. You're trying to get me robbed? Exclusive investigations.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looters?
For stories that impact our lives, 60 Minutes demands answers.
To those holding American hostages, you say why?
So many American officials are being targeted. Why is it not a bigger issue?
What is the most important takeaway for our audience? What is your role in all of this?
How big of a problem is doping? Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this
Oh,
possible?
come on. Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Cullen. I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Wood.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper. This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes. Watch anytime.
In the U.S. election race, with so much going on, it can be hard to know what matters. We'll cut through the noise and give you the facts. The contest is close.
In-depth expert analysis with no agenda.
The 2024 presidential election campaign is heating up.
So you're clear about what you need to know. The U.S. election 2024 on BBC News.
This means everything to us. We embrace our true identity and we deliver total non-satisfaction. The very best in the world squaring off. This is the place to be and no one does it better, baby! This is DNA Wrestling.
Get ready for non-stop drama on the Big Brother channel on Pluto TV. Non-stop drama on the Big Brother channel or catch up anytime on demand on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
We are witnessing something that no one has ever seen in the entire history of Formula One. Could change everything. Welcome to Wow, an hour of power.
Hi, Pluto TV. I'm Zena Phoenix. Catch Wow Women in Wrestling on the Wow Women in Wrestling channel on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Absolute dynamite. This match is electrifying. A mesmerizing performance by the champion.
Pokemon training, and I hereby declare to the Pokemon of the world, I will be a Pokemon master.
Who are you? I'm just another cop.
Lieutenant Kojak.
My name is Lieutenant Columbo.
I won't quote you. Now spell it out.
Columbo.
Those were gunshots. Who discovered the bodies?
We're gonna find out what the heck is going on here. How long has he been dead?
What did you miss?
Come on.
Hello, welcome to the program. If you just started listening today, I want you to know I'm very optimistic. I feel good about it. I have historic reasons why I feel good about it, but you never know. It's all going to be who turns out today, and hopefully things go well. But no matter what happens, and I know this because I know God, even if things turn out horribly, it's going to work out to be for our good. For instance, let me just say this. You remember how we felt in 2020 when Trump lost? Look how awake people are 4 years later. Now, maybe we just haven't hit rock bottom yet, but another 4 years of this, we will, and it's going to put us right where God wants us. So have faith in that. Have faith in God, not in man. And I'm strangely optimistic, and I am strangely not worried about any kind of problems in the country, at least right away. Things get dicey the farther we get away from today and the closer we get to January 20th, depending on what happens tonight. I wanted to get Dr. Phil on. He is the founder of Merit Street Media, the host of Dr. Phil Primetime. And I wanted to talk to you, Dr. Phil, about I read a story yesterday. In California, some schools are taking the day off tomorrow in case it goes badly for Kamala Harris, which is nuts. My kids aren't even that stressed out about it, and they live with me.
I'm so concerned about how we're preparing this generation. I mean, are we going to bring in a box of puppies for those that don't like the way an election goes? Life doesn't bring you a box of puppies when you don't get things your way. And we need to prepare this younger generation to deal with bad news.
Yeah.
I'm so against that. I'm so against trigger warnings and that sort of thing. There's a whole body of literature that says not only do they don't work, they're counterproductive, that instead you should be teaching people to cope, not run from and hide. So taking the day off, get over yourself, go to school, learn what you need to do and move on.
Dr. Phil, I have to, years ago there was a talk show host that wrote a book about liberalism being mental disease. And I didn't like that at the time. But now, I really do think that we have introduced mental illness and shaped it and created it and encouraged mental illness unlike any civilization I've ever seen. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think there are so many things that contribute to what you're describing because, as I say, we have to learn. You have concierge parents, you have woke parents, you have woke teachers unions that are running an agenda that's not in the best interest of the kids, and it does promote failing to prepare these kids for the real world. And we're seeing the highest levels of anxiety, depression, and loneliness among children that we have seen since they started keeping records. So things clearly are not being done well. And by the way, education isn't working well either. So the people in charge of all of that don't get it. They're not doing the right things to prepare these children mentally, emotionally, educational attainment-wise, and that worries me because these are smart kids. This is a smart generation genetically, but they're certainly not prepared, I think, to deal with things in the real world. When you talk to employers, they just cringe when they have to hire somebody from the millennial or Gen X because they say that they're just, I know they're going to be a problem. They don't have a work ethic. They don't have thick skin. They don't have a coping skill set that they need. So I think we are promoting an unhealthy mindset and an unhealthy lifestyle.
So I just have to ask you sidebar here for a second. Is Oprah pissed at you?
You're talking about the fact that we see things politically differently.
Yeah.
Look, she has the right to see things the way that she sees them. I have the right to see them the way I see them. And you know what? I think we are the perfect example of how we need to understand that people are not their beliefs.
Amen.
She can see things the way she does. I see them the way I do. And we get along great.
That's right.
We don't always talk about politics. I have total respect for her. She and I haven't had a crossword in 30 years.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't want to.
Planet X in a little while. It's election coverage.
Both sides.
Hold on.
Neither side is going to accept.
Planet X at 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, it's the election night coverage. That's actually what we're waiting on. At 6 o'clock is the election night. I just wanted to get this stream going. We're going to see what's going on.
Okay, what do we do now? I mean, the Constitution is going to be dead soon because it is hanging by a thread. What advice do you have on dealing with the feeling of anger, stolen, or whatever comes our way in the next few days or weeks?
I'm so glad you're asking that. And over the next 4 hours, I'm going to explain to you what we need to do. Actually, it's not going to take that long, although it could. look, here's the thing. Let's just be, you know, you and I talk to each other straight, which is why I love talking to you. It's, both sides have had a PSYOP program going for months now. And it's part of advertising. I mean, every major advertiser has psychological brainwashing going on. And I don't think it's always nefarious, but look, we study what people need to hear, want to hear. And so there's been brainwashing going on. And we've been programmed to believe all the hype and doomsaying, the end of democracy, Hitler, fascism, Marxism, revenge, lawfare, riots coming, all of that stuff. So, of course, everybody is thinking, oh my God, whichever side wins, it's going to be absolute chaos out there. And, you know, maybe there will be some of that. I don't know, but look, neither candidate is as good or bad as we're being told. Neither one is as perfect as their side is saying, and neither one is as bad as the other side is saying. People may be saying, oh, now wait a minute, hold on, let's talk about the bad side. But seriously, both sides catch the other candidate in as unflattering a photo as they can get. They use poor lighting to show them looking dark and evil and sinister. I mean, come on. And both sides do it, and they have forever. This just didn't come up this election cycle. So naturally, we've got a population here that's been targeted by professionals. These are people that really know how to do this. And so I think people need to acknowledge if they're feeling fear and anxiety, and realize that they've been targeted by psychological warfare from both sides, and know that, hey, I come by this honestly. I've been targeted by professionals. I've been set up to believe all these bad things. And so, you know, step one in handling this is to acknowledge that, hey, I've been targeted, and so I've got an expectation here that things are going to fall apart. And they're not going to wake up. Let me tell you what's going to happen. When you wake up tomorrow, whoever wins or loses, you know what's going to happen? You're going to put on the same clothes you usually wear. You're going to get the same transportation you usually use. You're going to go to the same job you've had. And you're going to proceed the way you've always proceeded. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and the entire world is on fire and America has collapsed in Oklahoma and everything is flowing into some hole. That's not going to happen. If this goes badly, it's going to weaken this nation over the next 4 years. It's not going to all collapse tomorrow. There's not going to be some cataclysmic event where everything comes crashing down tomorrow. So we don't need to be anxious about that. That's not what happened last time. It's not what's going to happen this time. So we've got to be realistic about this.
Importance of faith in this, in times like this.
Well, I think, you know, you've heard me say before, it's the focus on faith, family, and freedom is everything. And we've got to realize that this is not up to our government. We need to focus on self-governance and God. Those are the things that are going to get us through this. It's up to us to determine what happens over the next 4 years, not who's president. And we've got to keep our focus on faith. And for the first time in this country's history, church membership has dropped below 50%. And that bothers me, that people are turning away from. That doesn't mean just because you're not a member of the church that you don't have a spiritual life.
Right.
But it's not a good sign.
Right.
And we need to focus on faith and know that, you know, God blesses America. And I think that we're going to get through this, and we just need to have, you know, our faith at the forefront of the narrative, the forefront of our internal dialogue, and focus on that we're going to get through this, whichever way it goes.
Dr. Phil, thank you so much. Thanks for just checking in with us, and we may need your voice even more in coming days. I hope not, but one side will. One side definitely will. Thanks, Dr.
I think so. We'll talk to you soon. I appreciate it, man.
All right, let me tell you about Patriot Mobile. One of the things I love best about Patriot Mobile is they let you know right up front who they are. Okay? If you're with Verizon, you might be unaware that they donate a lot of money to Planned Parenthood. When you're with Patriot Mobile, they tell you up front, we don't do that. We are a Christian conservative mobile phone company, and we believe in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and some of the profit that we make, we dedicate to those causes locally, so we can change things at the local level. All you have to do is go to patriotmobile.com/back. This is the lowest form of entry into fighting for your country. To stand with people who are standing with you. patriotmobile.com/back or call 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT. patriotmobile.com/back. Do it now. patriotmobile.com/back.
Get even more Glenn. Subscribe to the Glenn Beck podcast anywhere podcasts are found.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
For everyone that's tuned in early, in 10 minutes is early voting. No. In 10 minutes is election coverage. Again. In 10 minutes starts election coverage. So that's what we're doing. Okay.
From legendary home runs to unforgettable moments. Tune in for all of the action.
In the U.S. election race, with so much going on, it can be hard to know what matters. We'll cut through the noise and give you the facts. The contest is close. In-depth expert analysis with no agenda.
The 2024 presidential election campaign is heating up.
So you are clear about what you need to know. The U.S. election 2024 on BBC News.
Live now. Here we go. The ultimate tradition continues. From what I've seen, it's like America's #1 news program is now a free streaming channel with full episodes anytime.
Hey, let's go.
60 minutes. And this what you want?
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it.
The hardest hitting interviews.
All president is known to watch 60 Minutes. If he was watching, what would you want to say? Here, Phil, look at this.
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football? Let me see the mirror. So I can look at it. Are you a billionaire yet?
None of this.
Trying to get me bombed?
Exclusive investigations.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looters?
For stories that impact our lives, 60 Minutes demands answers.
To those holding American hostages, you say what?
So many American officials are being targeted. Why is it not a bigger issue?
What is the most important takeaway for our audience? What is your role in all of this?
How big of a problem is doping? Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious? That sounds like a problem. How is this supposed
Oh,
to?
come on. Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley. I'm John Worthington.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper. This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes. Watch anytime.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention?
Everybody's watching.
Everybody feeling good?
The time has come to see the world as it is.
This is
Wonderful, perfect.
That's right.
With thousands of movies and TV shows, all for free.
I got the Trump Bible, y'all.
It is cool. Everybody's watching. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Take 6 contestants. Mix in 1 high-energy host. Add a grocery store full of ingredients, and you have the recipe for the 90s hit game show, Supermarket Sweep. Watch now on Pluto TV.
Welcome to 25 Words or Less.
Join Meredith Vieira and play along to 25 Words or Less on Pluto TV.
Work
Keyword, 45 seconds on the clock. Good luck.
Okay. Sports change.
Hi, Pluto TV, Meredith VR here. Catch 25 words or less all weekend long right here on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay now.
Since we're all going to need a little Christmas in our world after this election is over, Glenn Beck's produced his first Christmas album, coming soon. Now, more Glenn Beck.
So, Donald Trump just voted.
What did he vote for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
He went libertarian.
He said he felt very. He said he felt very confident. Went in with a lead. He said there's not going to be any violence, and he said that he has no regrets. He left it all on the field, and he did. And that guy,
literally part of his ear is left in a field in Butler County.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's weird. This guy, we watched him change. He became presidential, I think, in the last 8 months.
And this is the best campaign he's ever run. I think his 2016 campaign was at best uneven. He did have a stretch right before really solid campaign. And by the way, look at all the data shows he's in a much better position than he was in 2016 or 2020.
Yeah, if you also look at it, I think it's because he's not the only one out there fighting. He's got people like Elon Musk and RFK who traditionally would have been on his side. You know what I mean? Before he ran, Oprah loved him. You should run for president.
Yes.
You know, Barbara Walters, Whoopi Goldberg, we love you. And I think that took him so by surprise. And I think it pissed him off a little bit. Now, I think he's got the self-confidence that I don't need to do all of that. I don't need to do it. These guys are with me. I'm on the right side here. You're on the wrong side of history. I think he feels that, and I think getting shot and almost dying kind of changes.
He has faced an unprecedented barrage of attacks, not only by actual bullets, but also by the media and by lawfare.
There's no one. I honestly believe there is no one in the history of the world that has gone under the kind of extensive global investigation and attacks more than he has. Can you think of anybody?
Well, I mean, there's some figures from history, but you're going back a ways.
Yeah,
you're talking about modern presidents, certainly I would put that, or modern leaders.
Modern candidates or modern leaders. I mean, you can say that about Stalin or,
Well, you could say, you're talking about persecution, I'd go to Jesus probably, who's certainly faced a decent amount of it.
Yeah.
But I get your point. It's well taken. And I think what we will see tested today is it possible for a candidate who has gone through all of that to win? I don't think it's implausible that it's just not a realistic possibility for someone who's been attacked that much for that long by the media. It may be not possible for him to survive.
That's why I say, if he does survive, the media's over. Because it shows...
Put everything into it.
Yeah, they left it all on the field.
I'm going to do a live Q&A on YouTube, youtube.com/StudosAmerica today. We got a new State of the Race coming today, all the election coverage tonight. So much for you, so much information.
6 hours and 4 minutes away from our broadcast, so we will see you there.
4 minutes away.
See you then.
BlazeElection.com/Glenn. Get $47 off your subscription to Blaze TV. If you complain about the media, this is a great way to try to stop what they do.
Leave it all on the field. Leave it all on the field. Go out and vote.
The Glenn Beck Program.
We all make bad mistakes sometimes.
Like what you think?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be a laugh.
Relive some of the most thrilling moments in MLB history. From
legendary home runs. Unforgettable moments. Tune in for all of the action. Where two boss, your favorite Paramount Plus originals are on Pluto TV. Surprise! All for free.
Congratulations.
With Tulsa King. Not exactly the walk I was expecting. Frasier. Impressive, isn't it?
Special Ops Lioness.
Did you hit the target?
Watch the latest episodes of the biggest, most talked about shows for free.
I was wondering why I was feeling so good.
Watch full seasons of Paramount Plus originals on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
In the U.S. election race, with so much going on, it can be hard to know what matters. We'll cut through the noise and give you the facts. The contest is close. In-depth expert analysis with no agenda.
The 2024 presidential election campaign is heating up.
So you're clear about what you need to know. The U.S. election 2024 on BBC News.
Live now.
Here we go.
The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's #1 news program is now a free streaming channel with full episodes anytime.
Let's go. 60 units. Is this what you want? You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it.
The hardest-hitting interviews.
Our president is known to watch 60 Minutes. If he's watching, what would you want to say to him?
Yo, look at this.
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football? Let me see him here. So I can look at it. Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business. You trying to get me robbed?
Exclusive investigations.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
For stories that impact our lives, 60 Minutes demands answers.
To those holding American hostages, you say,
So many American officials are being targeted. Why is it not a bigger issue?
what is the most important takeaway for our audience? What is your role in all of this?
How big of a problem is doping? Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on. Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley. I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Wood.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper. This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes. Watch anytime.
Calling all Pictionary fans.
Picture this. Pictionary.
It's Pluto TV. Watch Pictionary on Pluto TV Game Shows channel right here on Pluto TV.
We're real women that are working on ourselves.
What the hell is this?
They're not coming after me, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way.
This is
Yes.
that will decide who we are.
2024 is our final battle.
He is not taking a single vote for granted. He was like, Glenn, are people going to turn out?
There's more up in the air than ever, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime.
The Constitution is hanging by a thread. It is time for the good people that know the difference between right and wrong to stand up and save the Republic.
Everything they did to him failed.
This is it.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight.
Trump
Not supposed to
2024.
be here.
Here we go.
And started shouting, fight, fight, fight.
We're gonna have a ton. I mean, we've got everybody coming.
America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
Hello, America. Welcome
Welcome to our election coverage at Blaze TV. I think we're all in a really good mood tonight. We have some positive things headed our way. However, it could change on a dime, as you know. Nobody knows what's going to happen tonight. When I first came into the studio this morning, Stu said, well, we made it. And I said, yeah, we made it to the starting line. The next 76 days are going to test our mettle, unless it's a landslide tonight. And even then, that could cause violence. The National Guard has been dispatched to 3 different cities tonight, surprisingly. They were all blue cities, all highly progressive cities. The Washington, D.C., Portland, and the Seattle area. So we'll see. Tonight's coverage is so much more than just a contest between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, or Ted Cruz and Colin Allred here in Texas. Tonight actually has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. It is about being able to afford basic household items. That's where the people are. It's about denying transnational criminal gangs from terrorizing American citizens. It is even about stopping the possibility of World War III, preserving the Constitution and Bill of Rights. Tonight is really about both old and new concepts. It is, to quote Mrs. Potts, it's a tale as old as time. Since the beginning of time, governments have sought to grow their power and then weaponize that power over those they govern. Governments have become a regime run by a committee of experts, and ours no longer is different. This is Joe Biden's America, and none of this changes under Kamala, besides, I believe, the severity. This is an ancient government concept, but here's the new one. 2 years before Ronald Reagan even became governor of California, he offered America a choice. In fact, he gave a profound speech called Time for Choosing. We're there now again, this opportunity to make that same choice today. Did you vote?
Yes.
Reagan called this new American choice, quote, the newest and most unique idea in the long history of man's relation to man. We are not a nation beholden to a regime or a committee or any other body that we know or don't know that imposes its will on the governed. As crazy as this sounds, we're not a nation where somebody can kick the doors down in your house, come in with guns, and kill your pet.
Yeah, really.
Like what happened this weekend.
Justice for Peanut and Fred.
The American experiment, the concept, is simple, and yet even today,
I'm here for this.
Just as it was in the 1700s, is revolutionary. Can man govern himself? We find out tonight. Government is beholden to its people. Government has no source of power except through the sovereign people. We're their boss, not the other way around. We do not believe in this country that a little intellectual elite can plan our lives better than we can.
Democrats do.
Well, at least some of us still believe that. I'm not sure all of America does. But tonight we find out if Thomas Jefferson was right. You know, there was a statement that he made, trust the American people. They will get it wrong, but eventually they'll figure it out and correct their error. Do we correct errors of the past beginning tonight? We say again, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which we must not advance, or they must not advance. Tonight, the line in the sand is drawn and it is clear. We don't know the outcome yet, but if you're watching this broadcast, you probably have recognized that it is our time to stand and choose. You have watched and experienced nearly every institution in the country try to silence everybody else that disagrees, including us, including everybody but the mainstream media. They are somehow or another the ones that tell us what is disinformation, and yet they seem to be the ones that lie to us the most. The mainstream media is the regime media, the propaganda industrial complex. For the first time in my life, if they win, I have no idea what the future holds for voices like mine and all those that you will see tonight and listen to tonight. I also don't know what happens to your right. This isn't hyperbole. if you actually take people at their own word. Listen.
We will hold social media platforms accountable because they have a responsibility.
If the platforms monitor the content, we lose total control.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
If people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned.
I'm not sure anybody actually voted for the lies to stop clearly, going to the polls saying, I want the mainstream media, blah, 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 blah. But their hand has been overplayed. America now sees everybody as a Nazi if you disagree with the government and the regime. But who made a bigger impact in this election? I believe tonight does decide whether or not the mainstream media retains or regains its grip on the throat of America, or if their days are over. Which made a bigger impact? ABC debate or a podcast with Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn?
Podcast.
Legacy media is done tonight if Trump wins, and they know it. The regime tonight is trembling.
Yep.
I urge you tonight, don't give them any more of your time. You're not missing out on anything. Stay tuned to Blaze TV's election coverage throughout the night. If you're not yet a subscriber, join the family. Use promo code 47 for $47 off blazeelection.com. Just go to blazeelection.com. It's actually our biggest discount ever. We wanted to match the number of the president. The stakes are high. We need you part of the family. Tonight may be America's biggest time of choosing in modern history. I believe it is. The last great choice, perhaps. And a new chapter of America is just ahead of us. Or the America we all knew the dream could be may be behind us. But we are honored to have you with us this historic broadcast tonight. So here's what we have planned for the evening. We sent on-the-ground correspondents to Capitol Hill, Detroit, Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Kamala headquarters at Howard University. They'll give you real-time updates and analysis from those different locations. Stu is kind of the guy watching the electoral turning points and the key Senate and House race outcomes that you can trust. I want you to know we are not going to call states. We're not going to be early on anything. If that's what you want, go to ABC. I'm sure they'll call things early. What we want to be is accurate. We want to make sure that we are calling the right result. We have multiple panels also giving in-depth analysis throughout the night on the issues that matter to you. We're going to be talking about the national issues that are up for grabs tonight in stage 2 in the studio next to us. We also have another panel that is going to focus on the state issues that are critical. We also have a few special guests. Megyn Kelly's going to be joining us in about 20 minutes. Jason Whitlock. Dave Rubin is joining the program. Hillary Kennedy is also going to be delivering live updates from social media because on this program, you are in control. You're watching at home. We want to hear your questions and your comments on what's happening. Blaze TV chat is open right now. All right, let's go to Stu and toss over to him. Get a lay of the land. Stu, the Blaze TV host of Stu Does America. Also, he's on some amazing radio podcast every day. I don't know how much of a role he plays in that. But Stu, how is Donald Trump looking tonight? And when will we know? What are we looking for that will tell us we're in danger or we're going to have a good night?
Yeah, well, it's kind of what we're going to try to do and walk you through as we go through this evening. I know one of the things that annoys me when I used to watch election coverage on the mainstream media is they would give you this little tally at the bottom of the screen that told you how many electoral votes one person had and when the other side had, which of course is valuable information. You need to know that. But I want to give you more of a picture as to like where all of this stands. Where are we in the evening and what does it all mean? Because if you just get that number, you know, a bunch of states will get called and you won't know where the entire evening stands. So let me kind of lay this out for you as far as electoral votes, and we'll keep this updated as we go. throughout the night. Obviously, we're starting the night at 0 called states, and no one's done anything yet for the Republicans or the Democrats. But one thing we do know is there's a bunch of states that are not going to be competitive. And so we're going to kind of keep track of all of that for you, so you know where we are. You know what the score is, right? You know what's coming. If the Republicans are ahead, but California is to come, what does that actually mean for the race? So right now, as we start the night, Donald Trump has about 93 electoral votes that are almost certain, almost locked down. This can, of course, change. And of course, if it does, we will make sure you know about it.
So, Stu, with the 93, does that count things like Texas, or are you super cautious?
We're trying to be pretty cautious on this. For example, no, we did not include Texas. There's too much polling that shows it somewhat close. And so we did not include Texas in that. And we can go through some of the states perhaps a little bit later. As they get called, we will slide them over from these other columns. Now, you'll see a big lead here for the Democrats. And that's because a lot of their certain states, they have 167 electoral votes basically to start the night. You're thinking of states like New York and California and Illinois, big chunks of states that are not necessarily all that close.
New Jersey.
But we'll go through and add those up. Of course, right now, the likely minimum is going to match these two, 93 for Republicans, 167 for Democrats. Now, of course, Republicans will win a lot of states, but until they, if there's a state that's at all in doubt, we're going to make sure we keep it out of that column, at least for the time being. And then where does the decision get made tonight for America? Right here in this 278 electoral vote. That's going to be about half the electoral votes up for grabs tonight, and we'll keep this going. We have the same sort of idea for the Senate, because that one is, the Senate's different, right? We don't start at 0-0 in the Senate. There's a lot of seats that are not up for election. There's a starting score to this game, and it's the Republicans with 38 locked seats. These are seats that are not even up for election tonight. They can't get any lower than 38. The Democrats start with 28, and this is, of course, why people are so optimistic for the Senate for the Republicans. It would take a lot, you'd think, with that starting score to blow it, but the Republicans are masterminds when it comes to blowing elections, and they may very well do that tonight. We will see. Now, there are some states that are almost certain as well for both parties. For the Republicans, there are 8 seats that are basically certain. For the Democrats, there are 10 seats. That gets us to a likely minimum seats as we go through this, 46 for the Republicans and 38 for the Democrats. How does the Senate get controlled? Well, there's a bunch of seats out there that are either real, flip of the coin, or maybe just that are leaning one way or the other. Those will be the ones that decide the Senate. There are 16 of those that we'll be watching very closely tonight, along with the House races, gubernatorial races, ballot initiatives. All of it, Glenn, will be all over it.
All right, so when is the first polls close? I think we just closed some, but we can't call anything. It's only half the state.
Right, both Indiana and there's 2 of them. Off the top of my head, I have a list somewhere here, but there's 2 states that do it right at the beginning, but only one part of the state, so really nothing is closed yet. The real votes and electoral votes will start coming in probably right after 7 o'clock Eastern.
Okay, thank you very much, Stu. He'll let us know what's happening. Megyn Kelly is just a few minutes ahead of us with her predictions and what she thought. She joined the president last night, President Trump. But first, let me introduce this studio panel. We have Allie Beth Stuckey, Blaze TV host of Relatable, Liz Wheeler, who is the Blaze TV host of the Liz Wheeler Show, Steve Deace, Blaze TV's Steve Deace Show, and Matthew Peterson, the only one that doesn't have a show named after him, Blaze TV news editor and chief. I want to start with a couple of exit polls. I think we are already seeing some positioning from the left on CNN, MSNBC, even Fox, preparing people, it seems, for a good night for Donald Trump. You have the CBS exit poll, 7 in 10 voters, majorities on both sides, expect there to be violence related to the results of the presidential election. First time in history, going back to the 1970s, that the exit poll has asked voters about the prospect of violence as it relates specifically to a U.S. presidential election. That's a little disturbing. But we also have 72% of the American people that in the exit poll say they are either dissatisfied or angry about the direction of the country and where we are right now. And then the other poll coupled with that is the exit poll that asks, is America's best days ahead in the future or in the past? And 61% say it's in the future. plus 72%. The top two response, why are you voting today? Top two issues, economy and immigration. To me, and I'm looking at this more historically, all of that points to a very good night for Donald Trump. Like to hear from you, Steve, where we're starting tonight and what your initial thoughts are.
I've been here since Friday, Glenn, and over the weekend I just took some time on Sunday and watched some football. Every single commercial break, and we had the same two commercials. It just was a matter of which order they played. There was an ad that said, Ted Cruz saved my daughter, saved her in her sports, saved her from human traffickers, saved her from a criminal, from an illegal alien, or Ted Cruz won't let my daughter kill her kid. All right? That was every commercial break. And these ads ran back to back. And that showed me then that if this is the closing pitch of both sides, we're not talking to persuadable voters here. This is both sides now are trying to frame a battlefield the way a general would their own soldiers and try to get their soldiers on the field of battle in a way that is the most favorable to their victory. And so when you look at the meta exit polling, right, the top two issues, economy and immigration, and abortion, which is their signature issue, way down further on the ballot, the right track, wrong track. That says to me, if that Fox News exit poll is correct, that says to me then the battlefield is shaped favorably. The environment that we're going to war today with is favorable to the narrative and messaging of the Trump campaign without question.
Ellie.
I feel pretty good. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily based on quantitative data. It is based on a feeling that I have, which, counts for something. It doesn't count for everything. I did feel an overwhelming sense of dread as recently as last week. Even standing in church on Sunday, we all know that God is sovereign, that he's in control, and that he wins in the end, but I felt this is not going well. And I don't know what shifted for me yesterday and today, but I feel differently. And every Christian that I've talked to feels the same.
It's so weird. I tried to find the pessimism in myself today, to try to not just be floating out in like happy land.
Right.
I couldn't find it. I got a letter from a pastor friend, or a text from a pastor friend a couple of hours ago, and it said, we are looking at two outcomes tonight. Judgment, which we deserve.
Yes.
Or mercy, which we don't.
Exactly.
And I keep going back. I think it's mercy. I hope.
And this is my thing too, and I hope this is encouraging for the Christians out there. Of course, I'm praying for the mercy. I want the mercy. I want it for my children and for my grandkids. We all know what the policy will look like under Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. But also, if, God forbid, Kamala Harris wins, I think we are looking at a new era of Christian courage. I feel that in my bones, and the gates of hell will not prevail against God's people. And so maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm feeling peace because I know either way, like, the church is victorious.
We said a prayer right before we went on, and that was the prayer. It was, we know it's going to be good either way.
Look, I share the optimism. I think, like many people, I want to see it. I have that same feeling. I identify with what you guys are saying. I think after we've been through so much of the last 9 years, we are now in the penultimate chapter, right before the last chapter of one of the greatest political histories and political figures that has appeared in American politics ever.
He has changed, hasn't he? This is not the campaign of 16 or 20. He is disciplined. He has said to me off air, I learned a lot. I wasn't ready to be president in 16. I learned. And I know exactly what needs to be done now. He knows where the bodies are buried. And it was the most positive Reagan-esque, since the assassination attempt, the most positive Reagan-esque campaign I've ever seen.
Yeah, since the assassination attempt being the key. It's noticeable, you can feel it. But I think tonight, I'm doubting Thomas in the sense that I do want to see it. I want to see it.
I know. Liz.
I could not sleep last night, and I'm not usually someone who suffers from insomnia at all. I could not sleep, and I spent the night praying almost the exact same prayer that you said before we went on air, that God would have mercy on our nation because we don't deserve the mercy. We are an incredibly sinful nation. But one of the things that gives me hope for tonight, and I have no idea what the election results are going to be. None of us really do. We're all looking for these crystal ball moments always, trying to tell us. No one knows. No one knows. But one of the things that's so encouraging encouraging to me is while we don't know how the election will turn out, there has been an incredible awakening in this country. You can call it a red pilling if you want. You can. That's probably the best term that I would use. Not just politically.
No,
the unity team is clear in the sense that it's happening politically, but a spiritual awakening. And the problems in our nation are not just administrative problems. The problems in our nation are of a spiritual nature. And so even if we lose today, God forbid, I'm praying that we don't, I agree with what Ali said, that Christians and people who weren't religious before they saw what the Joe Biden administration did, before they saw the tyranny from COVID, before they saw what life is like.
BLM, all of that.
Yes, I mean,
And I
that
don't
was one of
think
the
we're-
biggest red pilling moments.
I think God's mercy may happen in a different way. It may happen that with Donald Trump gains control, but the next 72 days, I don't write off the idea that massive terror, a war, burning of our cities could happen. So
let me give you just a couple of examples. I'm convinced one of the reasons we had COVID is that Trump's trade war sparked great unrest inside of China, inside of Hong Kong, their number one industrial district. They were under siege for the first time. The Shaikan Party was facing its first real internal fight since Tiananmen Square. So if you're those people and you see Trump is about to become president again, you've got 72 days to look at Taiwan and say, that's a nice island you have there. If you're the Ayatollah in Iran who's got cancer now, according to the New York Times, and you've seen that Israel has just completely basically taken the shackles off, and then you see the guy coming back that canceled Obama's Iran deal that fueled and funded your regime, he is returning. You're on your deathbed. Why wouldn't you consider, hey, this is my last alm to Allah, let's go ahead and launch some missiles? Absolutely, we should be concerned about that.
All right, we're going to cover everything tonight, but remember, this is not just about the President of the United States, not even just about the Senate, which is up for grabs. Everything is at stake tonight. But we also have a team tracking all of the different things, not just these races, but all of the different races for your local community and your states. There's a lot there. We're going to go to Megyn Kelly in about 7 minutes, but I want to kick it over to Sarah Gonzalez. She is the Blaze TV host of Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered. Sarah.
Hey, Glenn, thank you so much. I am joined on the set of Blaze News tonight with a great group of guys here. We've got James Polis, Blaze TV host of 0 Hour. We've got Delano Squires in the house, Blaze TV contributor. Aaron McIntyre, Blaze TV host of The Aaron McIntyre Show, appropriately named. And Daniel Horowitz, Blaze podcast host of Conservative Review. Daniel, I want to go to you first just because Glenn mentioned that you are really, I call you our prop guy. And I don't mean like a movie prop. I mean like the propositions on the ballots. What are you looking for tonight?
Sure. Obviously, whereas early voting and ballot harvesting was the trick from last decade, the new one is deceptive, well-funded ballot initiatives to turn even red states blue. We're finding this with abortion, marijuana, which is really what turned Colorado blue. All these voting anomalies, ranked choice voting, jungle primaries, and they make them in a way that you need a postgraduate degree to understand it. They fund it with, poll-tested messages, put in $100 million, in Florida. I would say the number 2 race to watch tonight, the number 1 is president, the number 2 is Amendment 4. That is to create a right to abortion until birth in the citadel of conservatism in Florida. Thankfully, it takes 60% to pass, and we have the governor there who fought it very hard. But between that and Amendment 3, which is for marijuana legalization in every inch of Florida, they spent $250 million, the most in American history. So you put it together, there's 159 of these questions throughout the nation. A lot of this in totality could be just as important or almost as important as the presidential election.
Yeah, I will definitely be keeping an eye on that tonight. James, I hear a lot of liberals, and they are ready to pack a bag. They're ready to go to Canada if Donald Trump gets elected. We've heard this multiple different times from them now. What about you? You got a go bag ready?
You got to have a go bag, but usually it's to get out of cities in case anything goes horribly wrong. I mean, look, I've been waiting for that sinking feeling to come along. It hasn't come along yet. So I'm feeling pretty good, and the go bag is packed, but it's not within arm's reach.
Yeah. Delano, obviously you spend a lot of time and focus on the Black community and Black families and strengthening them. What really comes out to you in this election, of course, leading up to it?
Well, it's a couple things. This election is not really just about two candidates. It's not just about conflict of policy priorities. To me, it's really a war of worldviews. And the way the left, particularly in the last couple of weeks, has been telling women, typically white women, but I think the same thing holds across race, that they should sneak behind their husband's back and he wants to pull the lead for Trump, but this is where you still have choice. I think the way that the left is sowing division in the household is something that is going to be with us for quite some time. The irony is that they tell white women to vote against their conservative husbands, but they tell Black men to follow progressive Black women. But I'm keeping my eye on that, not just for this election, but for elections to come.
Yeah, so Oren, you woke up this morning. How'd you feel? Actually, did you even sleep? Because I didn't.
Barely. I got in at 3 because of the air traffic here coming into Dallas. But ultimately, I think we're in a good position. It really does feel like Trump has a lot of momentum. He's getting big endorsements. You see Joe Rogan, others coming out. He's got Elon. He's got the backing of some very important people. Ultimately, you can tell that Harris feels like she spent a lot of that early media push. There was a very definitive attempt by the left to astroturf her, make her seem far more appealing than she was, feel like she had some kind of organic appeal. Ultimately, I think the voters have seen through this, and really, I think Trump is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what they were saying on the Stage 19 panel, it does feel like there is a spiritual shift in the air, right? It felt like maybe a few weeks ago, it didn't feel that way. I don't know exactly what it was. I can't pinpoint the moment, but it does feel like there was a shift, and it's palpable. You can feel it in the air that finally people are waking up, because for as much as the left likes to lie, there's only so much you can get away with lying to the American people when they know what they're living through. James?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, for me, that moment was the failed assassination attempt, and how that demonstrated to, frankly, a lot of guys who aren't often associated with spirituality, guys in tech world, Silicon Valley, a lot of those guys, that was the moment for them where they stood up and said, this is something different, this is something that we've never seen before, and this is something that is going to move us to take that courageous step in what might be a scary direction. That transformed the race. This isn't 2020, this isn't 2016. If there are shenanigans, if things get weird tonight on election night, it's not just going to be Trump and a few, kind of inner circle people trying to figure out what to do. It's going to be the full might of Elon Musk's money, of his super friends. This is going to be a fiercely fought race if anything untoward happens. And so I think that's a big part of what that spiritual shift is all about. People understand that it's not just kind of seeing a repeat or a replay of a story they've seen before, but something that really punches right to the level of life and death.
Yeah. All right, Glenn, I believe you've got a very important interview.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Megan here in just about 45 seconds, but I want to go over to Liz, who's just got some news that might lift your spirits a little bit.
My enthusiasm and optimism has just crept up a little bit.
Yeah.
This is nerdy. Pike County, Indiana is very handy for identifying trends, what's going to happen in other states. We just got the early vote total out of Pike County. It's President Trump's 74% of the early vote in Pike County, Harris at 25%.
Yay!
Now, let me compare that to 2020 for you. In the 2020 election day votes, which tends Republican, President Trump got 75%, Joe Biden got 23%. So if votes on election day trend how they normally do towards Republican, this is a very good sign.
A very good sign.
Let's go to Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show. She's just one of my
Megyn
favorite
looks
people
better than
ever on
Sarah.
TV. I remember we worked together at Fox, and you asked the president in 2016 one of the best, most honest questions. I thought you were absolutely right. You got hell for it. But last night, as I watched you, I thought, first of all, Donald Trump doesn't hold the grudge. He gets over things. But it was such an interesting thing, because so many of us have changed in positions with Elon Musk coming on board and RFK. What were your thoughts when you got the call yesterday to come to Pittsburgh and speak at the final rally with Donald Trump?
Well, I really had to wrestle with it a little because, as you know, it's not the norm for a journalist to go do such a thing. But we're in a new place now, right? We're journalists and we're also pundits. And in podcasting, you share your opinion so much more than I ever did as a journalist. So my audience knows that I'm voting for Donald Trump and they know why I'm voting for Donald Trump. And so was it really so much of a big leap to then stand up at a rally and tell people? And the real reason I wanted to do it was because I just think that dishonest media is so disgusting. I mean, they're more opinionated than you or I are. They just don't own it. They just won't openly say, I'm voting for Kamala Harris and here's why, and you should take this into account when you listen to me. They try to pretend they're objective. So in the end, I thought, it's the most honest thing I can do, is to go there and tell everybody I am voting for him and this is why. And it was easy because all that other nonsense is water under the bridge.
So when you're looking at what's at stake tonight, I really think Joe Rogan changed everything. I think the media has left it all on the field, all of it, all their credibility, everything. And if he wins tonight, why would you ever go to broadcast media to help your campaign ever again? I think they're in real trouble. If she wins, I think they'll get bailed out. But if he wins, I think they're done. This is the last broadcast election. You agree with that?
Well, yes and no. So on the broadcast, yes, you're right. Like, I don't understand why any of these Republican Senate candidates would spend any time on CNN or MSNBC. They're not going on MS, but they're going on CNN. Why? Why? Your voters are not there. The only people still watching CNN are like elderly, very blue Democrats. That's it. There's zero vote to be gotten there. If you are an actual Republican, if you're somebody like a Carrie Lake or a Dave McCormick, it's a waste of your time. So I think that they've seen that and they'll spend more time, in our lane. And they did spend a lot of time in our lane. But I do think the only lifeline, like if I were over on CNN doing their coverage tonight, I would be looking at every exit poll, waiting for some sign that Donald Trump is winning. Because they're all going to lose millions. Those millionaire anchors who are probably making $3 million, Anderson Cooper makes well over $10 million a year, are going to go away if Trump doesn't win. No one wants to watch CNN cover Kamala Harris for 4 years. He's the life paddle, that you get in the ER that revived the dying patient. So if he does not win, I mean, you might just see one of the single tears go down the anchor's faces or at CNN.
At least the bankers will be crying.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's the interesting dynamic about tonight. It's true that if Kamala wins, then at least they've got an argument that they're still relevant, but they'll be out of business before the 4 years are through. So it's going to be a very short-lived joy.
There is no humility there. I mean, I've heard them talk about, their credibility going down the drain, and they keep coming back to some sort of version of the American people just are too stupid to understand that we know what we're talking about. It's incredible.
They all feel that way. I mean, what Joe Biden said the other day about the Trump supporters being garbage was no surprise to most people, because that is how the left feels about the right. It's so funny because it's not how the right feels about the left. The right, as you know, has to deal with leftist circles all the time, right? There's Hollywood, the media, sports, academia, most of their job, the employers of their jobs. So they learn how to navigate these corners deftly and with a charitable heart. The left never learns that. And they really do have disdain. That's why when friendships break up over politics, 9 times out of 10, it's a leftist leaving somebody who's been outed as a Trump supporter or a Republican. It's really sad, but that they've let it show. That's the one beauty of Trump. He got Don Lemon and Anderson Cooper to say all the things out loud so that they removed any doubt, not just that they weren't on the side of the right, but that they can't stand the right. And that was the beginning of the end for them.
So let's kind of stay there for a second. I think that for the first time, I think Donald Trump ran an unbelievable campaign. He's not the 2016 candidate. He's not the 2020 candidate. This was filled with hope and vision. It was very inspiring after the assassination. I thought he just became president of the United States and a real leader. But the other part of that is I have hope that we can come together because of Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, his running mate, Elon Musk. They don't agree on everything. There's wide differing opinions in that group with Donald Trump. But they're coming together. Do you see this as something that is possible that we come together for a new kind of golden era chapter?
See, this is one of the many things I love about you, Glenn. Notwithstanding what these disgusting hordes have done to you over the years, of the things they've called you, the things, you still have that Walt Disney optimism. You still have a little bit of your hero, deep in your heart.
I do.
I mean,
do you?
I am sort of, no, I'm a cynical buffoe. No, there's not going to be unity, and they're not. They should. I mean, if Trump wins tonight or tomorrow, whatever, when we find out, that's one of the things I'll be most excited about. Is this crazy, not team of rivals, but group of Marvel superheroes that are coming together to bring different personalities, different politics, and different approaches to reforming our government. However, just because they're around Trump, they will be demonized by this left-wing press. They won't be open-minded to Elon. They already think he's a devil for helping Trump. They're certainly not going to be open-minded to Vivek Ramaswamy. They've already dismissed RFKJ as a kook. People went nuts over that tweet he put out about we'll get the fluoride out of the water. I've been spending a lot of time in these Maha circles, this Make America Healthy Again, and long before they formed that group. Fluoride in the water is very controversial. And I talked to even my dentist about it. My dentist doesn't want it in the water here where I live. I mean, it's a lot more controversial than people know. Yet another thing I've got to say, Alex Jones had a point on, just saying. Anyway, they're not going to have any tolerance for that. RFKJ can criticize vaccines, the mRNA, that was the end of his credibility with that. So there won't be any grace period. They'll just begin immediately tearing them down and going to the worst possible things.
So, can you bring up that CBS poll that we started the hour with? There was a CBS poll that was asking about violence. Majority on both sides believe that violence is coming. I hope it's not on the right, but it could, depending on what happens. But they've already dispatched the National Guard to shockingly progressive areas of the country. What's your prediction for tonight? Do you think we're going to have an answer tonight or very soon after? And
win overwhelmingly.
He wins or she wins. What comes next in these 72 days before somebody puts their hand on the Bible?
I mean, call me crazy. I think we're going to have an answer within the next 18 hours. I think, by around noon Wednesday, we're going to know. And it could be sooner. And I hate to put myself out there because I certainly didn't foresee what happened on January 6th. It's just totally unlike anything I've ever seen from Republicans before. But I don't think Republicans will riot. I don't think that they will burn anything down. If she wins, I think they're going to be really angry and really sad and depressed about the fact that he's lost and they're missing out on all these things that he could bring and his team could bring. But I do foresee riots 100% if he wins. Antifa will be out in all those spots.
Help ban some of these fools off this chat, yo. I'm going to make you a moderator, man.
Donald Trump actually be sworn into office without increasing lawfare, attempts to declare him an insurrectionist and so on.
Hey, Craig, ban people that say stupid shit.
Wins outright's got,
go ahead.
300 electoral votes. Do you think she will not concede?
That's an interesting question. That's a very interesting question because I don't think the Democrats will accept the loss. I think they will definitely fight it in the ways I just said.
Yes.
But the messaging on it is important given how they've criticized him, But I don't think they care about consistency. They never have before.
No.
So I think you're right. She probably won't concede. It's a good question. She probably won't concede. And they're going to get the Jamie Raskins of the world involved while they file legal challenge after legal challenge. And by the way, I mean, Trump, there may be some legal challenges that he can file too. We'll have to see if he loses. But what's crazy here is like, forget all the Smartmatic Dominion voting machines nonsense. Trump actually will have a claim if he loses that this election was grossly interfered with. Trump had the lawfare unleashed against him.
Yeah.
They just as they stole his first term with the Russia collusion hoax, they stole the last 2 years and only 2 years of his campaign with the lawfare, which they used right up until the last minute against him. And I do think that's going to be really tough to take out of the craw of most Republicans when they're being told to sit down and shut up and accept this victory that she may get. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to riot.
Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. You can grab Megan's show. She's doing it live tonight. Megan Kelly Show, youtube.com/Megan Kelly. Always great to have you. Thank you so much, Megan.
My pleasure, my friend. See you soon.
Bye-bye. I'd like to get the reaction from you all on what she just said. I mean, Hillary Clinton said in 2020, Joe Biden, even if he loses, do not concede. Because they want that law. They want that time in a courtroom. Does she concede tonight? Does he concede tonight? If it looks clear.
No. I don't think either one concedes. And you're right, the Democrats don't care about consistency. It's not like, oh, let us make it seem like we're the ones with integrity, because to them, democracy means getting what they want. And the ends justify the means, and they will do whatever it takes to protect democracy.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you have the video of 2000, I think it was 2000, and it was ABC television, and I think it was Peter Jennings. Yeah, here it is, cut 16. Watch this. This is from 2000 coverage.
It's 10:30 p.m. in the West. It's 1:30 a.m. here in the East, and we want to make another projection.
And I'm going to be here in this seat, holding onto this chair until about 3 in the morning. It looks like
this is going to be a race that probably will go into tomorrow morning. Later in tomorrow morning. You're already in tomorrow morning.
I was going to say, it's 15 minutes till 3 o'clock. Anyone's still with us at this time.
Okay. The thing I worry about tonight is we no longer have that spirit on television. Last time in 2000 or in 2020, they said 10:30. Well, we're just going to close up. It's getting late. We're going to start counting again tomorrow.
That's so true. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that actually.
Right. Are we going to have that? Barack Obama just tweeted and said it's going to be days before we know.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So they're already setting that up. I actually remember the 2000 election, and I was so into it. I needed George Bush to win.
Yeah.
And my dad was out of town, and my mom said, look, you've got to call and you've got to tell Allie Beth that George Bush won so she will go to bed. It is way past her bedtime because I was 8 years old. And so my dad called me and was like, yeah, dude, George Bush won. He won. We already know. So I went to bed, and I was really disappointed when I realized the next day that wasn't quite the case
I
yet.
stayed up till 4 a.m.
Yes.
Finally fell asleep.
It was the first election that I was paying attention to. I think I was 11.
Okay, all right. We don't need
And
that.
I was sitting there with my dad.
It was how old were you when you were born?
How old were you?
All right.
I do not think that either of them will concede. I think the Democrats have already told us what their plan is. Megyn Kelly mentioned Jamie Raskin because he said regardless of the electoral vote outcome, they are going to challenge Donald Trump, unilaterally declare him to be an insurrectionist to try to disqualify him from being president.
It's just democracy. Good old democracy right there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Kamala Harris being the nominee is too. Yeah.
So you feel a little better. I was in college. And I think we were in Vegas, actually, and we were up all night watching this on the TV the entire night. Look, we know what their plan is. They've been saying this for a long time. So the odd thing about it is that this time it's in their interest to delay, right? So that if there's any kind of, irregularity or whatever, they're going to seize on it. It's in their interest to make a mountain out of a molehill, right? And so I expect to see a lot of that and a lot of
calming, right, condescending tones of, well, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. We can't call this yet,
It
right?
takes a long time to count these votes. That's what Obama just said.
How long do you think it would take you? This was a thought experiment I engaged in on the show earlier today. How long do you think it would take you if you flew to Maricopa County and counted the ballots just yourself, just one person?
I think it would be shorter than what they've been doing.
Yeah, I'm certain it would be.
Yeah. So let's talk about the actual predictions. Steve, let's go with your predictions of the Electoral College.
I had to give them a state, an acknowledgement of their ballot harvesting system. And my former home state of Michigan, I just think it's the most corrupt state in the union now. Okay? So, I go back to 22 when Gretchen Whitmer was leading the Real Clear Politics polling average on election day by 1 point. 1 point. That's the polling average. And then she won the election by 10 points. Our Sarah Gonzalez did the documentary, the Blaze original, earlier this year. I was cutting myself after watching it. Basically, I think the scars are gone, but I'm wearing long sleeves, so we're good. But essentially, it's a crime to report voter fraud in Michigan. They can conjure up any outcome they want. If you spend any time in California and Michigan, as I did last year, there's more weed smell in Michigan than there is in California. It surpassed California as the #1 weed state, most corrupt state in the union. So I need to what Matt said, I need more than this.
But this was from ABC, and ABC was saying in Wayne County that there is very poor turnout at the polls for African Americans and Muslims.
I know Wayne County very well. There are copy machines. So back to the Electoral College map, I've got it 297. I don't have it north of 300 because of Michigan, but I have it 297 to 241. I'm very confident in the Sun Belt states. I think the big worry that I have is North Carolina, not because I think she is as strong there as Obama or Biden were. And the early voting there, I was privy to deep dives of the early voting.
That's the
analytics in
prediction.
2 states, Georgia
Let's
and North
do it.
Carolina. I can say that now without burning my source. Georgia was very promising. I don't know how they're going to the right trend line. The concern there is outside of the 2 college towns, the rest of the area hit by Helene, that's all our areas. And so the reason why Trump and Vance spent so much time there in the final few days is they're actually concerned about the game day turnout there today. Can people get to the polls or not, stay motivated or not? They don't. That
was a real concern when I was there.
They don't want her to get a backdoor victory there, and now suddenly they've got to win 2 Rust Belt states because she was able to pick one off with the turnout problem in North Carolina. I'll just say this: looking at all the data I saw for the last week and a half, everything that I'm looking at right now, I've got, I got little birdies everywhere. Okay, so what I'm hearing from, I would much rather be us than them.
Yeah.
I would not, I wouldn't bet my mortgage on it, but I might bet somebody else's. Okay, I would rather be us than them.
Yeah. Allie, your map.
Oh, okay. Do we have it? Can we pull it up? I was definitely very last minute in submitting my map. Okay, we have it. My researchers helped me on this. I think we have a problem with Nevada. I'm worried about that. I'm not as worried about North Carolina, Georgia. Georgia, though, last time I would have had going red. And so I could be wrong on that. However, I agree with Steve. I would be even more surprised this time if Georgia went blue. And so that's where I've got it. I don't have a ton of surprises. I guess Steve and I disagree on Nevada because you said that you trust the Sun Belt to come through. I'm a little less optimistic, at least about that one state. I did not know your assessment of Michigan, though, being the most corrupt state in the union. That is interesting. And I trust you on that more than I trust myself. So we'll see.
Let's see if this changes things. There has just been 5 more polling places in DeKalb County, that's in Georgia, that have received bomb threats. Voting has been suspended at those 5 precincts. This is a deliberate attempt to prevent Americans from casting ballots. The FBI has linked today's previous threats to Russians. That is the kind of stuff
Well, DeKalb was the county that had the problem last time.
One of them,
too.
DeKalb,
And Fulton,
Bob and Fulton.
Yeah, and Fulton County, I remember when we three were giving the election commentary last time, and it was so obvious that Georgia was turning red, and then there was some kind of leak in Fulton County, and all of a sudden it turned blue.
Right.
Let me share with our audience here what I had. One of my little birdies who's heavily involved in race. Running that game. They don't have a narrative justification right now. And so we're at the point in the mobster movie, Glenn, when, you know, the Salazzo brothers want to sell cocaine on the streets. And Vito comes to them and says, that's way too much heat on us. We can't do that, right? All right? So most Democrats are the Salazzo brothers. They'll just sell cocaine on the street right out in the open. They don't care, all right? There's still a few Democrats probably that are going to be like, I mean, you thought the heat was something last time, do that again. You know, but that's an internal dialogue you're going to have within a political party that is demonstrated doesn't have much of a conscience.
Let me go over to stage 2 here at the Mercury Studios to Sarah Gonzalez. Sarah, you had your prediction electoral map. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I did. So it looks very similar to Steve's. I'm not sure if we have it, but what I did was I'm thinking positive. I'm glass half full over here. Okay,
yes,
so
thank you, Sarah.
I said I think that we take Nevada. There it is. I think that we take Nevada. I think that we take Georgia. I think that we take Michigan and Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Michigan, I totally agree with Steve. I'm not from there, but I did do a lot of work there on the documentary, and it was shocking to find out just how disgusting it was down there. So I think that we win Michigan, but on paper, I don't think that we win Michigan. There's too much funny business going on. The fact that you can get you can vote on the day of without showing ID, but you have to have an ID to get a library card in the state of Michigan. They've got over 25,000 people on polls that Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State there, knows about and refuses to remove until after the election when she's forced to. So I don't see Michigan swinging our way on paper, but I have New Hampshire. I think that New Hampshire, Trump may, he's the underdog there right now, but I think the polling there has been a little bit interesting, and I think that they
want y'all to
oversampling,
remove stupid
and
comments
I think
like that.
We may be in for a surprise there. So what do you guys think? What do you think, James?
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the fun little mini maps that you can look at is who searched most for Joe Rogan after he finally endorsed Donald Trump. And a lot of those people, New Hampshire was a hot spot for that.
Funky people, not
it's
big.
been libertarian for a long time. Sort of
Let's remove the stupid comments.
Really kind of Rogan material right there. So I've heard some whispers about people on the Trump side looking for maybe to sneak a few pickups. New Hampshire might be one. Governor Youngkin in Virginia, at least a couple of weeks ago, was going around telling people he was feeling pretty good. So I'm looking for those couple of states. Obviously, it's going to be pretty close in most of the swing states, battleground states. As far as we know, that could change as things unfold, but that's kind of where I'm looking.
Yeah, Steve, I was again shocked to go to Michigan and find out just how bad it is over there. And I'm sure it's not the only state, but what gives, man?
I mean, Gretchen Whitmer's just set up her own fiefdom there without question, but you mentioned New Hampshire, Sarah, and that piqued my curiosity. It reminded me, I had a very well-placed little birdie tell me over the weekend, just sent me a text out of nowhere, keep an eye on New Hampshire. So I just thought I'd pass that along as some anecdotal confirmation, just from a vibes standpoint. To what you said, it doesn't look at least like Kelly Ayotte has a very good chance to win there, the Republican nominee for governor in New Hampshire. But I did get a vibes check from someone who would know the data. Little birdie told me, hey, keep an eye on New Hampshire.
Hey, Sarah, what do you think about the Ted Cruz election? I mean, he called on the radio program today, which is highly unusual on a day of election if you're doing well in Texas. They have outspent him like 100 to 1. No help from Mitch McConnell or the GOP. What do you think's going to happen there tonight?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to Ted's father, Pastor Raphael, months ago, and he kept telling me, you don't understand, Chuck Schumer is going to spend like $100 million at least on this race to try to pick Ted off. And I think that the thing about this particular race, I'm not actually concerned. Beto lost by 2 points, I believe it was, when he ran against Ted Cruz. I think that this gap will be at least a couple points wider than that. I see Colin Allred losing by maybe 4 points. And here's why. He's not as likable a candidate. And for all of the money that they have spent, I don't see the name recognition. I don't see the yard signs. When I talk to people, I don't see, when you poll Donald Trump, you don't really see a Trump all-red voter, right? That type of voter doesn't exist to me. And so when you see the amount that Donald Trump is leading by in the polls, I can't imagine that if someone walks in, maybe they're a Republican who doesn't quite love Ted's stage presence or the way that he delivers what he has to say. And so maybe when they're polled, they say, I don't know. But when they go in there, they're going in there to vote for Donald Trump for president. I don't see them leaving it blank while they're there, and I certainly don't see them voting for Colin Allred. So I think that the spread, just like the most recent polling has shown, I think that the spread will be closer to maybe 4 or 5 points with Ted coming out on top.
Okay. In just a few minutes, we're going to check with Stu, because we have several states closing in just about 90 seconds. We have the eastern part of Florida, so we won't get any information yet, but the eastern part of Florida is closing. Georgia will be closed, but with the bomb threat, we don't know what that does. Central time zone in Indiana, so we should start seeing some things from Indiana. Also, the central time zone of Kentucky. South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont will do that when they close here in just a few seconds. Let me go to, before I go to Jason Whitlock, let me go out to Jill Savage, who is in not Fort Lauderdale. Where are you exactly, Jill, with Trump?
I'm in West Palm Beach, Glenn.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's West Palm Beach here, yeah. And people, they've been so anxious and so excited here all day long. And I can tell you that in this room right now, people, I've seen ages all the way from 3 years old. There was a little girl, they said she's taking a nap, she's ready to go the entire night, all the way up to, well, Rudy Giuliani is here. And there are people from all around the world. We've already talked to people from Argentina and Germany. They're with the media, but they've said they wanted to be in the room tonight. And it's such a big deal because we've seen the doors open 3 hours ago. But I would say about the last 30 minutes or so is when this room really started filling up. And you can see people behind me making their way up to the stage. Now, I can tell you, The drinks are actually off camera, so there's even more people that you guys can't see right now. But I can tell you that JD Vance has already arrived here. He arrived just after 5 p.m. and he did so with a very heavy Secret Service presence. It's exactly what you would want to see. They have this area completely secured. There's a security fence outside because we know at some point Donald Trump is going to make his way over here. He did say earlier today, if this is a normal night, basically meaning no pipe bombs going off, if there's no shenanigans going on, that he anticipates coming over here from Mar-a-Lago around 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. But Glenn, like you're saying, everybody is looking for those polls to close. That's the word that everybody has been repeating here. They just want to see some of the results start pouring in.
Thank you so much, Joe. We'll continue to check in with you. I'm going to bring in Jason Whitlock in a second, but it is 7:01 now, Eastern Time in the United States of America. And Stu, we have some closings. Why don't you bring us up to speed on what you can?
Glenn, we have closed polls in states. We have votes that are actually coming in. This is really happening.
Bye, Ronaldo.
You mentioned some of them.
You're on the wrong channel.
Closing. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont all closing. I mean, when you look at that batch of states, it's not the sexiest batch for the evening. Obviously, parts of when Florida's closed, that's going to be pretty interesting. Georgia is.
Ronaldo's on the wrong chat.
Very closely. And Virginia
we
is
don't need that
as well. There's a lot of hope, I think, in the Trump
Let's
camp
listen
that
to
they
Stu.
can be pretty close in Virginia. Make a dent there. Maybe even pull it off.
What is your thought on that, Stu?
I'm not optimistic they're going to win the state. I think, the fact that it would be a little closer than maybe some of these polls project, I think is a realistic possibility. And if you start seeing it, pretty close in a state like Virginia, you're looking at a state, you're looking at an election that does feel like it's leaning towards Trump's side.
And that would be 3-4
He
points,
probably can, man. All he's got to do is just talk to the guy. He probably can.
I think, Trump's probably in for a pretty good evening. It's always a risk to look at the first couple of states and try to make projections for the entire country. And then this trap has been fallen into many, many times. Florida gets their vote counted really quickly. People start making projections. Oh my gosh, Florida's going so well. It must be a great day for Republicans. And then other states don't live up to that. You can't project the entire country after these states. You just get those early indications. But I mean, it's probably going to be a while till we know what's going on in a state like Georgia or even Virginia. If something like Virginia were to get called quickly, it would probably indicate not such a great night, or at least no chance at making
Chunky monkey, man. It can be
we did do.
It can probably be done, man. Let's talk about that later.
We're all in the same area. I mean, watching you guys go through this, we're all kind of in my slight variation, and I went back and forth on both Nevada and Wisconsin about 46 times before I actually clicked send on this thing.
Okay.
I do have Nevada as a Harris state, and also Wisconsin as a Trump state. Michigan. We all kind of agree, it seems like Michigan, there's just seemingly no hope in this election for any of us. But 291 electoral votes, I would put that level of confidence as incredibly low. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I wish I did. These swing states, I think, could still go either way. I wouldn't be shocked to see someone break into those sort of fringy swing states like a New Hampshire, like a Virginia, depending on which way this goes. So a lot of time to come. We'll get your results and get you some states called as soon as we can.
Thank you very much. With us now from Nashville is Jason Whitlock. He is the host of Fearless on Blaze TV. Jason is one of the more interesting characters I have ever met. I love you, dude. Just love you. 57 years. This is the very first time you've ever voted. Why haven't you voted in 57 years? And why this time?
Well, I hadn't voted, Glenn, because I didn't want any of my identity caught up in politics, and I never wanted to concede that the government or another man had any responsibility for my success in this country or lack of success in this country. And it just became a big part of my identity. I didn't trust politicians. I don't think they're honest. Donald Trump is the first politician who caught my attention in a real way, and it's because he didn't behave like a politician, because he wasn't a politician. As it relates to this particular election cycle, I think what transpired on January 6th and the way that people have been treated in January 6th, being thrown under jails, have forced me to get involved. Donald Trump's the only person with the integrity, the courage that will release these political prisoners. So that's one thing. And then, I talked about it a lot today on my show, Glenn.
Yep.
I think the future of America's children are at stake right now. That this country has a hostility and a love affair, or a hostility towards children, a love affair with abortion that's repulsive to me. And I think the left and Kamala Harris and the current Democratic Party are the head of the snake as it relates to this animosity and this lust for the elimination of kids. And so I feel this is a battle of good versus evil. I could not sit this out. I'm wearing the shirt, Glenn, that I voted in 2 or 3 weeks ago. That's me. I voted on it, and I put it back on today because I voted early. I wasn't going to take any risk that something was going on election day. So I got my vote in early, but I put my shirt back on today. I left the sticker on it because I wanted to wear it today.
Glad it's not smell-o-vision.
Yeah.
So Jason, Barack Obama came out and was basically saying that black men don't like strong black women. And I mean, everything he said, if he was saying it to me, I would be very offended by it. What did that say to the black community and to black men?
I think one, it says that, Barack Obama's a beta male. Barack Obama is someone that wants to bring down the patriarchy. Barack Obama's not someone with any sincere Christian values. Barack Obama doesn't believe in traditional male leadership. I do. Getting in front of a group of black men and scolding them for not supporting Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is an Indian.
Yep.
Kamala Harris.
That she is.
Dad has some kind of Jamaican descent, but
that's true.
This isn't the son of or the daughter of Frederick Douglass, the daughter of Booker T. Washington, the great granddaughter. This is someone who grew up in Canada. Hats off to her for going to an HBCU and pledging one of those Greek boule sororities or whatever. But to pretend like she somehow is connected to the Black American tradition and heritage is a joke. Her agenda is to continue our march towards communism and Marxism, and same as Barack Obama's. And I think black men have wisened up, and we're starting to fully understand the value of American citizenship, what American freedom really means, and that, quite frankly, black men are coming into the realization we have a very matriarchal black culture in America, and not successful. It's just not successful.
Let me play SOT 6 here. This is Joy Reid. She's become absolutely unhinged. We'll have to pull down what she said right before this broadcast. She is crazy unhinged. But listen to this about what she says about blacks.
With these claims that Trump is surging with black and Latino voters, unfortunately, we do have a fascist groundswell in parts of this country, mainly among white men, let's be clear, but in small pockets among black and brown men, too.
Your thoughts on that?
The way they've tossed around this word fascism is comical to me. And look, man, I think men and rational people are having a love affair or fond memories of what America used to be like when families were strong and when we were obsessed with strengthening the family, having successful families. And when people talk about make America great again, that's what it means to me. Can we get back to a country that believes in the nuclear family, the power of the nuclear family? Every great society has been based on that. They call that fascism. I call it the nuclear family. I call it God's perfect design and something that made this country and previous countries very successful. They call it anything that doesn't support communism and Marxism and the matriarchy is fascism. These are just words they toss around, no different than they tossed around insurrection and it wasn't an insurrection. These are just talking points. They're brainwashing points, and people are snapping with this great awakening that you've been talking about for a couple of decades.
The Great Awakening.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think tonight we're going to see some real evidence of it.
I think so too. At least I have my fingers crossed. One last thing. Here is a flashback from Cuomo. I believe he was on CNN at the time. Watch this. This is cut 8.
Now, too many see the protest as the problem. No, the problem is what forced your fellow citizens to take to the streets. Persistent and poisonous inequities and injustice. And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
The Fourth Amendment.
I don't know. I mean, everything
Wow.
that Martin Luther King said.
I wonder where that is.
I guess we could start there. I hope we don't see that in the coming days. Jason,
You know
thank
what?
you so much. And,
You know where it
Keep
says?
up the good work.
Glenn, thank you.
Indeed.
And please, someone let me know if Steve Dace wears that red shirt button down. I but ask him not to. Don't do
Not
that
tonight.
again.
The Declaration of Independence.
That's right. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Hope alive.
All right, let me go. We have some races to call here. Let's go to Stu.
All right, Glenn. Yes, we do have some races to call. Let's go over to the board. We've got a couple that are no big surprise
The
here.
Constitution
We
is
will
there.
start, I believe, with Bernie Sanders.
Call for races.
Excuse me, no, Vermont. We're going to go to Vermont. Vermont has 3 electoral votes, and they will go to Kamala Harris. A stunning surprise to kick off the evening.
Wow.
Of course, Harris, no surprise at all. In Vermont, we also have Kentucky going to Donald Trump. 8 electoral votes going to Trump in Kentucky, and Indiana has been called as well. 11 electoral votes go to Donald Trump in Indiana.
Love it.
So let's kind of give you a quick picture, if we could, of where we stand right now. We'll actually do that in a couple of minutes, but those are our 3 calls for the moment, Glenn.
Do we have any idea of the turnout, or these were, none of these were not, hang on just a
Surprises.
second, go ahead.
Exit polls in Georgia show Trump at 25% with black men.
Wow. Wow. Ricky in the control room, can you get somebody to call Georgia and find out where we stand on the bomb threats? Did they actually close those polling stations
it's a
or not,
tactic.
and what that is going to mean? That's remarkable. Everything that you just called, none of those were a surprise. Have you seen the actual numbers yet, Stu?
Yeah, I mean, they're still counting through the vote, though. But of course, in states like this, when you have a pretty clear way that they're going to go, they're able to call them early on exit polls, and
right.
So we don't know the exact percentages yet. I have been following some some benchmark counties, and Trump seems to be doing relatively well in regards to where he would need to be in these counties. But again, really early, and to go overboard by projecting that over the country is never a good idea.
Right. Okay, thank you very much, Stu. Let me go back to stage 2 and find out. I really, Sarah, I really want to know about some of the things on the ballots. For instance, all of these abortion amendments, I believe all of them, but the majority of them were funded by people like Soros and foreign money. I always thought foreign money couldn't get into politics, but it can if it is at a state or local level. So a lot of money came overseas to try to get the Kamala Harris voters out by putting that amendment out there. So they were affecting our presidential election with foreign money. I'd like to hear a little bit about how everybody is thinking that's going to shake out, and if it is going to indeed affect the election results tonight.
Yeah, sure. It's funny. We were actually just talking about that off air. The all of the money that is put into these races when we talked about the Ted Cruz Colin Allred race as well. So it is fascinating though, Glenn. You have Elon Musk, who is giving away $1 million a day for someone to just sign a pledge saying, I support the Constitution, which should be a no-brainer, and they go all in on trying to prevent him from doing that, but no word on all of the George Soros money and all of the millions that he has invested in places like even Texas. So Daniel, I know that you are looking at that very closely. What are you saying?
So first of all, I don't think we have ever seen an election where there is such an asymmetry in terms of money spent. So the pro-abortionists have outspent those opposing it 6-1 if you add up all these states. You got Soros, you got Bloomberg, Michael Bloomberg is funding it, and you got Planned Parenthood itself. Let's face it, Planned Parenthood makes a lot of money off of this. They're also the second largest donor to transgender hormone castration, and then they go back and use that revenue to fund these amendments. But I will say it's very early on, but so far with the early vote predominantly driving the results in Florida so far, which skews more Democrat, the abortion amendment is at 58%, which is shy. It needs 60% to pass. Presumably, it will only go down from there.
Yeah, so Oren, going back to, talking about all of these, the money that is being spent and the just endless cash supply that the Democrats seem to have, I want to go back to the Colin Allred Ted Cruz race, because we talked about all of the money. They're clearly outspending Ted Cruz, but the enthusiasm does not seem to be there. It doesn't seem to be translating. We talked about here in the state of Texas, it's like every single football game, commercial after commercial after commercial, you're seeing the same Colin Allred commercial, and it still is not, it's not changing in the polls. What does that tell you?
Yeah, ultimately they're really counting on this institutional advantage, the fact that they're going to be able to leverage this, that they can just use the propaganda and the messaging to push Kamala Harris and other politicians over the finish line. But like you're saying, what we're seeing is consistently there's just not the enthusiasm. The gap is there. Perhaps it exists for abortion. That's kind of the key issue for the left. That's their kind of stock and trade in this election. But for the candidates themselves, it just doesn't feel like they have any momentum outside, again, of that money advantage.
Yeah. Delano, Liz came in with her update on the black vote turnout, and there was an audible gasp from you over here on this set.
Yeah, a few months ago, I was having breakfast with my wife, and we were talking, and I said, okay, if I set the line at 25% black male voters, black male support for Trump, would you take the over or the under? She took the over. I took the over. So I'm not particularly surprised. I think what we're going to see, regardless of how the election turns out, if you see a significant move among black men, one, it will signal to me that black men are embracing their role as political homewreckers for the Democrats. Mm-hmm. And one of the things people don't talk about is how the breakdown of the family across America, but particularly in the black family, how that impacts what we do at the polls. Because when man and woman are joined together as husband and wife, they are more likely to think, what is best for my household as a unit? But when men and women are separated and acting as individual actors, a third party can come in and say, and turn one of those people against the other. And I think that's what you're seeing when Barack Obama comes and he lectures black men in Pittsburgh, when Michelle Obama is telling men in general, you should be thinking about abortion, and abortion for your sister and your mom and your grandma and your great-grandma. These are things that the left does, again, to sow discord in the home. And as I said, I want to see black men embrace their role as political homewreckers, because there is no way to maintain the current system of political bigamy, where millions of women feel more of a personal connection to one particular party than they do the men in their lives. And I think that's something that has to change.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the landscape of this election, and you look at, I mean, it's basically, do you want the right to kill babies, or do you want to keep your children who exist in this world right now safe? Those are the two options, it seems like. And by the way, both sides are leaning into that, which Donald Trump should. Now, questionable why you would lean into, I really, really want you to have the right to kill your babies, but, maybe that's just me. I don't get it. And so, you look at, I saw this clip on CNN. There was a man leaving, doing a CNN interview. He was crying, James. He was moved to tears about how important it was for his daughter to have the right to reproductive freedom, which we know means the right to kill his own grandchild. And I'm sitting there going, this can't win. This can't stand. This type of demonic view, type of demonic culture where you have grown men literally crying over allowing their daughters the right to just be used by men and tossed aside and to kill their own babies, just cannot stand.
Very demonic.
Yeah, it's incredibly disturbing, and it's like people are lining up to join in becoming part of the blood sacrifice for a strange future coming. And when black and brown guys
stand up and they say, actually, maybe not, they're called fascists. So, this is where we are right now. And just to get back to the Soros thing, it's still very much a part of the picture. I mean, we've still got Soros DAs out there. Some of them are up for, they might get thrown out, but maybe not. And then George Soros' kid, Alex Soros, with the photos have been out there for quite a while now of him in his skinny suit and his sneakers flexing on Tim Walz in his villain's lair atop the skyscraper. I mean, we know it's out in the open now. It seems like not that long ago when if you even mentioned George Soros on air, I think happened to Newt Gingrich, he invoked the name of Soros and was pulled, segment ended. It's all out in the open now. We all know what's going on. And Soros, whether it's George or Alex or one of the many sub-Soros entities, they're leaving their mark on this election. I don't expect them to go away anytime soon.
Yeah, James, you bring up a good point about these Soros-funded DAs, that he has been so strategically, not even just the DAs, but the secretaries of state, right? He's been so strategic about installing all of these officials, all of these secretaries of state and DAs.
No problem,
and
man.
We've just seen devastating consequences for the entire country.
Good time. You're welcome, man. I'm here. Just intermission. I got my birds, okay? My birds are to my right. I got my cat. That's my foot. And I got my soda, and I'm literally watching the coverage. Back to our regular scheduled programming.
The important Soros recognized that with his Secretary of State project 2 decades ago, where he changed the election law, then he moved on to attorneys general, then to prosecutors, now to ballot initiatives. So he certainly understands that, and I think, in the future, conservatives are going to have to match that intensity with some fundraising. Otherwise, we're going to start seeing some bleeding at a local level, even in some red areas.
Yeah. Oren, I want to ask you, what are you looking at as we're seeing these exit polls trickle in? Obviously, we've got a couple races that were called, but what are you looking at as you see these exit polls trickle in?
Well, a lot about what Delano was saying when it comes to the male and female gap. We saw the influence again of guys like Joe Rogan and others, good Theo Vaughn, going on those podcasts, how much it means for the Trump campaign to energize young male voters. But at the same time, we see this growing gap between males and females, the Republicans in many ways becoming the party of young men and married women, and the Democrats becoming the party of single women and single men. And ultimately, this is a really dangerous phenomenon. And it's not just happening in the United States. Unfortunately, democracy tends to create voting groups across very dangerous segments of society. In South Korea, they have a similar phenomenon where 60% of young men under 30 are voting for the conservative candidate, but only 30% of women are voting for the same candidate in that same demographic. And so this is not just happening in the United States, it's something that is repeating itself over and over. And this division of interests of what should be a household, should be something people who are working towards together, is very bad for the future of the country.
Yeah. Well, we will still keep an eye on all of these propositions and these outcomes, and give you the latest. Back to you, Glenn.
Thank you very much. Let me just give you an update on what's happening in Georgia.
Here we go.
Another metro Atlanta county seen voting disrupted by bomb threats. Earlier today, the FBI said this is Russian. Could be. About an hour before polls would close, officials in DeKalb County said they received bomb threats against 5 polling places. Voting has been suspended at those locations until police confirm there are no bombs. There was only about an hour left, so I'm assuming that everybody is going to remain. I can't imagine leaving because of a bomb threat, and they're going in to go look for the bombs. I think I would be standing outside. County officials say they are seeking a court order to extend the voting, which is routine in Georgia when polling has been disrupted.
Hey, I'm not playing tonight.
I think it's the most promising in terms of drawing a narrative conclusion piece of data that we have seen yet.
Trump's gonna win tonight. Fuck all the other shit.
20-point swing from independents from 2020.
Not fucking playing.
To 2024 in Georgia. Towards Republicans, yeah. The exit polls have independents in Georgia favoring Trump by 11 points. In the early voting, more independents in Georgia voted than Democrats. 31.9% of the electorate was independents.
They said they're going in Georgia to look for the bombs, meaning that they're going to get to vote anyway. They're trying, huh? They're trying to steal it. Let's pray that they don't.
Now, 40% of the country might be independents, and 25% of them might be the electorate, right? And so, but if you're looking at as high of a Republican turnout that we have seen, along with these independents, as I told you guys, looking at the early voting, I saw no path even before this. I don't see a path. In fact, I would.
Good time. You're right. Let's just pray that they don't, because it really seems like everybody's all over it tonight. I got a funny feeling that the cheating is not going to work.
More suburbs there. Per capita, it produces more players that go on in the National Football League than any recruiting state now. Per capita, even more than Florida, even more than Texas does.
They are.
And so that's why this state has been more competitive for Democrats. It's more suburban. Yes. And so if Trump is going to win those independents, and a lot of those independents are going to be white people.
I'm going to let the host talk, but
if Trump is going to win independents in Georgia by 11 points, could very well be an omen of what happens nationwide. And one more thing on this. The last time Republicans won independents nationwide, they won them by a few points in 2016. Since then, Republicans have lost independents in every election cycle, 2018, 2020, 2022, and thus lost every election cycle. So if you're looking for what I would view as the first potential bellwether, this would be the first potential one for me. Because even with the black male vote in Georgia, that's very promising. But I can also say that's a southern state. There's a southern culture there. Does that mean he's going to get 25%, Liz, of the black male vote in Michigan or Wisconsin, where the culture is different, right? There's a bro dude culture in Georgia that is black and white that doesn't exist in Michigan or Wisconsin.
Good old boys.
That absolutely could translate as a form of a national trend.
Georgia's fucked up in general.
I not only agree with you, I think it's not an outlier. What we're seeing, that's not just, the first or the only, that's odd.
Good old boy.
In Taylor County, Kentucky, this is a rural county. This is the first rural county where all of the votes have been counted, and it has moved 5 points to the right. 78% Trump to 21% Harris. Compare that to 2020 when it was 74% Trump, 23% Biden. That's very significant.
That's good.
In an area that was already a red area, because it's showing that people are motivated to come out and vote even when they don't need to vote to have that outcome. And it's not just Kentucky. If you look at Florida, bellwether counties in Florida are trending significantly towards Trump compared to 2020. In Orange County, Biden won by 24 points. Harris leads by only 17 after the early vote, which should swing towards Harris anyway. In Osceola County, Biden won that by 14 in 2020. Harris only leads by 3 points after the early vote. In Broward County, Biden won by 30 in 2020. Harris leads by just 22 in the early vote. And then, of course, Miami-Dade. You ready for this?
This is crazy.
Miami-Dade. This is the early vote. This is just the early vote. Miami-Dade, Trump is winning by 11 points. Biden won in 2020 by 7.
Yeah.
It is mostly women who are early voting, and we know that women tend to vote Democrat. So the fact that Harris isn't commanding a better lead in some of those places, I would be concerned if I were her. Also, when you're looking at CNN exit polls from places like Georgia, the number one issue, according to this exit poll, is the economy. Then we've got democracy, so we can see kind of where the people are voting if that's their number one issue. 14.
Wait. Because democracy, I'm concerned about.
Right.
So
I think we know how people are thinking of.
Yeah,
it seems to be a buzzword that's used by the left to mean whatever they want.
Yeah, okay.
And then abortion 14%, which of course, well, I guess it depends on who it is. That could be both sides, pro-life and pro-abortion, saying that's their number one issue. But that also spells trouble for Harris, because that is almost exclusively what she has been campaigning on, the right to kill your kids and grandkids. And so, yeah, I'd be a little bit worried if I saw that.
All right.
A quick comment. Everything we're seeing is consistent with that. I just want to throw in that these are trends that you see all over the place. What we're describing is not just picking. We're not cherry picking. You see it all over. To put a human face on what's happening, though, and to make you think about the future and how exciting it could be, the fact that Jim Banks won the Senate seat, not a surprise in Indiana, but Jim Banks is a very solid America First senator. He's actually competent. It's one of the few of these people I like. He's competent. He's smart. And that guy is now in the Senate. Like you're growing. Like Mike Lee and all these guys are adding.
Some of the guys that are coming in, hopefully coming in, are rock solid. We just have to make sure that
McConnell's going out.
Yeah.
Well, we got hope. That's 29 Central Time.
Can I add one thing?
Ding dong, Dix is gone.
Can I add one thing to the analysis of Florida? I forgot to mention that Osceola County is one of the most heavily Puerto Rican counties
in the country.
Wow.
And it's swinging towards, well, I mean, Trump is trailing by a fraction of what he trailed in 2020.
Well,
that
you
means
know-
the whole attack, like, Donald Trump hates Puerto Ricans and land with anyone.
Right, and I don't know if y'all saw the most recent crime that was reported, an illegal alien that murdered a young woman in the state of Georgia, but she was actually a Puerto Rican immigrant. He, of course, was an illegal immigrant from Mexico. And so I think that should sway you a little bit more than an off-color joke.
I have to tell you, Donald Trump told me every time I've been with him in the last few months, Glenn, I'm telling you, the economy is important, but crime from illegal immigration is going to be the number one thing.
Because it's not predictable. You
Yeah.
don't feel safe and secure in
Yeah.
your neighborhood. I mean, Lady Riley, the reason that hit home is because every woman that I can think of has gone for a run in the park.
Yeah,
And it's terrifying to think that this was not a bad choice she made. She was not doing drugs. She was not meeting up with some man in some alley somewhere. This was not anything nefarious that she was doing. It was actually
Sunday morning
random in the sense that that's terrifying.
All right, about a minute ago, some more polls have closed. Let's go to Stu.
Polls closed.
Yeah, 3 states closing. North Carolina, of course, a huge one of the biggest swing states we're going to be watching tonight. Ohio as well. Interesting. J.D. Vance's home state. There's a lot to watch there. And, of course, West Virginia as well. West Virginia, not necessarily expected to be a close state, but there could be a Senate switch there. At least that's what we expect. One little nugget on Florida, which I found pretty interesting. First of all, we have to give it up for Florida. Because 4 states, this is 4 states that closed at the same time. Virginia has 3% of their vote. Georgia, 7%. Florida, 69% of their vote is counted. I remember, Glenn, the first election we ever did together was the 2000 election. And of course, you remember how that one turned out in Florida. They saw do, that is really, really impressive, actually. And one of the things that's really a good sign for Republicans in the Senate, some of the polling in Florida was interesting in that it would show Donald Trump up by 7 or 8 points, but then have Rick Scott in a much closer race, only up by 2 or 3 points in the Senate. What we're seeing at this point so far, both Donald Trump and Rick Scott both leading by about 7%. Basically matching vote for vote. That's a really good sign for that seat in the Senate. We do have kind of a picture as to where we are now with the states that we've called so far. Let's do the electoral kind of count here first. Donald Trump, as far as called states go, he has 19 electoral votes. We're obviously at the very beginning of this. Kamala Harris was really only 1 state. Vermont called so far, she has 3. As far as almost certain electoral votes that are to come as the map advances, 74 for Donald Trump, a nice big chunk for Kamala Harris, 164 there. So as far as a likely minimum, as we go right now, Donald Trump sits at looks like 93 and 167 for Kamala Harris. Got a little jumbled there, but there we go. Fancy calculator thing is getting the numbers up. And then as far as not yet decided, still 278 not yet decided. No surprises yet, no big calls, no swing states have been decided yet. They're just calculating those votes. Florida might be the first one we have some word on because they just have to vote very quickly. We also have a couple Senate updates for you. Matt mentioned Banks in Indiana. That has been now called. That gives the locked and called number up to 39 for Republicans. Bernie Sanders, he will be with us until he's 275 years old.
Wow.
One extra term, but he's in as well. In Vermont, 29 for the Democrats, now locked and called, almost certain to come. We still have 7 for the Republicans, and on the Democratic side, we have 9 more. So a likely minimum, before we go into anything that might not be decided, 46 for the Republicans.
Dustin, that's what we're praying for today. Stay praying, everyone.
16 more Senate seats to
Good
come.
time. You still with me, buddy? You still
what is
here?
the first state, Stu, that we're going to
I'm watching it just like you.
I mean, when do we expect North Carolina results or Virginia? What does the delay or the speed of getting the news tell us either way? And what do you expect to be our first real indication of, okay, this is going very well?
I mean, I think the first thing we're probably going to learn is from Florida. I mean, Florida is a state, obviously, it used to be the biggest swing state, right? Remember back in 2000. In fact, I think we've all had this sort of burn in our mind because of the success of Ron DeSantis, that now this is this really easy state for Republicans to win. They all win by 20 points. Not really the case. I mean, this was still a pretty close state in 2020. And polling has showed this, 3 or 4 points in that Senate race
Jeramistic,
pretty
I'm not really
routinely,
sure that was
to the point where
entertaining.
it's a little scary. I mean,
I'm not going to miss
it
her.
reminds you a little bit of the Texas Senate race where Cruz is a little too close for comfort in Texas. So if we can get to a point here, and we should get a high percentage of this vote, we're already over 70% of the vote counted, and we can get a call for Donald Trump, we will see where that level is. If it's a 7, 8, 9 point victory, high single digits, that is a positive result and is a positive indicator for the rest of the country. We have seen Florida buck the trend, though, before. Seen really good. 2022 is a good example of this. DeSantis did so well in 2022 that fooled a lot of people looking at, oh gosh, the whole map's going to go red. Didn't wind up happening. We'll see, if that sort of trend plays out. But important not to jump to conclusions, but getting Florida locked down is something that Republicans absolutely have to do in the Senate. And
you need to jump to conclusions, Matt, like Office Space.
Take a little bit of that first layer of relief away.
All right, let me go to Hillary, who is watching social media and also watching the Blaze chat for
update.
Questions and comments from you, Hillary.
Yes, thank you, Glenn. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys writing and letting me know your thoughts. And the one thing that seems to be on everybody's mind is, of course, what we've been talking about: corruption. Can we trust there to be a fair election?
Smash that like button, y'all.
So Donald Trump earlier said Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. He's saying there is corruption going on there. On the left, Ron Flipokowski said, this is Trump trying to scare black people away from going to the polls after work. But some of our Blaze TV subscribers, like Becca Minner, she said, my predictions are that voting machine failures and other voting suppression tragedies will continue to occur in key swing states. And when I asked some of you guys in the chat how you were feeling, if you were feeling confident on a scale of 1 to 10 that we would have a Trump presidency tonight, you responded with about a 6.5, a 7. But Michelle Carriere, she said, what have you heard about voting machines malfunctioning? So do we have any updates on that? Have you guys heard anything? We got any new information? I know we've talked about the bomb threats, but are we hearing anything about the voting machines?
Yeah, George is acting up.
I think there was a report out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Thank
one
you,
of the
good
voting
time.
machines wasn't properly closed and locked before the tabulation began. This
Yeah.
was for early votes, and they were going to recount. This was something Laura Trump announced. They were going to recount 30,000 of the votes, but there wasn't an indication that there had been a miscount. It just wasn't properly secured.
The one thing I have heard about this is, and it's from Laura Trump, the GOP is all over this. All over this. Do we have Harmeet on tonight? Is she going to be joining us, Ricky? Okay. I think she's joining us at some point tonight, but she's really with the GOP. She's in Arizona looking at corruption. And the GOP, unlike 2020, they are on it. So I think many of the things that we're hearing about, this trunk was open of this van for 10 minutes, I actually think those are good signs that we're seeing it, reporting it, and the GOP is on it.
Yeah, the difference, people should know this. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying the Republicans have done everything they should do.
Good time. I told you, man. Let's keep praying. Smash that like button. Good time. I like you, buddy. Let's celebrate. Let's honestly just straight up buy a bottle of wine at the end of the night.
And Elon Musk opening up.
But let's pray. Well, what did I do? What did I do? No. No. Hold up. Sorry. Let us pray, everybody. I hit a wrong button. Sorry. Let us pray. My bad. Yeah, we need to pray about this. It's not over till it's over, y'all. Smash that like button. Seriously.
Let's just make that clear.
It's so strange that their slogan used to be "Don't be evil."
To the corruption point, I think what Steve said earlier is really key here. The kind of corruption that still exists is old school. It's machine politics. When you control a large area.
You can't watch us count the ballots. Exactly. I want to make a prediction if I can.
Okay.
The polls close in the Florida Panhandle here, I believe, Stu, in about 22 minutes.
Yeah, 21.
I'm going to make a prediction that no one would have ever believed, ever. Before last election, the previous 50 years of presidential elections in Florida had been determined by an average of 2.5 points. It was the ultimate, most expensive swing state in the union, as you guys talked about. It turned, Bill Clinton turned humidor into a verb, and Florida turned hanging shad into one. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that we're going to call Florida as soon as the polls close.
I think so too.
And there's no path the amount of votes that have been counted there already before this panhandle finishes voting, and that's the most right-wing part of the state. What's the old saying in Florida? The further south you go, the further north you get, right?
That's correct.
I think Florida
I've heard
is going
that
to be
too.
called like we call it Vermont for Democrats and a Kentucky for Republicans. There's just
Smash that like button, buddy.
Ron DeSantis
I appreciate each and every one of your viewers.
fundamentally changed that state, I think, in the
Trump,
best
baby. Yes.
way, and I'm just very grateful for that. When I'm looking at a state like Virginia, obviously I'm nervous like anyone else. I've got it in my map going blue. I saw a CNN report earlier where they actually said that they keep running into these Trump voters who won't talk on camera about voting for Donald Trump, but they'll say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, but I don't want to talk about it. And so obviously you always have to account for something like that. There was a Fox News reporter who confirmed that, said, yeah, my sister is in very liberal Virginia, and she has people silently coming up to her and saying, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, don't tell anyone. Even in 2024, that kind of phenomenon is happening.
Well, I mean, when you look, who's the Broadway star that came out this week? She's a big deal on Broadway, I guess.
I know, I like chicks. So
Good time. You the man. We need to pray about this because we need to just get it to the finish line. I really think we got this, but I'm going to keep watching just like you.
And they just took her down. I really think that this time, if they went out and voted, and they've been telling everybody, oh yeah, I voted for Kamala, because you're living in that kind of situation. I think when you close the drape behind you, you're like, you know what, I can't do it.
It's the reverse of the commercial
it
that Kamala
is.
Harris put out where women were lying to their husbands. I think it's the silent majority actually from 2016. People are still afraid of the social backlash, but they care more about how much they're paying for groceries and for gas and for electricities and whether we're on the brink of World War III than they care about social stigma.
But it's a whole different set of people. I think the Trump people are like, bring it on. You know what I mean?
Well, the anecdotes out of North Carolina, and this is not data, of course, this is just anecdotes. There are people waiting in long lines at polling places in North Carolina, and when they're asked, you know, are you going to keep standing here, are you going to wait? They're like, FEMA, Kamala.
Oh yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, they're gonna wait.
Yeah, I think so too. It is. It's just a different world, and I am thrilled to see at least the early.
Jeremistic, they're not doing it like that at all. You got to watch, man.
But you make
they have not called anything.
Yeah, all the Trump people now are like, I don't care what you call me. My response isn't no, I'm not. It's I don't care. You can call me whatever you want to. But we do. We have a new crop of people who are voting for Trump because they like RFK, because they're kind of sneaking over from the center left. They don't have the same thick skin that we do.
But they don't. But this is their first experience.
Exactly, and so they will. But I wanted to look at that story. So Carrie Manolakos is the Broadway star that you're talking about. She came out publicly on Instagram in support of Donald Trump. Let me read you some of the comments that she received. What a loss, so deeply disappointing. I met you performing at a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton. Was that just a show to further your career? This deeply saddens me. You sold out your friends. Thank you for showing us who you really are. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. The queer community has always supported you, and now you've sold us out. This told me everything I need to know about you. These are all Broadway stars and celebrities, by the way, saying this to her, saying basically, you're no longer accepted in our community. And so either someone like this gets really thick skin, which I think and hope she will, or they realize I don't want to be punished in this way.
Yeah.
It's the test.
But I think what's happening is what happened to Trump supporters by about 2018, 2019. You were just like, I don't care. You know, before you were like, I'm not wearing a red hat. then there came a time where a few were like, I'm going through the airport in New York with my Make America Great Again hat.
Yes.
That's happening because I think we're finally waking up. I think both sides are finally waking up. And I think one of the keys to that was RFK and Tulsi. Made it okay. Look at Joe Rogan. He made it okay for a lot of people when he endorsed yesterday.
I think you're making a very important point about stigmatization.
Yeah.
And you know, when arguing with the other side, if you don't want to shut down your business, you want to kill grandma. If you don't want to take an experimental toxic genetic serum, you're a science denier and an anti-vaxxer.
if you don't think we ought to shut down all of Western civilization because of what you think the temperature will be 10,000 years from now, when we don't trust the 10-day forecast, you're a science denier.
Right.
If you don't like an unlimited welfare state, you're a racist. If you think children should have a mom and a dad, you're a homophobe. These are not arguments; they're accusations.
Right.
And it's a point of an emotional abuse and stigmatization. People go back. I don't want to be a part of that. And so, you know, I never thought when I got into this business, Glenn, I was going to use the term demonic as part of my everyday analysis.
Mhm.
But the term Satan in Hebrew literally means accuser. That's what his name means. Their arguments are not claims, they're accusations.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
They are literally speaking with forked tongue. This is the language, their father's native tongue.
Yeah.
You cannot possibly be a person of reason, of goodwill, of character, integrity, and just have a different conscience on the issues than me. It must be that you are not a person of goodwill, character, and good intention and conscience. And so I accuse you of being the worst that you could possibly be, rather than reason with you, come down and reason together, rather than arguing with you, defeating you in the arena of ideas. I accuse you of things. And most people, unless you have an active level of conviction, you know, you're a person of faith, or you're a throwback bro dude to when alpha males existed in the West that just gave 0 Fs. And that's the Rogan Theo Von crowd. That's a shrinking group of people left in America, the faith crowd and the alpha male bro dude crowd. If you're not in one of those groups of people, you will succumb to the shame. You just don't want to be under that level of condemnation all the time. People are just can't tolerate it. And that's exactly why they do it. And it's satanic.
You know what's amazing is the first victim of a country losing its faith, strangely, is science.
Mhm.
Because you no longer believe there's an absolute, that man can find an answer for the absolute, but there is creation that makes sense. You know what I mean? And so when you lose faith in God, you lose faith in truth. And this is what happens.
Mhm.
You know, you stop talking about science and you're just like, you're a denier.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because it becomes a religion
Correct.
versus an exploration.
Exactly
to explain
right.
creation. I want to speak to something that Steve said too. So when you're talking about stigmatization, one of the most impactful days that changed how much people cared about the stigma or not was July 13th. And this is, I'm
I
going to
went
tell
out
you.
and put a Trump sign in my yard.
That's
right after
exactly
that
right, and
event.
so does my husband. My husband is an ardent Trump supporter, as am I, and has been for a long time, but we live in a very blue area. And so it's not prudent always to hang a Trump sign on your house when you live in a blue neighborhood. And on that day, he bedecked our home with Trump signs. And he said something that it has stuck with me because it was very profound. He said, if we do not publicly stand with Trump now, who is standing in between a bullet meant for us, then when are we going to?
Amen.
It's strange. On that day, we were having a family reunion. And like all families, there are people that do not vote the same way. It caused a real split in the family because there were those who never said out loud, but felt good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And we were going to have a big, final night party that night. And it was my house. And I said, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, we could have just seen that man's brains all over television, and the world would have changed overnight. I'm sorry, but he's also kind of a friend of mine. I don't feel like having a party tonight. And
The chat is on fire right now. Very good. Very good. Everybody's speaking truth right now.
Yeah.
Everybody. Good.
It became a God thing. It became a courage thing. It was a defining moment that I think the media just dismissed. It was there for a while, and it's just
But
dismissed.
it changed Trump too. When we were talking at the very beginning of this broadcast about the religious awakening and the political red pilling that's happened to the American people, that has also happened to Donald Trump. I think that he has communicated to many people privately that really awakened his belief in a higher power, and that the higher power has a purpose for Donald Trump here on
He told
Earth,
me that.
which he has yet to complete.
Yes, he told me that. And, we were just walking in the studio, and one of the Blaze staff, I was walking in, I said, hey, how are you feeling? They said, God's not done with us. Why would
God's
he save
not done.
Donald Trump? Why would that happen if he didn't have more work to do?
Smash that like button,
said on my
everybody.
show yesterday.
This is all true.
You can have the most brilliant strategic minds in the world and unlimited resources. You cannot concoct a scenario where you successfully dodged 94 felony indictments, convictions, 2 different assassination attempts, including one that just misses you by a centimeter. You could not get your opponents to ask for a debate to expose their own candidate's senility and then nominate the dumbest option they had realistically. You could not make this. Look at something that just happened this week. So they tried to sneak Kamala in through the back door on Saturday Night Live to humanize her right before the election, right?
Everybody
Well,
listen to this.
They break the equal time laws. So they've got to give Trump equal time. Where does he get equal time? On Sunday Night Football, the #1 show on network television that has 5 times the audience of Saturday Night Live. You could not, the greatest risk player in the world could not make the opponent do that. To me, I don't believe that whatever forces are at work here, I just don't believe you can navigate all this stuff on a natural level. And I don't believe that story ends with Jezebel getting up there and saying, I accept the presidency of the United States. I just don't.
I have to tell you, I said this, I was speaking, I don't know where, Florida, a few days ago, last weekend.
Everybody smash that like button because this is all
we were
true.
talking about things, and I said, look, I testify to you that you're going to see miracles happen. What Billy Graham said to...
Good time. Facts, bro.
I say, no more.
Be still and know that I am God.
Well, this isn't going to work. I'm too small. Don't worry about it. Just do what you're told to do. And he said, you're going to see a mosaic that everyone will know. Only the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob could have pulled this off.
Psalms. Be still and know that I am God.
Graham told me that. I saw it. I saw people everywhere who said, I just drove here from Washington State. I just drove here from Kentucky. I don't know what, I have this skill, and I just got in the car. I don't know what I can do and what I can help with. And all of those people that just did what they felt they were supposed to do the next right thing, all of a sudden it was a miracle. To see it in person was truly a miracle.
Yeah.
I think the assassination attempt was this moment that shattered the entire, all those years of delegitimizing Trump. And I would say when people watch that, when all of us watch that, it humbled me to an incredible degree to realize we have no idea like what is going to happen or what could happen or can foresee. This man escaped death right through that with that millimeter. And then after that, what you saw was this immediate response we've been talking about. And I think you could call it spiritual. You could also just call it cultural, right? I mean, Elon Musk comes out right away and plants his flag. Right in his yard on Twitter in front of millions of people. And what happened is something broke in the culture. So I think tonight, in a large part is about, will we see that translate into votes? Because something has already broken when it comes to the culture of tyranny that they've put on this country for all these years. Basically making it so any working professional can't talk about their political beliefs without fear of being fired. That's the truth of it.
Here's an interesting number on a slightly different topic, but out of Florida, there's approximately 50% of the precincts reporting right now. Amendment 4 is currently not passing. It's at 57.5% voting yes. The threshold, of course, is 60%. That's the abortion amendment that would legalize abortion up to the moment of birth. But what's interesting is Amendment 3 is the one that would legalize recreational marijuana, and that's failing as well with just over 54% of votes voting in favor of it.
55.6 is what I see, and like you said, it needs 60% pass.
Hang on, that means we're going to call a state,
Well,
I
we're
believe.
going to call one.
Stu?
Update. Yes, this is not a huge surprise, but we are going to call West Virginia. That is going to be for Donald Trump.
Take me home to Country Road.
Yes, kind of a big call there
Virginia.
so we got most of these 4 electoral votes.
Mountain Mama.
And it does go to
Take me
Donald Trump. So
home.
quick little
Country road.
Donald Trump gets
Country
to dance across the screen. We have a
road.
massive amount of states that are closing in about 5 minutes.
I'm
Many of them are going to be pretty clear, pretty early. So we will look for that. We'll look for the results from Florida as well. So we'll come back to that here in just a minute. Glenn.
Thank you. Ellie, you were just telling me about North Carolina.
Woo!
counts, this was about 20 minutes ago, so I haven't had a chance to look this up again. 68% Kamala Harris in North Carolina.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this was about 20 minutes ago, the update I received. So, yeah, very early on, 68%.
What percentage of those that? Though? That could be like one county.
Yeah, that's, well, it's not only one county, but it is really small. Let me see if I can get an update and we'll get a better idea of what it is.
But that would not be good if North Carolina.
I cannot imagine that gap is not going to be that big. That would have been like sharp.
Yeah.
Steve Baker's been texting me from the Republican headquarters in North Carolina. He's there. He is ear to the ground.
What did he say?
He said right now people are just they're just kind of anticipating. You can't really tell. Everyone's very excited.
Okay, Election Day has 64% Donald Trump. Not, this is just a prediction.
No, Bulldog.
64%, not in
Fuck
fact
you.
votes in. So that's what they're predicting right now based on the data that they have.
All right, Loudoun County.
Loudoun County, Virginia, basically all the way counted, not entirely. 8-point swing towards Trump.
Wow. What did he win?
That's the county that won Glenn Youngkin the governor's race.
Yeah.
It's only very deep blue county with all the gender madness is what happens in Loudoun County.
Yeah. I mean, that's in like the hotbed area of the school issues of whether boys are allowed in girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. This is like the college-educated, highly college-educated, elitist suburb of DC.
Right.
That shows the stigmatization more than anything else. If there are academics who are now willing to say, yeah, I don't like Kamala Harris.
Is that Crystal City, Old Town, Virginia? Is that right across the water?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right across the water. Well, then that's all DC workers too. That's a huge deal.
We really need to keep praying because what Chairman of the Board just said, unfortunately, is true. So we really need to keep praying right now. I don't think it's a big percentage, but we need to keep praying because something I heard there was good, something I heard there was not so good. We need to keep praying.
We need to go this way because I have a feeling property values in the Washington, D.C. area may come crashing down. Let's take a couple of minutes and go to stage 2 and find out the latest on state and local.
Trump all day.
Yeah, thanks. I did want to just add to Decision Desk.
If you think Sarah Gonzalez is pretty, smash that like button.
Donald Trump wins, and they've shifted that now to 65%. So it is, of course, ever changing, but they project the GOP has 66% chance to win the House, and that he's like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, what is going on? So Daniel, what are you seeing in some of these states?
Talking and typing at the same time. You know, if only every state would come in as quickly as Florida, we'd be done the night already. Florida had 80% in already, so we have a pretty good read on that. And Trump's up 10.5 points so far. And that lead is only going to grow because, again, the early vote is dominated by Democrats. Amendment 3, that is codifying pot in the state constitution, it's at 55.7. Again, they need 60. Abortion's at 58. It's close, but the presumption for those who want to see it defeated is cautiously optimistic because the presumption is those numbers will recede as election day vote, comes in 100%.
Nice.
And Trump will probably go
Jimmy
that
Carter,
margin
thank
from
you.
10 to perhaps a 13-point win. And I would just say this is remarkable. Palm Beach County is going to be roughly even. I mean, when I was growing up, that was a Democrat bastion, plus 25, plus 30 points. It looks like Palm Beach County is going to be even tonight.
Now, are there any other trends that you're seeing in these specific counties?
It looks like Hillsborough, which is Tampa. You're talking about a county of 1.4 million. Republicans are getting slaughtered in counties that large. It looks like Trump might be able to flip it. It's pretty close. Jacksonville is pretty close as well. So one thing I can say is it appears that Trump is overperforming the polling average in Florida by at least 4 or 5 points.
That's really great news. Oren, I read this I believe it was a tweet from CNN, and it made me chuckle a little bit because it was as if it was breaking news, and they said that more voters today in 2024 support mass deportations than 2016. And I was like, yeah, no crap.
Yeah, it's really amazing the awareness that has been raised across the board. Even Democrats are recognizing the just
devastating effect of mass immigration.
Jorge, I love you, man.
New York and Chicago, deeply democratic places, are still pushing back against what's happening here. This is a disaster for the Harris campaign, and the fact that things have gone from, we just need to close the border, maybe we need a little bit of immigration reform to full on, no, we want mass deportations. We need people who are illegally here to go home, not just because of the conditions that they are being created inside the United States due to this mass illegal immigration, but also because the future of the country depends on this when it comes to the electoral process. How can you pretend that you have any kind of popular sovereignty when one political party can simply import a whole new set of voters to overrule the will of the people? There's simply no way that a government that purports to represent the people can have any legitimacy when that is on the table.
Delano, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, with Aaron's analysis. Sometimes when I think about immigration, I make a parallel even within a household to adoption, right? So a family may tell their kids, hey, we're going to adopt a child, and they say, oh, great, we're getting a new sibling. But if my wife and I told our kids, we're going to adopt one child every week for the rest of the year, after a while, the kids may say, you know what, things get a little tight around here, especially when all the kids have to stay in your room and we still get to eat filet mignon and lobster. So it will be interesting to see how that issue plays out. I would like to say one thing really quickly. Ali brought up that some of the new voters that are coming over to the GOP. I am very interested to see how the party changes, particularly if Trump wins and he stamps it with the Imago MAGA, it's remade in his image, how the party changes as he transitions from campaigning to governing, because new voters are going to have new policy priorities and also new policy demands.
Yeah, well, I know that there are a lot of polls that just closed, so we will keep an eye on all things, Glenn.
Thank you very much. It is 7:01 Central Time.
Closing overall because of the Central Time Zone, Illinois, the Central Time Zone of Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Eastern for Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Central for the Central Time Zone of Texas and Washington, D.C. All closing right now. We'll, I'm sure, have some calls very soon.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Estimates are Trump probably had to win election in Virginia to have a shot at the state. Right now, he is winning election day returns in Virginia by 15 points.
Yeah!
So I
You
would
heard that?
say to keep an eye on that for sure.
So if this, how much is counted though?
It's maybe a 20-30%.
If these things hold true, what are the big bellwethers? Like Virginia, I would imagine.
Virginia would be the end of the election.
You think so?
We're riding the storm out REO Speedwagon if Virginia goes red. Yeah.
And do you think that there is, is there a point tonight where it could be called tonight?
Well, Florida should be called right away.
No, I mean,
yes,
the election.
Georgia should already be called. There's no path there either. Okay. So if Virginia, if you are in the betting markets and you think there's any chance Trump is going to win Virginia, you should be betting Trump right now. Because if Virginia were to flip, the best odds you were going to get, you missed them already. Yeah, I still would predict her to win there, but if we're sitting here and he is at least somewhere over the target of what he'd have to do on election day to win it, that goes to an overall underperforming trend line for that.
Let me go to Michigan. Dave Landau is their Blaze TV host of Normal World. You are kind of in your home turf, aren't you, Dave?
Yes. Yes, I am. I'm not far from where I grew up. I'm at American Coney Island, which is the best. And yeah, I'm not far at all from where I am. This is my home.
So how do you, there you are in Detroit, crime capital of the world.
I have
in Detroit, it looked like downtown
11.
Baghdad. But how are you feeling about things in Detroit?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Well,
5,
I'm feeling pretty good. Today we did talk to a lot of Kamala. Interesting to meet so many people who actually use more words than Kamala to say nothing. It depends on depending on what area you're in, you see the signs, but I think putting up a Trump sign in a lot of these areas is like putting yourself on a registry. Right. People are just terrified to do it, so I don't think that signs in front of houses say it, but there were more than I actually thought. I would say one of the people that I met who had I would say who was the most eloquent was screaming at a shrub. Charlie the Duck's giving me the finger. Sorry. But right now, from everybody who I've talked to, you would assume that Kamala's going to win, but then when you talk to the business owners and you talk to the people who really have a stake in the game and who I actually believe voted, because a few of them were just trying to sell me a CD, I think the ones who really voted and really care seem to be going the Trump route.
So we were talking about Michigan earlier. I mean, Michigan is probably the most corrupt state in the union when it comes to voting. I see dead people should be their state motto. What do you think we should be looking for tonight besides corruption?
Oh, you're going to get corruption. I got to meet the mayor, actually, which we will have footage of when I get back to the studio, who has all the charisma and sex appeal of Mayor McCheese. He's definitely a complete criminal, but at least in my personal opinion. And I think I'm right. Also, there's about, which we're talking to Charlie about soon, 16,000-ish voters that may be over the age of 100 and dead. We did go to a cemetery. They were far more researched, the people that I spoke to there, than many I met on the street. So it's tough to say because Michigan has always turned blue, but I really do feel like this is the first time that I'm thinking that Detroit might come through, or at least legally.
Okay, all right. Let me switch to the white dudes for Harris. This is from the Harris campaign. I'm sure people have seen this. This is just, I mean, beta male central. Here is the actual ad campaign from Kamala Harris.
Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense and acting like they speak for us when they don't. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's going to make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter.
That is the most butch that whole campaign has ever been. I mean, maybe they learned from their first one, but I understand. This is so. I understand there is another white dudes for Harris spot that I may not have seen.
That's correct. There was a white dudes for Harris campaign.
There it is.
I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm a macho man.
I'm a macho man.
I like ribeye steaks. I lift barbell weights.
I can fit an entire
Anyways, you think I'm afraid to get my hands dirty?
You think I'm afraid of bears?
Bears.
I'll tell you another thing I'm sure as shit not afraid of. Women. All of my besties are women. I mean, everyone in my book club is a woman.
Last year I did a wine tour in Tuscany with women.
I'm physically attracted exclusively to women.
Ew, gross. Oh, that Tim. You should get tested.
What was that? What was
actually?
What was that? Trump. We need Trump to win tonight. Let's keep praying about this. We're here.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, for real.
That was my favorite. You walked by, you're like, I don't even want to know. And I was like, it's white men for Kamala. And you were like, okay, I get it.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dave Landau.
Man, Trump. We need Trump to win.
All right. Let's go to Stu. We have an
Update.
update. Stu.
We do have a bunch of states to call. As we kind of knew at this time, a lot of polls were closing, some states that were not that close. And we have several states to call for each candidate. Let's start with the dark side. Kamala Harris, Connecticut. Glenn, old state, we still work in, no surprise.
I'd be interested in hearing when it's finished. It was a very different feel. My wife was just up in Connecticut, and she said a lot of Kamala signs, which it's usually just one big Democratic sign.
Yes, so that the whole state is one Democratic side at this point. Okay, we can also call Maryland for Kamala Harris. 10 electoral votes go to her as expected. Massachusetts over to Kamala Harris as well. 11 electoral votes. We have Rhode Island, and it's 4 electoral votes going over to Kamala Harris.
Not a surprise any of
as well. Finally, we have Washington, D.C. Probably the easiest call of the entire election.
I called that last Tuesday.
You did. I heard that. That was the first call. Now we have some for Donald Trump as well. We have Alabama, and it's 9 electoral votes that go to Donald Trump. Mississippi, 6 electoral votes to Donald Trump. Tennessee, 11 electoral votes go to Donald Trump. Oklahoma, and it's 7 electoral votes go to Donald Trump. And that one, none of these are a big surprise. However, we will also confirm Steve Deace's prediction from earlier, and we will call the state of Florida.
Yes!
30 electoral votes.
Wow. Yeah!
Also another huge one with Rick Scott winning that race in the Senate. Both of those very, very good outcomes. And the fact that this is so quick.
I love it.
Is a really good state. It's signed for
You
Florida,
can count it just that quick.
For Donald Trump
Bitches.
here, but also sort of codifying the lean toward the right. It doesn't seem like it was a one-time
Smash that like button.
election. He's brought this whole state in a good direction.
If anybody else is watching, smash that like button, guys, if you're still here.
Ron DeSantis going on X right at 8 Eastern to tweet out he's called the state for Trump. He did that.
Good.
He went on his personal X account. Donald Trump has won the 30 electoral college votes from Florida. Polls are closed. He went out and called. Never seen a governor do that. He went out and called his state.
Thank you.
That's pretty. That was a flag plant.
And not a surprise. I guess Scott was kind of nervous.
The hot chick, Anna Luna.
We just need to close the deal. We got all that.
I'm hot.
All that.
She let you know it. But the polls showed that she was struggling, and her race got called right away. She looks like she's going to win by double digits. So
really good.
There just is not, guys. There's not a Democratic Party in Florida, and for guys, your age, my age, anybody over the age of 35, that would just blow your mind. That Florida just simply is not a competitive political construct. Mm-hmm. And he's about to be term limited there in the next couple of years, and
I think they should change their constitution.
It'll be fascinating to see what comes after him and whether they can hold on to those gains.
I know.
I read there was a columnist, I think it was in the Miami Herald, Glenn, that said if Trump wins decisively and those 2 amendments go down, DeSantis is going to think he can do whatever he wants in this state in the next legislative.
Coco, they didn't call those yet. Those are the ones everybody's watching. We're going to be here all night.
About it, and I said, I worry about the state after your term limit out. And he said, my goal is to pass enough through the legislation.
This is true.
That we've neutered.
This is the difference between almost all the good stuff Trump did as president, he had to do unilaterally.
Yes.
The Republican Congress was as useful as mammary glands on a bowl, and then he lost that Congress, right?
Right.
And so 5 minutes after Joe Biden, he just made it all gone. Much of what Ron has done in Florida has been done at the statute level.
Right.
Doesn't mean they won't try to unroll it all, but it will be way more difficult than doing it via executive action.
That's why it is so important that we win the House and the Senate nationally, because I think there's enough Democrats this time.
I'm very bullish on the Senate. My Senate map was pretty aggressive at the time, and
if Cornyn replaces McConnell,
that's the thing. We were sitting around today, me and our brass, Gaston and Tyler, were discussing if Trump wins, what's the most important priority? And we were talking issues, and I said, I don't think it's issues.
No.
I think it is who runs the Senate.
It is.
I mean, I think Mike Johnson, I'm fine leaving him there with the President Trump.
Yeah.
Because I think Mike Johnson would do, if Donald Trump told Mike Johnson to jump, his reply would be, how high, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so as long as Mike Johnson is a weak enough vessel that'll do whatever Trump wants, I'm fine with him being the speaker. What you cannot is just get thwarted constantly by the John Cornyn, John Thune Senate.
Yeah.
And so if I'm Donald Trump, what he's got to do, and he's going to have to do it quick, because they're going to want to do this thing by voice. Get an ideologue like a Lee or a Cruz or a Rand the votes, fine. Then go get another, what I would call an ambitionist, like a Rick Scott. Just a guy who's just driven by just nothing but ambition. So he'll do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Put him in the job, because we cannot sit here for 2 years heading into an unfavorable Senate map in 26 map and give them 2 years to unite against Trump and have the Senate just sitting there on behalf of K Street just vetoing everything we want to do.
He knows. I said, you've got to turn this economy around quickly. You've got maybe a year. And he said, Glenn, I've got 100 days. I have to move the entire thing in 100 days. So he is very, very aware of it. Let me give you one other piece of news. The Dow Jones was flat at 7 p.m. Eastern, just about an hour ago. It's now up 0.5%. That's about 250 points. So that is interesting, at least, to see Wall Street moving now in a positive direction.
You know what they're thinking? Tax on realized gain, free at last.
Yeah.
Free at last.
Yeah, and they're
Trump Almighty, we are free at last.
And an end to a lot of this regulation.
I mean, we're on the cusp of that right now, but I think I go back to the Senate thing because it is really, really important.
Yeah.
And the good thing is, Trump hates McConnell. He knows McConnell is a problem. So how are you going to get around that? I'd say with someone like Rick Scott is a good organizer. I mean, he actually had a business, he made money. There's some of these people who are ready. But what we need is the rest of the country to acknowledge, the donor class to acknowledge, and this election will do that these guys aren't in charge. The problem in the Senate is that every person who's in charge for their party, whether you're Chuck Schumer or Mitch McConnell, you have a large pool of money, $400 million, that you dip into and you use like a mob boss. And that's what Mike Lee's always complaining about. Those guys are complaining.
It's a mafia. It really is.
Yeah,
it really is.
And you get more people in there who can work with you, who are competent, like a Jim Banks, etc. I mean, these guys they can do some damage.
Let me go to Hillary, who is watching your comments on Blaze.com.
Yes, well, first of all, if you are a Blaze TV subscriber, we do want to hear from you. We want to hear your predictions. So be sure and go and participate in the live chat. Leave us some comments on YouTube. And if you aren't a subscriber, you can subscribe today. You can get $47 off a subscription if you go to blazeelection.com and use the code 47, just the numbers, don't type it out. Okay, so now I want to get to your subscriber election predictions. Arky says, Blaze, I'm going to step out and say blowout for Trump, and we'll know tonight.
I agree.
Chris Berman said Trump wins all 7 battleground, takes Colorado, and with Tulsi, he takes Hawaii.
Ooh.
And then Mark Emerson said 312 for Trump.
Nice.
We've got some really, really smart subscribers. We've got people that are diligent. They're staying on top of it with it. So I hope your predictions are true, but we still want to hear more as we get all the different states called. So be sure and let us know your predictions.
I'm going to get White Castle tonight. After this is all done, I'm going to get some White Castle.
Looking at the states that are coming in, I'm interested to hear when Texas just closed in Central, and when it's fully closed, I'm excited to hear about how this is turning out for Ted Cruz.
Yes, we just had, Ryan is saying here, 82% of the vote in with more early vote to be counted, but Trump's winning in Denton County, Texas by 14 points. That's an 8-point swing towards Trump.
What about Fort Worth?
I haven't seen Fort Worth yet.
There was a ton of money that was spent in...
Good time. Trump picked up Florida. He picked up Florida's 30. And they said that he's up 14 in Texas with 82% of the vote. So let's just finish out the night. Everything's looking kind of good right now.
In Texas. However, the cows would be in Fort Worth. That's traditionally been a much more conservative area. And man, they have come after, I think, the country's most conservative constitutional sheriff. In the country. They have just spent a buttload of money.
Let's smash that like button again. You doing a good job of rallying the troops, man. But even more important, if you're not going to hit the like button, pray.
Last time. Because remember, 2022, I was totally wrong about everything that was going to happen.
Florida's showing us how it's done. I need to move to Florida like right now.
10 points, the top state officers all won. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General. You also had a pushing back of that red wave in places like Fort Worth, largest conservative county in the state, largest conservative mayor, right, city really in the country, So they come after it, and they go after school boards. I don't know if people realize this, but
good time. I like you, man. And if you're a lady, I like you too. Good time, you rock.
Here for the rest of the country, but they lost in 2022 here, and now at least early signs from especially the early voting, it doesn't look good for them here. So
that would be great news. I mean, they have when I first moved here, Rick Perry was our governor, and I remember sitting in the governor's office and him saying, "Glenn, they are working overtime to flip this state."
Yes.
And I begged him and our current governor, please, you've got all these people moving in. Before every movie, run an ad that says, you moved here for a reason, dummy. Don't bring your politics with you.
A couple things on Pennsylvania. I think we should, some things I've gotten pinged on from the bat phone.
Oh,
Two things to watch in
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. One, I mentioned Georgia, that the independent swings in Georgia was really the first trend line that I thought had sustainability for an omen for the rest of the country. NBC exit poll of independents in Pennsylvania has Trump winning independents by 6 points.
Good.
Today or?
That's just their exit poll of the electorate.
Today.
Just today. It's Trump winning. And so also in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of talk about where are the Philly votes going. And
Only in the trunk of somebody's car.
well, because the Harris campaign is talking about, we've got a surge of voters in Philly, but I'm told that it could very well be maybe working class white areas of Philly, where there is a surge of voters, and those would actually be more Trumpian neighborhoods in that area.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier. Let me look it up. I heard that Philadelphia. Philly County, right here, that they were down from 2016. Easy to be down from 2020, but down from 2016, and that's largely African American area. And definitely Democrat.
Yeah, northern Philly is I think where you would see more of the working class white neighborhoods.
And when did they suddenly find the surge?
Well, it's Pennsylvania. They get to find things like that.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm as we're sitting here, the odds in Vegas for Trump to win have gone to minus 260 from a minus 179 in just the last hour. I am telling you, I'm looking. I think everybody's ignoring New Hampshire. My source who pinged me about this, but in New Hampshire, how significant would New Hampshire be? If Trump were to win New Hampshire and hold the Sun Belt states, he would not have to win a single Rust Belt state. That would get him to 271 with New Hampshire and the Sun Belt states. So,
how real do you think that is? I said that on radio today that I thought he was going to win New Hampshire.
I think there's a massive rural turnout in New Hampshire right now, and about 60% of the vote there I think has been counted. So, even if he doesn't win, if you are the Democrats though, and you are fighting at a precinct level in New Hampshire, before we get, 8:30 Eastern?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we get to 9 p.m., before we get to the Rust Belt, you are having to do hand-to-hand combat in New Hampshire.
It's 8:25 right now. Good time, yes. Let's pray and smash that like button. You see it happening in real time. I think he's going to win.
This election, so interesting. In the NBC exit poll in Pennsylvania, did you see this?
No.
Trump 50%, Harris 44%.
We just were, that's what I just was.
Yeah. Okay.
That's so interesting to me. I mean, I think the independent vote just isn't, and when I say gullible, again, I don't mean this with any animosity. People were unaware that our institutions were so completely broken that they needed to believe that they were being lied to. I think independents, and maybe RFK and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are an example of this. I think that they are not anomalies. The new demographic of independents are actually going to be more like Republicans of 5 years ago. And we're starting to see that as a trend tonight.
I'm an independent. I am.
Registered independent?
Yeah, registered independent. And I voted for Democrats in the past, haven't in a long time, but generally I will vote for the Republicans, but I despise the Republican Party. I don't want to call myself a Republican. I hate them. I really do hate them. I won't give a dime. I haven't given a dime to the Republican Party in I don't know how long.
Can I share one more quick answer?
Hang on a sec. But I think that is, you have to include those people who are disgusted with McConnell and say, I don't like that old, backroom game you have always been playing. I think Donald Trump is introducing a new kind of Republican. And
yeah, seriously. Seriously. Good time. I love you, man. And if you're a woman, we should talk.
Pulled into a party, but you've seen this is a game.
It's a uniparty.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that term has been stigmatized. I don't care anymore. I was probably one of.
Damn, he just told Steve to shut up.
He called a conspiracy theorist, and I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Let's count how many of those conspiracy theories were true.
Right.
We were right about.
Yeah.
Well, independence, in my opinion, used to be defined as someone who was probably fiscally conservative.
Yeah.
Hey, man, good time. I love you, man. You are all right with me. Good time. You're cool. Yo, he just told Steve to shut up, basically.
Or
yeah.
I think we've just woken up. There were things that conservatives have been right about, and that's the anti-woke stuff. Yeah. And then there's stuff that the liberals were right about, and that's the anti-war and anti-pharmaceutical.
Yes.
And those two are coming together. And
this
to me, it's dynamic.
It is, and I'm only just getting a grip, and maybe we can't even fully get a grip on yet what that realignment will lead to. Like, what will the new Republican Party be? Because Donald Trump hopefully will be president, but that won't define the Republican Party beyond the next couple of years. What are the issues that are going to be Republican versus Democrat?
We'll see. Go ahead, Steve. You were saying.
A couple other notes I think that are interesting. So Denton, which is a suburb not far from here.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And so, of course, Trump's strengthened rurals and above historical Republican means is noted, as well as his weakness in suburbs above Republican means. The suburb of Denton right now, it looks like it's going to have a 14-point swing towards where Trump was 4 years ago, which could also be something that bodes well for the rest of the country as well in terms of suburban voters. It's been official Amendment 4 in Florida has failed.
Good.
And
amen.
The rest of the night is going to be about Donald Trump.
The abortion amendment just failed. That's awesome.
But the greatest freaking comeback since MacArthur returned to the Philippines.
He deserves it.
But I want to spend for just 2 minutes. Indulge me. I want to give mad props to my man. All right, because what Ron DeSantis did, getting dramatically outspent by George Soros, with no help whatsoever from these absolute loser pro-life groups who raise all this money and cannot accomplish a cotton-picking thing, except throw a march in January without any of their help, with nothing. Went out there completely on his own, a ragtag group of Florida activists that I do DMs with, and they were just outspent 300 to 1.
And the abortion amendment just failed.
On his thumb, his ring finger, his fist, every appendage he had on the frickin' scale.
Smash that like button, y'all. The abortion amendment just failed in Florida.
And he beat him. And I just want to make sure before we all move on and give all the flowers that it looks like Trump is going to deserve and has earned in this campaign, we need to give just 2 minutes of acknowledgement for the complete and total badassery of the Florida governor.
I have to tell you
that.
I have to
preach.
Asses now. I mean, the right was completely void of a badass, except for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. And now we have
Brett Skinner. Fuck Antifa. We really don't care. We're going to win.
Make strong men, and that's what's happening. We have had our
Brett Skinner. Fuck Antifa. We really don't care. We're going to win.
Being called all kinds of names since 2006, 2004, always were, warmongers, were this, were that. And we've done a lot of introspection. And many of us, me included, or leading, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but we changed because we were introspective. And we were like, wait a minute, I don't know if I really believe that anymore because of this and this and this. We've become strong, but they've had good times. While we've had bad times, they've had good times. And look at the beta males they've become.
Brett Skinner, I hope not, but if they do that, we're just going to have to deal with it, man. We're going to win.
A lot of people who are in our audience, frankly, and a lot of people who are out there voting for Trump, in the rest of the country, still there's some bad blood.
That's basically not our problem, Brett. If they do that, that's on them.
Anyway, you shake it. When you look at how he is governed and what he's done in that state, it's a model for everybody else. And the strength of it is real. I mean, Horowitz was saying he won both 3 and 4.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I wish Donald Trump would give him as just a temporary assignment or whatever he would be willing to take FEMA. He should take FEMA.
It's just a complete and total nitwit with a double-digit IQ. Okay, and this afternoon pretended to call a voter, and it was her camera. Unless the voter's name was Camera, okay, it was her camera and not a voter. Okay, and you've got a woman out there who the only claim to fame she has is she did a song talking about her moist genitalia, reading off a phone her endorsement to a crowd. Okay, and
I just want to interpret that for everyone that he's talking about Cardi B,
yes,
right?
Yes, I just think I think we have reached. I think minority men in this election have reached the breaking point. They've had enough.
I'm sorry about the audio, y'all. I'm back. I'm sorry. It's right there in a bad spot. I'm sorry.
Minority men push back to Yas Queen culture.
I think we are seeing the same kind of switch that we saw in the 1960s. Where it was the Republicans who were the civil rights leaders, really. And then by 1964, it was completely upside down. And somehow or another, that great con happened. I think it's righting itself for the first time since that time.
Do you know what else is at play here? And I think that this is one of the most insulting
Sorry
things
about the
that
sound
Democrats
issue,
do, is
everyone.
They conflate all people of Latino descent with illegal aliens.
Thank you.
Yeah. Legal Hispanic people of Hispanic descent, whether they're citizens or legal permanent residents, they are some of the people who feel the strongest against illegal immigration. They're also victimized at a very high rate by illegal aliens.
Exactly.
They don't think it's fair. They don't think it's safe. They don't want that to be happening in our country. And the Democrats constantly act like if you are a Latino, that you must be for open borders. And I find that it's almost humorous because it's so insulting.
And is this going to make them rethink their open border strategy? This idea that they had of the black and brown of the world, joining this multicultural coalition for Democrats. If Latinos aren't going their way, will they rethink that?
I want to know, has anybody seen what has happened to Lily Tang?
She was on my show yesterday.
I love her.
She's delightful.
She is just, I just would like to see.
New Hampshire congressional race, right?
Yeah, second district.
That state is going to come down to the absolute wire.
I'd like to see.
Win that state.
She is hard to listen to because she has such a heavy Chinese accent, but that woman is a dynamo.
Yeah. She who went viral in the debate.
Yeah.
The other day, which was awesome. She was like, "You don't understand what we're going through because you're a billionaire."
Yeah, I mean, and
everybody's still watching. I fixed the sound issue. I'm very humbly sorry. I hope my viewer count picks back up. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
Yesterday, I was asking her. She's like, "Oh, that woman. She's only 37 years old."
That's funny.
Trump takes lead in Virginia.
I'm 42%
of the vote.
Trump takes the lead in Virginia.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to say, Jason Whitlock did weigh in on minority voters. He said that in his exit poll, overweight black men are breaking for Trump. That was Jason's line. I think that was an unscientific exit poll.
Is that his own exit poll?
But going back to the Texas suburbs, things are really looking good there. Some of the stuff we were talking about earlier, Glenn. Cruz did win early voting in Tarrant, and Tarrant in early voting, the early vote, 6 points for Trump. It didn't go that way. It went the other way last time around.
How did Tarrant County do with the sheriff?
I haven't seen how Sheriff Bill is doing yet, but I'll look that up.
He's
a hero. He's a good guy.
He's absolutely, he's the quintessential American sheriff.
Yes.
I went to him and I said, because he's my sheriff. And I said,
Who is this?
I accidentally hit the mute button, so a couple people left. I just hope that new people come.
This is when they were first coming in and they were going to take everybody's guns. And I said, you're the last. And he's like, oh, I know that. And he got a big cowboy hat on and just spoke like this. And I said, and I said, so what are you going to do if that, if the feds come in and start they're going door to door. And he said, well, all my deputies need firearms. And I said, okay. And he said, so I guess I'm going to go door to door and deputize every citizen of this county.
Election update.
All right, we have more states to call.
Yes, a couple more calls for you here, Glenn. One from earlier that closed. South Carolina going to Donald Trump. That is not a surprise, but 9 electoral votes going Trump's way. And another Arkansas also going to Donald Trump with 6.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, what are we expecting next? What is closing here?
There's a Pennsylvania voting site
Jersey
that was
closed
just
soon.
evacuated. This is according to the Daily Mail, as disruptors try to upset election results. Weird.
So, we started the show with that CBS poll that says 75% of Americans on both sides think that there's going to be violence because of this. I have not,
We'll get
told
it.
my family,
Don't worry.
Before I left, my wife said, so how concerned are you about, ramifications? And there's a DHS warning out. They make these warnings all the time that people like us, are in danger.
Yeah.
Politicians are in danger. Judges are in danger. People who work with the polls are in danger. But I said, I really don't, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried more about terrorism, foreign terrorism that's already here, that came across the border. I am concerned about what's coming across the border. There's 150,000 in line in Mexico. We know where they are, and they're ready to just rush that border. That's 150,000 people just rushing the border as soon as this election is over.
And they're all hoping that Kamala Harris wins.
Yes, and the other is I am concerned about a decisive victory tonight. It's interesting to me that I saw how many cities, and all lefty cities, were boarding up their store windows today.
That's right, y'all. Smash that like button. Make this live great again.
Seattle, Portland, and Washington, D.C.
Justice for Peanut and Fred.
Where all of those right-wing white supremacists that they keep telling us to worry about, I think they're in Portland.
So what do you guys expect? If Donald Trump wins decisively tonight,
he will.
I think they are. They're the kind of people, if I can't have you, no one will.
I don't like making this prediction because I don't want violence. I don't want people to do that. I don't think that that's healthy for our country. It's obviously dangerous for individuals and businesses. But do I think that the same people that
Fanamete, I have a poll.
things that were assaulting cops, that were ruining the businesses of the people, black business owners who they claim to stand for, do I think that they will engage in violence? Yes, I do. I do, because they've said, there was a group, it was a socialist group, there was an undercover video reported of them about a year ago. They were talking about what they were going to do after this election, and they said it's going to be worse than the Summer of Rage in 2020. What we're going to do is going to be worse. And I think the closer the election results are, the more violent it's going to be.
I hope you're wrong on that, as you do.
I hope I'm wrong too.
But I don't necessarily think you are. They are going to engage in every bit of lawfare that they can. And I worry, we're 72 days away from Donald Trump or Kamala putting their hand on the Bible and being sworn in. 72 days. That's a lot of days that you can burn a lot of cities. I will tell you that I don't think you're going to be burning a lot of small cities. I think it'll be all the progressive cities that will burn themselves down. But you come to some of our small communities, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
People will stop it. I'm not sure the government will. What does Biden, Harris, or whoever is the president, what do they do in the next 72 days?
Well, what incentive do they have to stop something like that?
If you have the kind of acting out you guys are describing in the midst of a decisive election, that's a mortal wound to the Democratic Party. Okay, that because there's no way to camouflage that. There's no way to spin that. There's no way these are aggrieved people. This is not a George Floyd funeral. This is not Donald Trump. Only got 46% of the popular vote in a head-to-head matchup and won the 5 decisive states by a combined 75,000 votes. And Vladimir Putin had a P-tape that he used as a means of getting Trump to as his leverage point to infiltrate America. This is in that case, and I do think a decisive win is on the table. Looking at
What do you
lines.
define as decisive?
I would say Trump winning the popular vote.
Do you think that?
I think that is on the table.
If that happens, that takes away their electoral college argument that they always use.
Yeah,
They always say, we won the popular vote. Well, we don't elect presidents by popular vote.
I think that you run out of talking points.
Yes.
And here's the other thing to think about. There are other people right now that want her to lose in their party because they want to run.
I know.
Like the governor of Pennsylvania, for example.
Yeah.
And the senator in Pennsylvania has already shown he's an independent thinker and will say whatever he truly thinks too. I mean, I could see John Fetterman and Josh Shapiro as guys who just won the last midterm. I mean, you're Josh Shapiro, you just won your state by 15 points. And then you turn around and see Trump win your state in the presidential election and you want to run. And you've got John Fetterman there who's already telling you what he really thinks. He breaks with his party all the time. I could see them right away sister soldier this thing if you get the reference that I'm making. I could see them come right out and say, I'm going to call BS on that, basically. That's not who we are. All right, I don't like the results of the election, but it's time to move on, because you're talking about the kind of thing where you are giving Trump now not just a win and a redemption story, you're giving him win at the back. Instead of 100 days, he's got to get something done. Maybe he's got 6 months. Maybe he's got an entire year. He's got more of a mandate. I don't think it's as cut and dried. I mean, that they can unleash the stormtroopers. Given,
but the question is, can they contain the stormtroopers? You know, that's the problem with Marxism. You're always playing with gasoline and matches, and you think, well, we'll be able to control it. Can you?
That's a very good point.
We'll find out. Where are we going here? We have a new exit poll. This is a nationwide exit poll. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? Trump, 51%. Harris, 47. I can't believe it's that close. Who do you trust to handle immigration? Trump, 53. Harris, 45. Now remember, those are the two top issues from people exiting the voting booth. Who do you trust to handle crime and safety? Trump, 51. Harris, 47. Who do you trust to handle a crisis? Trump, 51. Harris, 47. What's your opinion of Harris? Unfavorable, 54%.
Just. I'm all over it tonight. It's 8:57 p.m. Eastern time. Trump wins, and I'm going to go get White Castle at like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Somebody that the media...
Good time and just. My main man. Both of y'all was killing it, man. Tell everybody to smash the like button. We lost some viewers when I accidentally hit the mute button with my thumb. I have a feeling more people are going to come, honestly.
I mean, if Donald Trump wins tonight decisively, there's no...
Oh, man, you're from Cali. Okay.
Than any of the elections we've seen with Trump. Something is over. There's a definitive winner.
Yes.
And that's going to have a ripple effect throughout the entirety of our society and culture. You cannot hide this.
And I don't think if we would have...
Yep, it's almost 9 o'clock here. They're about to call some more states.
Be able to make...
Do you have White Castle in Cali?
Able to make the moves that I think Donald Trump is going to be able to make if he wins tonight. If he wins tonight, we are at the end.
Good time in CT. I'm in Jersey, man. I'm at the Jersey Shore, bro.
Of the pendulum.
Oregon. If you ever seen the movie Scent of a Woman, you'll get that. Oregon.
Start swinging back at an accelerated pace because of COVID.
And the BLM riots.
And the BLM.
Just, I love you, man.
It's red-pilled more people than COVID did.
Yeah, 100%. Whenever I'm talking to people in the wild, the vast majority of them say, I started listening to you in 2020. Yeah. And the evangelical...
Frozen Hearts was from Oregon.
Talking about white privilege and systemic racism, Donald Trump actually...
Hustling corn nuts.
Evangelical votes versus what he had in 2016 and 2020. My estimation is that all of those votes come back.
My poll has Trump 78-22 to win. Thank you for taking the poll.
They're like, you know what? You were kind of right about that BLM stuff. Or I shouldn't have posted the black square. And
I've been trying to leave New Jersey for years.
We had this shared Heroes event, and we had 4,000 Christian women from across the country and even Canada coming there just to listen to sound teaching. These are 4,000 conservative women, and I loved what I heard, that this one person that I left there with zero fear of man. And that is just the feeling.
Hoodrich, yes, now we're in the process of that. I don't quite get you, but I'll allow it. No harm, no foul.
some of your questions and your views if you're watching The Blaze. If you haven't subscribed to The Blaze,
9 o'clock's about to come, y'all. They're about to call some more states.
For the 47th president, hopefully it'll be Donald Trump, we've given you $47 off of your subscription. It is a
LTZ Rider. Hi.
Working our butts off to make sure that we're bringing you the news that we have to and that you need. Also, I will tell you this.
Oregon.
The other thing is if Kamala Harris wins, we're in trouble. If you're in trouble, we're in trouble. Our voices are going to be squashed. We're going to be able to expand. And if I may make this prediction, it'll be platforms like this that hold the next debate. It will not be ABC, NBC, or CNN. Those things are over if he wins. We need you to help us build this network. So join us now. Just go to blazeelection.com and put in 47 as the promo code and save $47. Hillary, we've got about 90 seconds. What do you have?
All right, so I think I speak for all of us when I say we still have no clue what platforms or key issues Kamala Harris was campaigning on. But one thing we do know, she really was pushing the abortion issue, women's reproductive rights. And so her supporters really rallied around her with that
Just fuck the woke mob. They need to wake up.
To support her position. Take a listen.
You know, I oftentimes talk about how I look back at Ephesians and how Ephesians talks.
Look at this dude.
You know, hold this place as a spiritual head of household. But what that means is being able to be a protector for everyone in your household. It means
guy looks like the peanut M&M.
And it means protecting their interests and frankly their lives. And so you have a person who's putting together policies that is attacking the health care of my daughter or my wife or my sisters, then that is my responsibility to serve as an anchor and a protector.
So our response from our Blaze TV subscribers from Fusebox said, what is the obsession with abortion about anyways? It seems so sick and strange, and I think we can all agree with that.
Thank you so much. It is 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
We go to Stu. We have some more closings, and we're going to...
A man in Connecticut knows it's Eastern Time.
Colorado, Iowa, and this will be interesting from the Ann Selzer poll point. Let's see how that one plays out here in the next couple of hours. Part of Kansas, Louisiana, part of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, part of North Dakota, part of South Dakota, part of Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all closing right now.
All right, so that means Texas is fully closed. We should be able to call that one pretty soon.
So fully closed one.
Yes, I know. Thank God, because you don't want to see Texans without their clothes. It's not good.
I need an ass as big as Texas. I'm sorry.
Go to Harmeet Dillon, who is in Arizona. The polls have just closed. She is an RNC committee woman from California, Center for American Liberty founder and CEO of that. Also, she has really been a big part of making sure that the lawyers are on top of everything. Arizona just closed. I know that you have been busy all day long. What did you see?
Okay, we got poll updates, everybody. Let's let them tell us where we at. Poll updates.
Letting me, the war room opened in Arizona. That's all of the lawyers and the political people here in Scottsdale at 5:30 a.m. And we've been on our feet and blocking and tackling issues all day long, nonstop, literally. We just concluded a hearing in Apache County.
Yeah, good times in Connecticut, so he's Eastern Time like me.
Effort by the Democrats to keep the polls open 2 hours longer based on some issues that occurred in
Just is in Oregon.
hours ago, and they filed their lawsuit very late in the day, as is their wont. But the judge issued a compromise there, and
I'll give you $20 if you could tell me what movie that's from. What do you do there in Oregon? What does your daddy do there in Oregon?
we had several thousand observers deployed into the field today, and hundreds and thousands of different shifts over the last 2 weeks during the early voting, 3 weeks. And we have several dozen lawyers in the field and several dozen lawyers here on site in our war room area. And it has gone very smoothly. The fact that we had this tremendous organization working in combination with outside groups and campaigns to look at where we had long lines in Maricopa County and literally send buses there and take our voters with, Trump signs on the side of these buses to other polling places, letting them vote and bringing them back so they can get back into their cars. It was a super organized, rapid response system set up by our chair here, Gina Swoboda. And, all of the campaigns work together, the RNC work together.
Yeah, for real, we're losing viewers. Smash that like button, everybody. Smash that like button, smash that like button, smash that like button. If you don't want to smash that like button, just pray. We're looking good right now, but we're not done yet. Pray.
We didn't see any of the crap that we were seeing last time. You feel that this is, at this point, secure, and we've caught what we needed to catch.
Well, on voting day and through voting day, yes.
Correct.
Of course, Maricopa County is going to take up to 2 weeks to count the ballots. That's because they're allowed to do that under the law. And a lot of Republicans dropped off their mail ballots today in Maricopa County. And then
Kamala is for the crown show.
So not everyone can be like Florida and excel at the science of voting and actually count things on time. Or by the way, the rest of the third world,
Right.
Every other country in the world, it counts on the election day. But I would say as far as the issues I saw physically here on the ground in 2022 when I was here on the ground, we didn't see those issues. I mean, human beings run these elections. There were some issues like they ran out of ink at some places. They took a while to fill.
No, I get where you're coming from because of the accent. I'll give you 3 guesses. It was not Kindergarten Cop, but it was from within 5 years of Kindergarten Cop. That's a clue.
Elections officials to resolve these issues, and within Maricopa County, we pressured them, we hassled them, we asked them to fix certain things, and some things were being fixed as late last night, texting 2,000 voters, telling them that they were mistakenly removed.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is Chucky.
More hours in 7 locations in Apache County. We're going to be getting
Seriously, they look the same.
7 locations and making sure they know that they have 2 more hours to vote there. But overall, we feel really good about performance.
You win. You win. Just. That was the name of the movie. I got to give you $20 now. That is the correct answer. From Oregon.
Issues like some provisional ballots in many places and things like that. The judge in Apache, for example, ordered the late ballots to be segregated, meaning he still could decide whether or not to count them based on evidence that comes in. So we'll see about.
Yep, you did it, man.
Expect this to be much more smooth than it was before.
I'm in the dark here. I'm in the dark.
Votes and Democrats didn't seem to make up the difference today as we were looking at where the Democrat voters typically are. Are there long lines there? I didn't see it. Other observers didn't see it. So I think President Trump is looking outstanding today, coming out of today's voting. We have some close congressional races, so those remain to be seen. Of course, the Senate race with Carrie Lake. She's been working super hard as well. I think that remains to be seen. But overall, I think it's a great day.
Kamala is going to win. Oregon.
And in my mind, is the rightful Attorney General of Arizona. I think he's going to be handily declared the winner of his congressional seat tonight. So that's some poetic justice. And a lot of good friends here in Arizona. I represent a lot of people here and some great Americans. And I really want to point out that it was a combination of.
So Trump is up 101 to 71 right now electorally. Trump has 101 votes. Kamala has 71. Now let's listen to this strange-looking man on the right talk.
Getting voters signed up and then chasing the ballots of the low propensity voters. It was brilliant. Democrats have been doing it for a while. We did a great job. Really excited to be part of this.
She looks like Lois from Family Guy.
You still have a long day ahead of you, but get some rest because we're going to need you in the next 2.5 weeks to make sure that nothing happens to spoil us. Thank you so much. I don't know about you guys, but I feel really good. For the first time, Republicans always screw it up.
Yeah.
And I feel really good.
She looks like the guy from American Dad.
At least it appears as though we are on it.
Okay, there's just one thing that I'm
Lois.
saying so far that I've seen tonight.
All right, what's
one
wrong?
data point that concerns me. And that is that the New York Times right now estimates that Trump wins 280 to 258 in the Electoral College.
Wow.
And I mean, they were wrong, right?
Wow.
So the fake news is saying Trump is winning. Do I believe them? I don't know.
A couple
That
of
is a good
meta
question.
points about the shape of the electorate. I mentioned the 33-point swing with Hispanic men. Right now, it is projected that the overall electorate is trending about +6 female. Now, we have not had a majority male electorate since 1980. Okay, so that would actually be 2 points above what we had in 2016
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little bit weird.
and 2020. However, it also looks like
I still think we're going to win, though.
more narrow than it was in those two races as well. It's projected right now at -11. His gender gap was -13 with Hillary in 2016, and it was -15 with Joe Biden in 2020. So that's a wash, essentially. He'll perform about what he did with women, it looks like, what he did previously. But if you throw in the historic performance with Hispanic men, and that brings me to the other point I wanted to mention, the exit polling is saying that Trump is going to finish with the best Hispanic performance a Republican presidential candidate's ever had.
Wow.
That he will break George W. slightly. George W. Bush previously had the record in 2004, the last time we won the popular vote. George W. Bush got 44% of the Hispanic vote, and right now the exit polling is projecting that Trump is going to get 45% of it.
Unbelievable.
Okay, I have a question that's like really wonky about the percentage of females that are voting. And we may have to put a pin in this question, and I may have to research it later, but is the percentage of women voting seemingly higher because the percentage of black men is lower than in 2020?
So they quietly called Illinois for Harris. So it's 99 Harris, 120 Trump.
As we get further into the night, that's a good
So I suspect that's going to be the case.
Stu,
Still going to be here all night.
you have some additional news for us?
Here we go.
I mean, I just don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. I mean, I feel like I like the party vibe. I like the good. You feel it?
Why must you be a little black rain cloud?
There's a little bit of a little black rain cloud. Right? There is, what Matt said was true. The New York Times has a slight lead for Donald Trump. However, they are still in the toss-up range of their little needle projection, which is slightly leaning toward Donald Trump. But as far as the entire election, is only slightly. Nate Silver's running a model live. If you believe Nate, he has it at a 50% chance that Donald Trump wins this election. 50%. The New York Times is reporting, as of about 20 minutes ago, Donald Trump is running in every precinct. If you look at every single vote that's been cast so far, Donald Trump is running 0.3% ahead of their projections.
Wow.
That is, of course, that they had it as a toss-up race. But if you're 0.3% ahead, that's good, right? But certainly not like I feel super confident about it. And the other thing just to consider here is everything that's happened so far on the map, every single thing we've called so far has been expected.
This is why I hate this guy.
I'm not trying to rain on him.
No, I know.
Donald Trump has not broken through and won any swing state yet. He may very well do that, and everyone's bringing up really good
Keep your eye on North
background information on that, but he's not won any of them yet.
Do we have any, hang on a sec, Stu. Do we have any information on North Carolina? Any new information on North Carolina
It's
or
at
Virginia?
41% reporting in North Carolina. Trump is at 51%, Kamala at 47%.
So the networks, several networks have called Virginia for Kamala. I think that's too early.
I think it's much too soon. I saw that a couple minutes ago.
My guess is they're for, because I don't understand how Georgia has not been called, but Virginia has. I mean, I can understand if you're thinking that the amount that you expect to come in for Kamala in Fairfax County, Trump just doesn't have any kind of a lead to overcome that. That's fine. I just don't see then how you would balance that out with what is her path in Georgia. I have no idea how she would overcome. I think she's down by 7 or 8 right now. I just don't see what her path. I don't see what her path is.
Is it the possibility that the polls haven't closed? They added 2 hours for what? I mean, it might be because of that bomb threat. They're not going to call it yet.
So North Carolina, Baker said a little while ago, and he's analytics room, GOP. I mean, they're happy that there were 300,000 net early votes there. That was good. They've never done anything like that before. So they were leading on early votes like everywhere else. And then other than that, they're feeling good. They think he's doing better than he was in the 2 previous elections, given what they've seen so far, what they're hearing. So whatever.
Exit polls out of Michigan
know soon,
project,
but
pardon me.
it looks good. No, it looks good.
Exit polls out of Michigan projecting Trump will win the under 30 vote by 4 points. in Michigan.
Just so interesting.
Wow, that's amazing.
I don't know his outward percentage of the electorate in Michigan. That would be, but
I think that is RFK, that is Tulsi, that is surely Elon Musk. It is.
Well,
what
it's
he was
Vaughn,
offering.
it's Joe Rogan,
Yes, there
it's
you go.
Full Send,
Yes.
it's Andrew Schultz, it's all of those people.
Yes.
It's Vance.
Yes.
Also, Vance has a new vigor being a millennial,
Right.
being the potential vice president, and he
I heard
he gets
that.
it, and he is a great advocate for MAGA. I think that's made a huge difference.
You know,
Think about what
Stu, you just put a giant pit in my stomach, and I'm not happy about
don't have to
it.
listen to
Torture you,
facts right
Glenn.
Yeah.
Your job is to torture.
All right.
There's too many votes. They're not going to be able to hide it. I'm telling you, they're not going to be able to steal this.
Correspondent,
We need to pray about that.
was there an October surprise?
All the surprises were all spent. There was nothing more to do. I would say the closest thing you might have gotten to an October surprise was the Israeli invasion in Lebanon, which of course was not very good for Democrats to see.
Right.
When you've gone so far as to take a shot and actually hit a presidential candidate, when you tried to put him in prison, when you tried to put his associates in prison, and some of them have been actually successful, when you've impeached him twice, when you called him Hitler, what more really can you surprise the voter with? And this, Glenn, you got to remember that in 2016, Donald Trump was already
Look at these
one
facial
of the best
expressions.
known
Just look at
people
that.
in America.
These are
There's
horrible
not a
people.
whole lot that they can actually add to it. And what they have added, which is that he was dangerous, he was going to put you in camps, he was a dictator. Well, people have lived under 4 years of him. Despite what they say, he voluntarily left power. And then he's running for president again. So none of that is actually working. It's no longer a motivating force. He's no longer the unknown. He's now a known quantity, something you never see in modern presidential politics. Someone who's actually been there before. And I think we're seeing that in these polls. They're not getting the results that they wanted.
What is the feeling in Washington, D.C.? I mean, if Donald Trump wins, that city is going to change entirely. I mean, honestly, housing prices could plummet in that area. What's the feeling there?
Well, the Washington, D.C. housing prices will maintain. People don't worry about that. It takes, not even COVID could take them down, although office space got pretty wrecked by that. The feeling in Washington, people are starting to board up some of their shops, especially downtown near the White House. Now, downtown near the White House, you see nothing boarded up here near the Capitol. It's all by the White House, which is where the Democrats allowed Black Lives Matter and Antifa to hold essentially a permanent rally in the last 2 years of Donald Trump's presidency. That was the rioting. That's where you saw the graffiti. That's where you saw all those attacks. Those shops are wary. I don't think you're going to see anything like that on election night. Now, Republicans haven't really had a great year. Conservatives in D.C. haven't had a great year since 2016, which was a wild year. That's when you had Brexit. So you had Donald Trump winning surprisingly. After that, they've been defeated over and over again, while Hollywood, entertainment, sports entertainment.
Good time. Woo!
Every single ounce of credibility they have in taking him down, and they've lost seats, they've lost chambers, they've lost an election, and now they finally feel like they're back. There's a really exuberant mood amongst Republicans, and they're walking down Capitol Hill for the first time in.
Hey, Mom,
I've been here 20 years. I've never
watching
seen
the thing, so please
red
don't make
MAGA
any
hats,
noise, okay?
White MAGA hats, black MAGA hats. No harassment. No one's yelling. People are just walking by.
Not
each other.
sure yet, but
And you see
let me let the thing.
There's kind of like this. There's a strange calm before the storm, because you know that by inauguration, if Donald Trump wins, looks like he's doing well, there probably will be political violence back in the Capitol.
So they did put up fences and everything else around the White House. It's odd that they wouldn't put it around the Capitol, seeing that that's where the target was last time. But also they called out National Guard, or at least put them on high alert in Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes, I lived for years right next to the National Guard Armory, and this week is the first time I've ever seen that parking lot completely full. That means the National Guard are ready to respond, and they're quick. Of course, the streets are quiet. Now, I've been down here by the Capitol since about 2:30 in the afternoon, which is around the time of this reported attempted gasoline, maybe self-immolation. And there have been police officers moving people along all the time. You can't get within a quarter mile of the Capitol. We're about as probably close as you can get there right now. There's a police, it's heavy, but it's not loud. There's not bright lights and sirens and megaphones.
Because in Capitol Hill, where people do this for a living, there's not big crowds of rabble, and most of the people are at home watching. A lot of folks like to pull out their iPad, pull out their laptop, turn on Blaze TV, turn on the whatever else is on their TV, and just watch the numbers and crunch the numbers and watch Twitter. So here outside in Capitol Hill, it's actually pretty quiet.
The deep state, I know that whoever the president is, it's been said that it's Joe Biden, but they're digging, the deep state is digging in and doing everything they can to obstruct Donald Trump, to make it as hard as possible for him to, blow through this. With McConnell leaving, do you think the GOP understands that if they win the House and the Senate, they have got to move and start cleaning house?
Yes, the deep state is absolutely ready for this. And if you see people who are starting to freak out now on CNN or MSNBC, don't tune in. I'll tell you about it right here. Watch it for you. Every time they freak out about their democracy, just replace that word with bureaucracy and you'll get what they're actually worried about being attacked. Donald Trump seems ready. They've been making phone calls to people. They've been starting to get landing teams ready. I am a little worried if the executive
Trump just
branch
picked up
is
another state.
possibly underguarded.
They're going to tell us about it in a second. Just let me watch the TV. I don't know yet.
You need 100 people. You need 80 people. Because when you walk in on Inauguration Day, imagine you're walking into a place that was suddenly abandoned. There's nothing put away for you, nothing ready for you. There's coffee cups, there's rotting donuts everywhere. You walk in and this is a hostile work environment. You're going to have bureaucrats trying to tell you, don't worry about this meeting, don't worry about this meeting. You focus on the wallpaper and the drapes. You need to have people who are ready for that. And the veterans of the last administration really are ready for that. There's a lot of people who are ready to go back in a moment. Now, is the Senate ready? The Senate is the last group in Washington, D.C., which are more obstructionist to Donald Trump.
Right.
The former Republicans in the House, I think, are largely with him. The Senate will be a harder matter. But that's why if J.D. Vance decides to play an active role, well, he could be there almost every day.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You can get his Beltway brief by Blaze Media. It's delivered 3 times a week direct to your inbox. You just have to sign up for the newsletter. You can do it free tonight. It's blaze.com/bet. All right. Yeah, Steve.
Personal shout out. My home church, Eternity Church, back in Des Moines. I guess they have the youth group watching Blaze Media's election coverage tonight. So wanted to make sure I gave a mass shout out there to Eternity Church. But this, I think, is likely going to be the biggest paradigm shifting news of the entire night. That Donald Trump set the record for a GOP presidential candidate's Hispanic support while running on a platform of mass deportations. And I think the paradigm shift moving forward, and I go back 10 years ago, I got a call from a senator from Florida named Marco Rubio who wanted to run for president, trying to convince me to support the Gang of Eight and why we had to do it. And here's what he told me, Clint. He said, if there's going to be amnesty for Hispanics, and if we don't do it as Republicans, we'll lose them forever like we lost the black vote to Democrats.
Right.
And I said, should we just surrender Texas and the country and Electoral College now, and then who cares what happens in 20 years? Well, a decade later, now we have a guy running on mass deportations, and he got 45% of the
Can we stop calling them mass deportations, though? It is the same number that Bill Clinton deported. He deported 11 million. By far the biggest president to deport people. 11 million people during his administration. He deported.
Wow.
Nobody even talks about it. Nobody even knows that.
Okay,
We're talking about the Clinton deportations. Hang on just a second.
Go ahead.
I've got to go to stage 2. We have some information on some state news. Go ahead.
Hey, Glenn. Yeah, so here in the state of Texas, we have 63% reporting. Ted Cruz is up 51.9% compared to Colin Allred at 46.2%. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And I know Daniel over here was looking at some other races. What are you seeing, Daniel?
Sure. So obviously we have to remember that there are 5,800 state legislative races up for grabs. They decide a lot of things at a state level.
Definitely not asking you to go through all 5,800, to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be here for all week, but the thing I think that's important for our listeners is trifectas where, the Republicans control all three. New Hampshire, it does appear that Kamala will probably win it, but the Republicans have maintained the governorship, and from what I'm hearing, they have maintained control of both houses. They started off with just a 1-seat majority in the House. They possibly picked up as many as 5, if not more. So that's going to be a very strong trifecta. There, we're watching the Pennsylvania House, the Michigan House and Senate, Wisconsin as well. Those things are going to be very important. As far as amendments, to Steve's point about the unambiguous sentiment of the voters on immigration, one of the things we forgot to mention is that there are legislative initiated ballot amendments. So they're not initiated by Soros to say that non-citizens cannot vote in the state. It's now winning in South Carolina 85-15. North Carolina, which is more of a swing state, it's up with 75-25.
Mayor Quimby says vote that Trump.
That's a clear as a bell question. Should non-citizens vote? Whereas some of these other questions that are driven by the petitions are extremely convoluted. One other note on that important history, most of these ballot initiatives came about during the progressive era of the beginning of the 20th century, so they're out west, which is where they began. So we're still just getting in data. The South Dakota abortion amendment does look like it's going down. It's still early, and the other ones we're still trying to get a read on.
Yeah, Oren, whenever you talk about non-citizens not being allowed to vote in our elections, it's just something that seems so simple to me. When I went to Michigan to do this documentary, we were compiling all of this research, and it was like 80% of Americans, both left and right, agree that you should have to show photo ID, that you should have to verify that you are who you say you are in order to participate in this.
Brian Woolley, Mayor Quimby was the mayor on The Simpsons. Mayor Quimby.
Millions upon millions of illegals coming in, conveniently being shipped to all of these swing states, that voters are going, okay, we believe in this, but we need to start sounding the alarm.
He was the mayor of Springfield.
Regime is looking to maliciously import people for the express purpose of shifting the way that voting works in the United States. And ultimately, it's very difficult sometimes for even conservatives to make an argument, because the question of what is America is one that is...
Thank you, man.
But we're even on the right side of the aisle.
So apparently North Carolina went to Trump.
That you assent to, then everyone is a potential American. So what we've learned is when we try to export democracy to other areas of the world, actually you don't just have a bunch of Abraham Lincolns or George Washingtons or Alexander Hamiltons hiding in a cave in Afghanistan somewhere. This is a tradition that matters and it has to be tied to something. And so when you have this open borders policy that just says, well, eventually everyone can come in and determine what America is, because really America is just the world. It's only a matter of time before you can just move everyone into America and change it. Then you have a hard time understanding what it means to be a polity, what it means to have a significant voting base that actually reflects the will of the people.
Yeah. James, Harmeet Dillon touched on this a little bit, but I want to talk about the Republicans' ground game, because it hasn't just been the RNC. It hasn't just been, one entity. It's been a coalition of these organizations that have come together and said, you know what, we're actually going to go chase these ballots. We're actually going to get out the vote. And obviously, we don't have all of the results. It's too early to say whether or not that worked, but it certainly seems to be an unprecedented amount of time and energy spent by Republicans. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's right. Turning Point, if it weren't for Turning Point on the ground in places like Arizona, places like Wisconsin, and then you got the Elon Musk operation in Pennsylvania and other places, it would really be hard to see exactly what the path forward would look like for the GOP in those states. So to an extent that I think we haven't seen before, some of these private organizations, private players have really stepped up and taken on a role and a kind of function on the ground that historically or traditionally really belonged to a political party operation. We've got more than that taking place now.
Yeah. Delano, what sticks out to you as you're watching all of these results come in?
Well, a couple of things. I think, particularly with Trump's gains among young people and Hispanic voters, I think what we're seeing is that Americans are becoming more and more manipulation-proof. The shame that Ali Bastucky, and I think that the other panel was talking about that, and Steve was talking about that, the shame and the accusations of bigotry and transphobia and racism and sexism, homophobia, all this other stuff, your hand. It's just like, any parent who has young children. If every time they get sick, the doctor prescribes amoxicillin, at a certain point they're going to build up a resistance to it, and then they have to prescribe something different. And I think what you're seeing is American voters beginning to get a certain tolerance for being, and it's not just what people tend to think, white Christian male voters, but that is definitely happening. In 2020, one of my best friends who works in New York City in public transit, he sent us a picture in our group chat with him with a MAGA hat on in the bus depot. I was texting with him the other day. He said a lot of the guys that work for MTA are voting for Trump. That doesn't mean they're all out in public, but these are the types of men that are much harder to shame. And I say this to my friends all the time. I see it every day. The guys who have been ground down and they've got A+ in women's studies and gender studies, the guys who are trained on the college campuses, those are the men that Democrats can pick off. The guys in the barbershop, the tradesmen, the plumbers, the carpenters. These are men, I think, I'm not saying that they're all going to vote for Trump. What I'm saying is they're not as easily to pick off by playing you need to be a good feminist ally card. A lot of these guys are just like, no, I'm not doing that.
Sounds like we have some races or a race at least to call still.
We do, Sarah. Thanks so much, John. I've done a bunch of races.
Gonna call races.
There not be swing states to call yet. I can at least give you a little bit of information. South Dakota also called for Donald Trump, 3 more electoral votes. Wyoming as well goes to Donald
You've no
Trump.
Brett Skinner.
More electoral votes, put them together.
Hey!
Nebraska has been called for Donald Trump. Now,
Good.
on the board there's one congressional district that may very well go the other way. One has not been called yet, so really, technically only 4 of the 5 called for Donald Trump at this point. Louisiana, 8 electoral votes going toward Donald Trump, and did I say Mississippi yet? Mississippi.
Ooh, good.
6
This is good.
electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Now over on the Democratic side, Kamala Harris winning some states.
Illinois.
Here. Illinois with 19
Told ya.
electoral votes.
Boo.
As well as New Jersey, 14 electoral
Damn it.
votes. They come in
Bah.
bumps for the Democrats. 3, however, in Delaware. In a little smaller state. Joe Biden, I'm sure, very, very proud of the race that he pretty much feels like he should be in. And finally, one of the big ticket prizes of the night, New York, 28 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris. We will give you a rundown of where we stand with the electoral count here in just a couple minutes.
Thank you very much, Stu. We are going to be behind on calling states because we don't want to be first, we want to be accurate. But Decision HQ, right, has just called North Carolina for Trump.
Good.
It would be good if that holds stable.
And Charlie Kirk was just saying an hour ago that the data coming in looks really good, and so I would say that's probably accurate, just based on what people are saying.
All right.
I've got something.
Yeah.
So I thought going into this election, the decisive trend is going to be the ratio of white non-college graduates that voted compared to white college graduates, and then how each candidate performed. And looking at this trend, I got to tell you, I don't know how Kamala Harris wins this election. Okay? If this is accurate. It looks like white non-college graduates were 39% of the electorate. White college graduates were 32% of the electorate. That in and of itself, that turned out.
He said, I don't see how Kamala wins this election.
But even worse, when you do the breakdowns of the margins of victory, I mean, Trump won the white non-college graduates by 32 points. Kamala won white college graduates by only 10.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, we can look at all the rest of the trends and everything else you want to look at all night long. If that is accurate, there's just simply no path for her to win this presidential election.
Good.
Well, that would be nice.
That's good. I'm gonna get White Castle to that. Yeah. Time to celebrate.
A lot of these changes, like out of Wisconsin, as NBC exit
Pour one out.
has Trump's support among black voters doubling, a little more than doubling, 8% in 2020 to 20% in 2024. That's just fascinating to me, especially after they've been calling the guy a Nazi for how many years now? Not just the past few months, but like 8 years. It's just not working.
It's remarkable to me, the campaign that they ran. At first, you know, all they did was mirror what was genuine at the RNC campaign.
Let the people watch the TV. Be quiet, guys.
There was real joy. You know, for the first time I felt
Justice for Pete and Fred.
happy convention, you know? And I think part of it was because we were so relieved he was alive.
Hey, man.
And so invigorated by his courage of standing up and saying, fight, fight, fight. So they tried to mirror that in a fake way during the Democratic convention. And then when that didn't work, they just doubled down on he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, without giving any clue as to what she actually stood for.
And abortion, abortion, abortion. And even if you love abortion, I mean, that's a really sad campaign slogan. And, you know, I'm so worried about the Trump campaign after Kamala stepped into the race. It seemed to me like their campaign had a really hard time finding their footing. That just sucked the air out of the assassination attempt and any enthusiasm it gave. But eventually, when people realized that Kamala wasn't the campaign of joy and hope and change and all of these things that they try to make us feel about her, and Donald Trump was able to have some key, actually joyful moments, like McDonald's, like the garbage truck.
Yeah, those were awesome.
Assassinating again.
Those were awesome.
I mean, that really helped him a lot.
To me, and I don't know how much this played on anybody else, but to me, and they tried to shoot him on the
177 Trump, 99 Harris.
Yeah.
That
It humanized him. That's the miss me moment, like the Reagan miss me moment.
Yes. But going back to the numbers in Wisconsin, I mean, we are witnessing a paradigm shift in the demographics of who votes for which party. Not only, like Steve said, are Hispanic men voting Republican, but to have black voters, 2 out of every 10 black voters vote Republican, that's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing. And it shows me that not only are abortion and racism and Nazi, those accusations falling on deaf ears, which in a sense, I suppose, the horrible accusation, it's a shame that we have watered down that accusation to mean nothing, right? That it's
I think Donald Trump was loved by African Americans from The Apprentice, okay? He's never had bad relations with race, ever. Okay, so they knew him, but then they might have been convinced that, oh, you know, maybe he's changing because he's with the Republicans now. But then he got in. They saw their life. COVID changed everything. Then, if you wanted to return to normalcy, which everybody was promised, you got Joe Biden.
Yeah.
That wasn't a return to normalcy. That was even more clown world.
Yeah.
And I think people just hit a wall, especially if you were on the lower end of the economic spectrum. You hit a wall where you're like, wait a minute, I'm being lied to. And I don't know who's lying to me yet, but somebody's lying. And when they figure it out, and you're just going to see this unravel because people are figuring it out every day. More and more people are waking up, especially with the media. This guy gets in, doesn't round and put it into camps. Do you think any of these people have any credibility?
Yeah.
No credibility.
I also just think, and you know, we always say, don't vote based on vibes, based on your feelings, you need to vote based on policy, but honestly, Donald Trump's coolness factor
Yes.
is off the charts compared to what it was in 2020 and what it was in 2016. And as much as I want him to go on Riz's podcast or my podcast to appeal to women a little bit more, I do think that his podcast tour and how he has gained a lot of ground with these men and center-left men, I think that really changed the game, the atmosphere, the vibes, whatever you want to call it.
You know who I don't think gets enough credit is MMA.
Yeah.
I think the guys in MMA.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I mean that
Yeah, you're talking Dana White,
Yeah,
Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. When he shows up in one of those places, especially after the assassination attempt with a bandage on his ear, and he's saying fight, 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 and the arena's clapping for him, Kamala Harris could never.
Take a napper.
All right, we want to make sure we have equal coverage. We're not Saturday Night Live, thank God. We have equal coverage between Trump and Kamala watch parties, which is why we sent Alex Stein, the Blaze TV host of Primetime, to Kamala. Kamala
Pimp on a blimp, baby.
at Howard University. How you doing? How you doing, Alex?
I'm doing good, Glenn. I'm telling you, white dudes for Harris has been a hit. We've gotten a lot of support, believe it or not. But the energy here, it's kind of one second everybody's happy, the next second everybody's sad when some result comes in. But I'm telling you, we're fully embedded. We're in the belly of the beast, Glenn, and it's going to be really crazy.
How long are you going to be out here?
I wouldn't be surprised if the White House gets stormed like some sort of.
I want a
light on. I don't like the dark.
I'm broadcasting a video.
Glenn, it's crazy out here, though. I'm telling you, these people
looks pretty normal.
Want to do something. No, it's not. It's not. I mean, there's a lot of media, but Brandon, show the protesters. Look at the protesters over here, Glenn. I'm kind of wired in. Oh, sorry.
Okay, now that's a different story.
And I'm getting at people's shots. I'm in the media shots, Glenn. They're getting all mad at me, but I'm telling you, tonight it's just about to get electric. Look, they're filming over here. Look at these people. Look, we're live. Say hi to Glenn Beck.
Hi, how are you? That's great.
Yeah. Do you love abortion?
I don't love abortion, but I'm all for a woman's right to choose.
Yes.
My body, no one else's.
Suck that baby out. You got a vacuum free abortion. You guys are all. We're having fun. And you can see. Well, how am I trolling? Did I like abortion? Dude, I think I'm a troll. Look at that. Come on, get out of here. I'm a troll calling me out, man. Hey, look, bro. Let's go. What are we doing tonight? Are we going to get street? We're going to get street. Are we turning up? We're getting lit. It's normal. Tell us. You know what time it is. It's DC. This is the number Democrat stronghold in the country. I know. I think Joe Biden won with 93%. You think Kamala's going to get more than that? DC 93 last time. 93 or 94? I think it's 93. But it doesn't matter how much it's going to be lower because he's still not sensitive. Damn, sexism. That's
sexism.
Misogyny still an issue,
Yeah,
Glenn.
yeah, that's really good. Well, you keep talking to the people because you're right on the money and they are right on the money too. That's great. Go abortion.
No, we are.
Sigh.
We're not going to have any much money left with inflation, but we're on it and we're on the right. We got the officer. Officer, where's the crazy stuff happening tonight, officer? We can't get anybody stuff. Are we partying tonight? I'm sorry. Look, everybody's shot. It's insane out here. You can't walk around.
Yeah,
what are you doing tonight? Go. Why not? Illegal immigrants can vote under Kamala Harris. Yes, I know. I have a mail-in ballot. Sorry. I'm affecting everybody's shot.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Tonight, it's calm. It could get a lot crazier.
Okay, well, we sent you there. Make sure that you are in the middle of Crazy Central. Okay, things get violent, dangerous. You be right there, covering it for us. Thanks, Alex.
I would be willing, Glenn.
Yeah.
I would be willing to die for the Blaze. What you built, I would take a bullet for this company, just like Donald Trump took a bullet for this country.
There you go.
And there are those that may be rooting for that. I mean, I'm just saying. Alex, thank you so much.
Wow.
We'll check it later.
Okay.
Yes. Can we go back to Jill at some point and find out what's happening at the Trump? Yeah. All right. Okay. So we're gonna rouse her and find out.
Updates.
Another election update. Stu?
Yeah, we've got a couple of big ones to call here. And these aren't in the most, they're not the swingiest states, but they were up for. If things were to go super well for Democrats, these were states they were looking at. We will first go with Texas. Texas is called for Donald Trump.
Yay! Trump just won Texas.
And that's a big jump, obviously, for the
That's
Republicans.
good.
And then Ohio. Wait, Ted Cruz. I'll give you an update on that here in a second. Ohio, 17 electoral votes. We're not calling Texas for Cruz yet. He is running a little bit behind. I can give you an update as to where, listen to the whole thing, a little bit behind where Donald Trump is running. That is kind of the measure we're looking at. Donald Trump is up by 11 in Texas. Ted Cruz is up by 6.
So, Stu, the polls were wrong.
I mean, we can't possibly say that yet. We've got only about 60% of the vote counted, so.
Yeah. I know. He's like, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
We don't have vote. We don't have. All right. Poland never lets go of the precious.
My gosh,
No,
you were
wrong yet.
You were just.
The polls said, Ted Cruz is about a 4-point favorite. He's currently up by 6. I don't know that's where it's going to end.
I have to tell you, I'm never bringing. I don't go to parties, but if I did go to parties, I would not go with you.
That is a blessing.
Okay, little black range cloud. Thank you so much.
My birdies smoke weed.
You're the one that ruined it. I didn't ruin it. You ruined it.
Tell me what's happening with the Senate races.
Senate races, we have a couple more to call. For example, North Dakota for Republicans, Nebraska. Now, 2 races in Nebraska. The easy one was Ricketts. He's going to win that easily. He's got that.
You would think you would change your name from Ricketts. I got Ricketts.
1, 2. All right, just tell the whole internet that. Thanks, Mom. Okay.
When do we start to, Stu? When do you stop being such a rain cloud?
I would much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris.
I know.
I'm just saying we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I know that. You're Mr. Stickler.
Can I turn the light off now?
He was my producer back when you were like 4 years old.
Yay!
I know. Mine's.
Good night, birdies.
You are a stickler for the facts, and that's why you're in this role. When do we start hitting some states that are showing us,
All right.
Pennsylvania? What does it mean?
Time to go back to this.
Pennsylvania. 9:45.
Casper.
Pennsylvania, you were asking about? Sorry, voices.
For any of the swing states, when are we going to see the swingers in the swing states?
Ooh. Close. I mean, obviously, North Carolina's been called by some outlets.
Yep, North Carolina's, well, it's been cold.
An electoral update. You want to get a state of where we are right now? Does that sound like a good idea?
Yes.
Okay, so Donald Trump now, in states that we have actually called, is up to now 179
Good.
electoral votes, considerably ahead of Kamala Harris at 102 electoral votes, which is okay.
D. Miller, not really. Just turn the lights off.
There are other states kind of around the corner. We know California is still out there. So almost certain ahead for Donald Trump is 11 electoral votes. We know he's going to depend on those. Kamala Harris has about 78 to come that we think we can depend on. Gets you to a likely minimum right now of 190 for Donald Trump and 180 for Kamala Harris, which is not at all what the screen says, but trust me when I say 78 is 180. And finally, that leaves us with 160.
It's still wrong.
We've had a malfunction. ChatGPT has taken over.
I am really glad you're not on the Elon Musk team.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Those rockets.
168 electoral votes still out there, though.
Okay. That's not an answer to the question I wanted. I asked you.
I think what you want to know is who's going to win, and
I do, but I'm not asking that question.
Let me give you. That's the actual answer you want. And so I can say this: when you're looking at people who are putting their money where their mouth is, Donald Trump is a heavy favorite in the prediction markets right now. Polymarket has it at about 80% right now. I would much rather be Donald Trump in this race. Other things we've talked about, the New York Times has it now as a lean Trump. It was a toss-up last time we talked. It is moving increasingly toward Donald Trump. By the way, can I note these are all good updates? Can somebody notice positive developments that I'm noting?
No, I'm gonna go to somebody that's actually got probably some good news, and that's Matthew Peterson, who is Blaze News editor-in-chief.
I've got good news when Matt's done.
I know. We can go to him. He's like the gingerbread man.
I am, man.
Yeah.
He is a happy man tonight so far. Well, I just want to say North Carolina, if
correct.
North Carolina is in fact a Trump victory, we need to think about that a little bit. This is the first time in over 20 years.
Just is right.
A Republican leading that early
And we need to remember what just happened in North Carolina.
Absolutely.
You were there, you saw it. I mean, this is an entire rural population that, as Steve Baker said when he was there, was willing to crawl over broken glass to go vote, and they obviously did so.
I was there when we picked up in a rescue helicopter 2 people that were up on top of a mountain. They hadn't eaten in days, and
Wow.
we brought them down, and they got off the helicopter, and I think it was like, hey, food is over that way. The first thing they said was, do you know where we need to go so we can vote?
Yeah.
I mean, they were locked into that because they saw the government firsthand.
Yes, and that speaks to what's going on here, right? If those people in those conditions all made sure to get out and vote, which in fact they
It's
must
like
have,
the Amish.
that shows you where we're at tonight. And then one more piece of good news, just because we're looking for it. It's not fully set, I don't think. But Weyburn in early voting was way ahead. It was 54 or 55% to 45.
Okay.
So he was way ahead in early.
Looking at Wisconsin. All right, and so Dane County Wisconsin is like a lot of states in America, and a lot of states, particularly in the Midwest and the Rust Belt, where there's 2 or 3 cities that Democrats dominate, and then the rest of the state is Alabama, basically. All right, so I'm from Iowa. Iowa's like that. All right, Democrats dominate in Des Moines and in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and then the rest of the state, it's basically Alabama. Dane County is a stronghold that Kamala Harris has to dominate. She is running about 5 points behind Joe Biden's 2020 total in Dane County, Wisconsin right now. How important is that? Well, Wisconsin was decided by about 20,682 votes in 2020.
About that.
That might be 683, I can't remember. All right, but it was 20,682 votes. Rain Man, 20,000.
Right.
And this county, Biden won it by over 187,000 votes. In other words, Dane County was 775% of Joe Biden's margin of victory in the state of Wisconsin. She's running about 5 points behind him in that county right now. That's Madison, a college town there, right? That goes to also the trend line I mentioned to you earlier, that I thought there was going to be a great bifurcation in this election, that he was going to dominate non-white or white non-college grads and lose. He'd be the first Republican ever to lose white college grads. I thought that would happen in this election. So the question then becomes, what's the turnout model of the two, and then what's the margin of the two? And if the turnout model as the exits are showing, is +7 for the non-college graduates, and the margin, remember, that he's winning them by is in the 30s, and she's only winning them by 10, you would see a trend line like that play out on the ground in a place like Dane County, Wisconsin. So again, those are the kinds of things when you're looking for signs and how
Smash that like button, y'all.
set Gandalf,
Right now it's looking like Trump.
and which side would you rather be moving the pieces around on the chessboard right now? I would much rather be the Trump campaign. She's doing hand-to-hand combat to survive in New Hampshire. She's running behind in Dane County, Wisconsin. The board is very much in favor of Donald Trump, and that's why you're seeing the betting odds react along those lines.
What do we have on, again, I go back to Pennsylvania. What do we have on Pennsylvania?
Because what's happened in Pennsylvania is Democrats are way ahead right now. And so nobody wants to give any analysis because it's very clear areas where Democrats are going to dominate, and probably the early voting where they had about a 400,000 lead is probably what is getting counted first. So I checked about 5 minutes ago, about 26% was in. They were dominating in the vote count. So I would wait until we're closer to 50% in Pennsylvania.
It's the red
before.
mirage. And can I tell you what I fear a little bit? And remember that you're angry at Stu.
No, I can be angry at you too.
I fear a little bit, and maybe this is just hedging my expectations because we saw this in 2022. I fear that the rural counties, which lean red, report first because they have fewer voters. And so it looks as though Republicans have the lead in some of these swing states, but the urban centers report their votes later, and those tend to lean blue. So I think that there are indications, especially in Michigan right now. I just got information that said that in Washtenaw County, Michigan, that's Ann Arbor, Trump won 26% in 2020. He's at 34% now. That's about half of precincts reporting. That's a good sign. But until we definitively win one of these swing states, I feel nervous still.
Yeah.
definitely want one of those definitive wins. We're all waiting.
The Times is now projecting Trump to win both Pennsylvania and Michigan. Is what the New York Times is projecting.
Well, I haven't said
within
this.
one day.
I haven't
projecting.
I haven't said this since
Pennsylvania?
I could, when I first learned to speak, but I believe
I think
them.
Pennsylvania and Michigan by about 0.6.
You choose to believe.
I choose to believe.
And that's because of the early vote thing that you mentioned. I haven't seen the New York Times make that projection. Interesting.
So here's
Well-
something, I think, just want to throw out there, it's what you guys were talking about earlier, I think hugely important and interesting. Brad Wilcox points out, who's a great expert on all kinds of things, social science is actually good, and he's looking at the CNN exit polls. The marriage gap is as large as the gender gap.
I totally agree with that. I know personally, I'm sure you do too, Liz. I know women who, especially after 2020, would have voted Donald Trump. They're whipped up at the or would have voted Joe Biden, or whipped up at the emotionalism of the time. If it weren't for their husband saying, "No, you feel that way, but we're not going to vote for Joe Biden," and they kind of woke up because of the good sense of their husbands, and that, of course, is why Julia Roberts did that ad, telling women, "Hey, you don't have to tell husbands or vote."
I think it also is, when you're married and generally will have children, that changes you. I talked to Bridget Fennessy today.
Oh,
She's
for
like,
sure.
she is a different woman.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think also the Democrats hate marriage. They hate marriage. They hate the relationship, any cordial relationship between men and women. So they want to pit men against women, but they forget that men typically are more interested in world events, in politics, and in news than women are. If you look at just the type of podcast that men and women listen to, typically women listen to things that are less political. When you are in a relationship, a loving relationship, you listen to what your spouse cares about. So husbands talk to their wives, not because they're telling them what to do or mansplaining, because they talk to their wives about what's going on. And so women become more informed than just hearing something on a non-political podcast that was untrue. So they're actually just, married women are actually just more educated because they are engaging in conversations with their husbands. And I know the left is going to say that's so disrespectful to think that women need men to explain things. Like, no, that's just, I also know a lot more about trucks because my husband talks to me about trucks and I'm a loving wife and I'm interested in what he's interested in.
And it's not because women don't have the capacity to
She has a
understand
blanket
it,
on her
because
leg?
they typically don't. And you're so
Mom,
right that
I'm
single women are
broadcasting this, please.
TikTok and group chats. That's what it is. And the group text tends to be liberal, whereas married women are getting information from relatable Liz Bueller and their husbands. And so it's going to be better.
Little girls with their cute little opinions.
We're trying to change it. We're trying to change the
No,
female vote.
You're adorable.
Arguing.
What I'm saying is, subscribe to Blaze.
These little ladies are something else these days.
Yes.
These little ladies are something else.
They are something else. They just got a finger by the tail.
Some plucky little.
You know, what's so crazy is that is exactly how the left views men on the conservative side.
Yeah.
Where I find men on the conservative side to respect their wives, you know, have equal share of say in the house and everything else, still be men, and women are women, but they just look at the men as tyrants and women, honestly, as, oh, you're cute. You're on your mom, too. That's cute. Well, I'm going to talk to these smart women over here.
If you're a mom.
Yeah.
They were saying how unbelievable that ad was, like you were saying earlier, when you see, these poor women who are being quiet, are you nuts? Like, I mean, the idea that showed reality at all.
I know.
That's why Hollywood has been married, 50 times.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Let me give you some more news on the Dow. The Dow is now up 400 points. The Russell 2000 small caps up 2%. This is because Goldman Sachs has just predicted that Trump will win and the Republicans will sweep Congress. And they say that is going to spark a 3% pop, the S&P to 500. Even a Trump win and a divided Congress, they say, would be a 1.5% gain. That's what the bank Sachs is predicting. A Harris win with a divided Congress will see a 1.5% drop in the S&P 500, according to Goldman Sachs tonight. So this is the market and Goldman Sachs saying you're looking at most likely a Trump victory. Stu will come along to spoil that a little later. Oh, no, that's all right. Mr. Wet Blanket.
Yeah, Beth Thomas, I just want people to see it. There is a little bit of a delay on Pluto. You are right.
Dig deep. You're going to have a lot of problems.
I will destroy your lives.
Please keep pressing that like button. It really helps it with the YouTube algorithm.
Go to
Smash that like button.
Hillary. Please tell me you have the clip from Joy Reid about what to expect.
I do. So, when we look back at the Harris-Walz campaign, most of us remember like these really awkward social media posts that they were doing.
Thank you. Keep doing that.
And the laughing or dodging interview questions of substance. But Joy Reid, that's not what she remembers. We have a clip.
And so what you've seen in the last couple of weeks, if this is an audition for managing a complex organization like the United States, Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly. This has been, in many ways, a perfect campaign. A brief, and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter, it's been brilliantly done. She's reached out to every possible constituency.
Really? Okay, so she thinks that they ran a perfect campaign, but that is not at all what our Blaze TV subscribers are saying. So we asked you, why did you decide to vote for Trump? Because so many people are voting for him for the very first time. Aaron said, I voted for Trump because America and the world deserve a chance to say freedom. Timothy 2 said, why I voted for Trump, Abraham Accords, and I had more money when he was in office.
Boom!
Black guy said that to me. I voted for Trump also because of the entertainment value. He's just funny. And you know what? This isn't some manufactured thing. He didn't become funny when he decided to run for president like Kamala Harris has tried to do. I looked back at a tweet he did back in 2014, 10 years ago, and he said, I hope we never find life on another planet, because if we do, there's no doubt the United States will start sending them money.
Yeah, I have to tell you, if you didn't enjoy this...
That's you with those letters, Mom. Don't send them.
You missed a really good...
I don't send them money. I don't have any money to send them.
Right, and I think this time enough Americans can see him and go, this guy's actually very funny. All right.
Update.
10 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m.
Oh, it is 10 o'clock.
We go
Update.
to Sad Sack Stew with some more information and updates.
Yeah, so we have some closings. Part of Idaho and Oregon are both closing the Mountain Time Zone, but then also Montana, Nevada, and Utah all closing. We'll probably have some calls on that coming up pretty soon.
I can call Utah.
Yes,
Utah for President Trump. I think we got that one done. I would like to ask if we can get
Turn the light off. The birds won't
somebody
be
on stage 2 to
talking.
answer the question: how are the amendments or the propositions going? Where it is, what do you call it with the vote? Ranked choice. Yeah, ranked choice voting. I'd like to find out and get an update on that. All right, so go ahead.
Let's take a look at the Senate and where we stand right now. There's still a lot of big races. A lot of them more on the East Coast, but we do have some updates here for Republicans locked and called seats. Right now they are at 46 seats, and the Democrats are down at 35. So far, these are states that are either locked or we've called already. There's still a bunch that are out there that are almost certain, and only really one for the Republicans. And you may have just mentioned Utah. So that one's coming. But also for the Democrats, there's still 4 more, which puts us right now at a position at 47 seats for Republicans, 39 for Democrats. Of course, you have to get to 50 if Donald Trump is to win. If he somehow lost to Kamala Harris, which I'm not projecting at this time, I want to be very clear, you would have to get to 51 to control the Senate. This is still very much up in the air, not yet decided, still 14 seats going.
So I'd like to know, can somebody check for me what is happening with the harder race in Nebraska?
I can get you an update on that here, Glenn. I was just looking a couple of minutes ago.
If that strategy works, it didn't work the last time in Utah.
But this time you're running somebody whose last name is Osborne.
That's right. Smash that like button.
You want to talk about your name ID championship.
Yeah.
Running with the last name Osborne, as in Tom Osborne, the legendary football coach. You're talking about the patron saint of the entire state.
I know.
Right? So,
but
yeah, that's a built-in advantage.
He's a communist. Yes. So he's not a
but he's a communist who's wearing overalls in TV ads while being named Osborne.
Right.
It
Okay.
does matter.
And I'd like to also, if we can talk a little bit about Iowa and the poll that came out.
I've got an update on Pennsylvania too.
Okay, so we'll get to that here in a second. Go ahead, Stu.
So right now, if you kind of want to look at it this way, Pete Ricketts was the race that we've already called.
Yeah.
In the vote that has been calculated so far, about half the vote is in. Ricketts leads by 6. With the same amount in for the other race, Deb Fischer is down by 6. So it's she's running about 12 points behind him. That doesn't sound good, of course. That being said, Ricketts should win that state by more than 12 points. So if that holds, it's likely that she could squeeze out a victory. But right now, I still think it's really close and could go either way.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's go to Dave Rubin, Blaze TV host of the Rubin Report. Are we doing a simulcast right now, Dave? Yeah, crossover.
We are, my friend. You are on the Rubin Report, wow. Glenn. Don't freak out.
I'll try not to. How are you, Dave?
I'm all right. Look, we're just like you guys. We're rolling into our
on the left.
Of our coverage over here, and there hasn't been any tragic disaster yet. Things have all kind of trended in our direction. But Glenn, before we get too excited, I would remind you that 4 years ago on election night, you and I spoke at about this time, and everything was looking pretty damn good for Donald Trump. And then a pipe burst in Philly, and then obviously everyone knows the history there. So I am cautiously optimistic at the moment. I'm very happy about what happened here in Florida, which we knew was obviously staying red. But the amendments that were on the ballot that were going to potentially change our Constitution as it related to marijuana and abortion, they failed. And we're seeing some good breaks towards the Republicans when it comes to Latinos and black men. So yeah, I think things are good at the moment.
So Dave, have I ever done anything to you? I mean, I've always thought I've been a good guy to you, right? Right? I don't know why.
Depends where this is going.
Well, I'm just wondering why you have to come on and remind me that 4 years ago at this time things were going so well, and then Glenn, it all fell apart.
Well, I'm not necessarily connecting the fall apart to me and you speaking at exactly that time.
Okay.
Although it is bizarre, I think it was at almost the exact same minute that we're speaking right now. But
it was everyone. Look, I think it was about 10:30 that I don't remember which state said, "Okay, we're done. We're gonna come back tomorrow morning and start counting again." We're like, "Wait, what?" So we are in that danger zone now.
Right, and the fact that we now accept that as normal, you guys probably read the tweet, but that Barack Obama about 20 minutes ago tweeted out, "Oh, we probably won't have the results from Pennsylvania tonight." That's a signal to the system that, oh, it's okay. It's not election day. It's election 3 days or election 3 months. I think that's a problem. There was also CBS News, which in essence said, oh, if we don't get the results tonight, that doesn't mean anything nefarious is happening. Well, it kind of does, because it's election day. Yeah.
Since when? Did they become union workers all of a sudden? I thought they always were in the unions. When did they you know what? I'm sorry, we're in overtime now. We can't work past 9:30 at night. When did that happen?
Nobody's going to touch a wrench around here.
Yeah, that's right. You bring some scabs in here to start counting up, you're in trouble. It is so bizarre that all of a sudden, it's like everything. This is the new normal. No, we don't, as Trump said the other day, we don't have to live this way. There's no reason why the rest of the world, much of the third world, can count their votes accurately. And here we are, the most powerful nation in the world, currently, check what time it is, and we can't count our own votes. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, of course, there's no true sense to it unless you wanted skepticism to be built into the system. Look, I voted in Florida today, and I did it with a paper ballot and a pen, and it was very easy to do and clean and clear with competent people. And then, at the end, you fold up your paper, you walk over to the box, someone shows you exactly how to put it in, and you walk out of there. I walked out of there very proud to be a Floridian and proud to be an American and feeling confident that my vote matters. Now, that's in stark contrast to what I was dealing with just 4 years ago when I voted in the presidential election and in the recall election of Gavin Newsom, which was a little bit before that, in California. Because there, I did not have to show an ID. All I did have to have was my name in my brain and my address in my brain. And guess what, Glenn? I know my neighbor's name and his address,
Right.
so I could have been him too.
It really amazes me. Did you see that video that came out a couple of days ago with the guy who walked in and they said, "What's your name?" And he gave his name and he said, "Could be." "What's your address?" "Could be," and he gave an address. "Are you a citizen?" "Yes, but maybe not." And they still allowed him to vote. I mean, it was the craziest thing. And they asked him, "Wait a minute, what do you mean you're a citizen, but no, you're not?" "Well, I mean, I am a citizen, but maybe not, but you can't ask me. So, I don't know, could be." And they still let him vote. There's no reason that, you see these poll numbers on this particular question about the credibility and getting an ID and having to prove who you are. It's almost universally, I think the number is in the 80% range of all Americans, no matter how you vote. Why?
No, but this is what the left has done with everything. They've made everything about race, and then they somehow tell you that black people don't know how to get IDs. Glenn, I was on a plane last week. I saw black people. It was a miracle. They somehow figured out how to get an ID and get on a plane. Occasionally when you go, I don't know when the last time you went mini golfing was, but when I went mini golfing last time, I kid you not, they asked for my ID so that I wouldn't steal the golf clubs. It's completely, it's literally absurd unless you want enough want enough fraud in the system or you want enough skepticism in the system so that you can delay an election night so that we can feel good about something until we don't.
Hold on.
I think
Can you
something might be
hold on?
coming across the wire.
No, I know. If you would just hold for a second, we have an update. I think we're calling another state, but I want to talk to you about Joe Rogan and this new coalition that I think you were one of the pioneers on. But we'll talk about that in a second. Stu.
Yeah, don't give that to Joe Rogan. That's Dave's thing. He led the way on that. Come on now. We got 2 states to call. We have Utah, Glenn. You called this.
Yeah, it's a surprise.
Glenn knows the Mormons.
Yeah.
We knew what was going to happen here in Utah.
Well, we all get together and collude.
That's right. I've heard about that. So 6 go for Utah there, and Montana, which is more interesting for its Senate race. John Tester is trying to hold on as a Democrat in this very bright red state, but 3 or 4 electoral votes from Montana going to Donald Trump.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Dave, we were just talking about this. I don't know how you feel about the campaign that Donald Trump ran, but it was not the 2016, definitely not 2020. He is, I think the assassination and the time that he had outside of the White House to really think about what he had just experienced and what he would do differently, the man became a true leader and president, I think, this time around. And you're seeing RFK, Tulsi, already people like you and Weinstein and others. There is this new kind of, I don't even know if I could call it conservative or Republican, but it's really an independent kind of thing where Donald Trump is bringing people that don't agree on everything. It's kind of like the old American. We don't agree on everything, but we have these principles, and he has been selling something that, and I think he can do it with credibility because of Elon Musk. This is one of the last things he said. We don't have to live this way. There is a bright future. And I think that is the beginning of something, whether he wins or loses. I think there's something to this new kind of coalition that loves the founding principles, the Bill of Rights, that don't agree on everything, but they know we're much better than this.
Glenn, it's become a running joke on my show that if Trump wins this election, that my life's work is almost complete because as everyone knows at this point, I very famously left the left, and I did that Why I Left the Left video for Praise You. And then suddenly
He's one of the hosts on the network I listen to. He's one of the.
Larry Elder and Ben Shapiro and you. And if you remember, Glenn, when the first time I had you on in my show, if I'm not mistaken, it was early on in 2017. First time we ever met. I had you at my house. I still had a lot of liberal principles, I would say.
Yeah.
And you and I sat there for an hour and a half or so. We had never spent any time off camera together. We do a show live. where suddenly, halfway through the show, we both kind of realized at the same time, boy, we have some differences here. Okay, where we exactly fall on abortion may be different, or even death penalty, or some of these things. Now, over the years, you and I have definitely come closer together, probably because I've shifted more in your direction. I can
But I've
see that.
shifted. I've shifted as well. I'm nowhere near where I used to be in the early 2000s on war and pharmaceutical companies and all of that stuff. So we both.
So what? Right. So the shift. It's interesting because you usually think of a shift from right to left, but in some ways we now have a circle, and shifts are happening in every which way, right?
Yeah.
But what really has happened here is that this is not a conservative
Red is
movement per se, or
Republican,
Republican movement.
right?
Yes.
This is a pro-America movement.
So,
I think
Tashi-
that this country is great.
It's 198 to 109, Harris, and there's still 200 something left in play.
And institutions that we can trust in. If you think that
And the important ones have not been called yet.
and the right to assembly is good, and all of those things, well, then we can deal with marginal tax rates, and we can deal with some of the foreign policy stuff, and all the rest of it. So that's what's brought these people together. And
The white ones.
Smash that like button if you're still here. Smash the like button.
What I found having left the left.
The white ones are not called yet.
Suddenly in common cause with people like Glenn Beck. So how do you make that a movement? Not just, oh, it's a couple of us talking about these things. And I think this is the moment for it. And if tonight continues to go our way, I'm not.
It's looking not too bad right now. The question is, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I feel the same way. We're a
It's the $1 million question.
Of this idea, but I feel the same way. I feel like there is a very bright future.
Yes.
If we can get past the next 72 days, you know what I mean? What happens in the next 72 days is very, could be very, very dicey, especially globally. You're being a Jew, you understand. Can you imagine what it feels like to be either in Iran tonight and being somebody who hates the regime, but has had this administration just funneling money to that regime? What your hope is with another Donald Trump attempt, what it feels like in Israel, what it feels like in any of these countries where you are watching America and you're seeing a guy saying, you know what, we're going to deport all of these people. Bill Clinton is the president who deported more people than any other president in history. He deported 11 million illegals. Nobody said a word about it. Donald Trump is saying 15 million. That's not that big of a deal, especially with the changes in our population. And this guy could set the entire world on a different course because they're looking for somebody like America to stand up and say, enough of this. And imagine what it feels like to watch this.
Sure am.
The hope is
10:17.
Yeah, if I could
Yep.
the Israel point for just a second.
Sure is.
Jewish, and I really hope we're going to see record turnout for Donald Trump on the Jewish side of things from the Jewish population tonight. We'll see. But on the Israel side of things, all Israel wants is support from America, basically diplomatically, and then obviously they get weapons from us, which really becomes, every dollar that we give them, they have to spend in the United States. So it's not like they keep that money. But putting that
7
aside,
o'clock.
every success that they've
Not
had in
6
this
o'clock,
war,
7.
which is now a 7-front war over the course of the last 2 months, this miraculous thing where they've taken out all of Hezbollah's leadership by getting Sinwar in Gaza and everything else. It's not because of America, it's because they ignored America. Kamala Harris, what was it, 3 weeks ago or a month ago, said that the audacity of the woman, she said she studied the maps of Rafah and Israel can't go into Rafah. Well, then they ignored her and they killed the head of Hamas. And there's many, many other examples of this. They just need the leeway to finish the war so that they could, putting aside the 100+ Israelis that are still hostages, there are 5 Americans. There are 5 Americans. And I don't think this administration gives a crap about the Americans.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that lack of candor on that word.
It almost happened.
I know. We run a countdown, or not a countdown, a count up clock of how many days we've had hostages. Nobody even thinks of it. And I think the mainstream media is done. If he wins tonight, mainstream media is over. It is over. The next debates will be on shows like this or networks like yours or whatever. Why would you go on ABC or CBS or any of them? It's over, and they know it. And I think the kind of policy from the State Department and all of these big war
New
people,
Jersey, is it
I
in
think
yet?
that's over too.
No, New Jersey went blue.
There is a
New Jersey went
dynamic
blue.
change
Always.
happening right
Well, what
now
about
tonight.
New York?
Yeah, that went blue too.
New York and New Jersey are
Good to see
blue?
you.
Yes.
Always proud to work with you guys. and
As they
for
always
all
go.
the
That's no surprise.
Thank you. You know, we've made so many great
Oh, update.
in the last few years.
That's like the news
and
ticker. They're about to
I'm so
call another
happy to be
state.
part on this side that we're not. I mean, when I first met Dave, I had somebody on the right say to me,
California, not in yet?
It's gonna go blue. I can tell you that right now. It's not in yet. Now let's see what the update is.
Well, crazy.
That's why they have the Electoral College, so New York and California can't decide the whole election.
I didn't realize we were in 1958. And I said, I think the opposite. I think we should talk to him because if this is where he's moving, it's only a matter of time when you start to take him through. And if you look at him on abortion, he is moving. He is moving. All right, let me go to Stu. You got some.
Yeah, she doesn't know anything. Leave her alone.
Let's see how nice you are to everyone else.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me give you a couple races here. Colorado, we are going to call right now for Kamala Harris.
Boo!
Votes go to Kamala, and Missouri goes to Donald Trump. 10 electoral votes there. So right now,
Okay.
I count, just if you happen to be keeping score.
Yeah, look at them on the bottom of the screen.
199 for
Look at on the
Donald
bottom of the
Trump,
screen.
112 for Kamala Harris.
Try not to talk too much. I'm still streaming a
New
video.
York Times is now up to something like 80%. Donald Trump's
he
going to win
got
this
vote,
election.
yeah.
The betting markets, one of the betting markets I saw had him at 87% chance to win the election. The highest that it has been by far. You look at some of these states that have not been called yet, Georgia and North Carolina, both really good. Yeah, I mean, I think, I tend to agree. I don't think that one's going to turn around, but he leads pretty comfortably there. That one looks even.
Why is that not being called?
I mean, if you want to give the mainstream media argument, probably they're saying they want to be super careful on it, considering it was super close last time. Of course, I'm sure there will be other theories.
Right, Liz thinks you're absolutely wrong.
Of course.
No, I think
Liz is the only one over there standing up for it.
I think that they are not calling Georgia stupidly, because I think it's pretty obvious at this point. But I think the reason that it's not being called is because those polling places are extended. Well, they were extended until 10 o'clock, so that was just a couple minutes. At 10 o'clock Eastern, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, they extended it for
22
2 hours.
minutes ago.
Yeah, that makes sense
But
to
it is
me.
crazy to not call it.
Otherwise, there's a pipe broken in a basement.
In Fulton County,
In
yeah.
Fulton County. Sounds like a country song, doesn't it?
Trump has taken the lead, both in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, where we approach we're just over 50% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
What point do you trust that?
I would at this point be mildly surprised that Donald Trump does not win Pennsylvania. The New York Times is favoring Trump to now.
Have they counted Philadelphia yet? Did they work that in?
Well, I mean, I don't do the precinct by precinct map, but
Right.
but the New York Times is estimating that Trump's going to win it by more than a point. They're also estimating that Trump's going to win the popular vote. Some of the margins that he rolled up in like Queens, the Bronx, he still lost bad there, but he was getting 30-35% of the vote in Queens. A lot of people live there. Start extrapolating that. If you go back to 2016, for example, something like 80% of Hillary Clinton's popular vote total all came from the margin of victory she had in California. And without California, Trump would have actually won the popular vote in 2016.
California, I think the reason why they are not checking for illegals is because they want to run up the popular vote.
Well, how big is that? North Carolina tonight, 77% of North Carolinians voted to enshrine in the state constitution that only citizens, lawful U.S. citizens can vote. 77% was the vote for that, to put that in the Constitution. In North Carolina, and just as a personal note, my Bitcoin account absolutely loves tonight's election.
What is Bitcoin up to?
All right,
Records.
a lot.
72 or 73, that's great. And again, the Dow is up now 600 points, so it's looking better and better. Can I check in with Daniel Horowitz on the question of ranked voting? This is something that has been done in Alaska, and again, it's a progressive idea and just horrible. And there are states that are voting on this. And I'm not sure that America has spent any real time on how bad this is. Daniel, do you have any feedback yet? Have any states come in and looking at that? Where does this stand?
So far, so good. It looks like in Missouri, they're actually voting yes on prohibiting the implementation of ranked choice voting. It's going down with like 67-33, still early there. It looks like a similar measure is going down in South Dakota. It looks like it's going down even in Colorado. It's down about 10 points, a blue state. So I think people are finally onto it. Obviously, the big one will be in Idaho. Idaho is voting on whether to implement it. Alaska, which we're not going to hear from until later tonight. Question 2, they're voting to possibly repeal that.
So, it's strange because I lived half my year up in Idaho, and I want you to know, just under half a year in Idaho. I'm actually here in the tax-free state of Texas, but I don't know. I hadn't heard any talk about it while I was up there. Did you see any poll numbers or anything on how Idahoans are viewing this before the election?
The understanding was that it was at least going to narrowly lose. We weren't outspent as badly on that as we were with abortion. But I mean, Glenn, it speaks to the broader dichotomy that you see between Governor DeSantis in Florida and all these other Republican governors. Now, some of these things I think we are going to win because there's strong turnout for Trump. But where are these governors? I mean, Governor Brad Little in Idaho, he was in the witness protection program. Finally, late in the game, he came out with a weak need statement. He didn't raise money against it. He didn't campaign against it.
Some would say he's a worthless, not me, of course, but some would say he's a worthless governor.
I think that's the case in a lot of these states. Just one other good piece of news in South Dakota, it does look like the bill to grab people's land and do away with county regulations on pipelines is going down. Legalized pot looks like it's going down, and the abortion constitutional amendment does look like it's going down there. In Missouri, it's still too close to call.
This could be a remarkable night. It's shaping up to be that.
And Glenn, if I could just add one more thing, just fundamentally to what we're seeing tonight. A lot of us were concerned that the last year or two, Republicans were losing all these amendments everywhere in the off-year special elections, midterm elections. I think this showed that when Republicans finally turn out in force, we will get good results. And I think the discussion going forward from tonight, if Trump does win big, is how do we capture that energy on a permanent basis for midterms, off-year, special elections, things like that.
I will tell you, I think that Trump's choice of vice president was brilliant. Young, dynamic, successful, well-spoken, can handle any question from anybody. I mean, I know there's some concerns about him with Silicon Valley, but let's watch him, because I think that guy, Donald Trump, that was a legacy pick. That was, while they were saying, oh, he's going to declare himself, king, and he's never going to leave. He picked J.D. Vance. He picked him because he knows he has 4 years, and this guy could make that 12. And he is a Norman.
Anecdotally, a longtime friend of mine who is, I would call a disgruntled Republican, I don't think he voted in the past couple of elections, said that he voted, and he was planning on voting for RFK, but since RFK is not on the ballot, and he lives in Wisconsin, by the way, he said he voted for Trump because of Vance.
Let me go to Jill, who is at Trump headquarters tonight. How are you doing? What's happening there?
It has been a great night thus far here, Glenn, and I can tell you every time that they put some of the close swing states up on the TV monitors here.
Yeah, maybe.
If it's in Georgia, the crowd erupts. You can tell that they're waiting for just one.
Just, it still looks like it could be going good if nothing changes.
Time, but I'll tell you what, Glenn, one of our good friends, Congressman Corey Mills, he's in Florida's 7th district.
I hope
He
Miller
has
is
definitely
not dying
his race, they called that for him here. He's been walking
Mom, I'm
around.
live streaming.
Maybe I'll try to get him to come on the show and chat with you in a bit. But yeah, it's been such an incredible night here, and let me tell you, this crowd is so close to erupting because they can feel. I think what you guys are feeling there is just the excitement and knowing that we're so close, but you just need that confirmation, Glenn.
So when we get close to calling, any of those states, will you let the producers know right away? Because I'd like to get a feel of the room, just after they've called it. Yeah, thank you very much.
I certainly hope Trump.
All right. Let's see if we have update from the panel. What have you guys been seeing? What are you watching? What's new?
I mean, first off, we should just say over the last, 20 minutes or so, a lot of people calling out decision desk for calling Virginia and saying, wait a minute, this looks very close, and it does not look like it's necessarily going to go for Harris. And so a lot of people calling them out for that. And a lot of people saying,
credible people?
Similar, yeah, for credible reasons. I mean, it's obviously very, very close. A lot of other places have not called it because of that. And so, that's not a foregone conclusion.
That is
New Hampshire, similar situation.
That's one thing that, if you are playing the game, you want to call a couple of states and then pull it back, because that way you can say, well, no, there was something wrong in that state. And I could see the players on the left wanting to call some of these states earlier and then pull it back.
Since Roe v. Wade, and the reason why Roe v. Wade is the line of demarcation here with the Catholic voters is because prior to Roe v. Wade, Catholics never voted Republican, ever. They didn't even vote for Eisenhower, the most popular Republican of the 20th century. They were always lock-stop Catholic voters. Roe v. Wade changed that with the abortion
Smash that like button, y'all.
party. So since Roe v. Wade, every candidate that has won, Catholic voters have won the presidential election at one time. And that was the first time since 1888 when George W. Bush won in 2000 without winning the popular vote. And Al Gore beat him by like half a percentage point or so. So it was essentially a sliver. Donald Trump's on pace to win Catholics tonight nationwide by about 15 points.
Huh.
Wow. That is
Good.
Between the Hispanic vote, the Catholic vote, guys, he's going to win the popular vote.
I have to tell you,
He's going to win the overall popular vote.
You're a Catholic? So I mean, no offense, but Catholics, the social justice movement came in a good way back, I think, in the 1800s. And so social justice has been a buzzword in Catholic theology for a while. And then it just got totally distorted and ugly. And I think a lot of Catholics, because I remember when I first started talking about social justice and the progressive movement, 2004, 6, somewhere in that area. Oh my God, Catholics came out of the woodwork to say social justice is good. And I tried to explain at the time, there is a difference between what you're talking about. And I'm really happy to see that the Catholics have cleaned that up some. Enough Catholics know the difference between the two. And the other thing I want to say about Catholics while I'm here is, I was at a pro-life conference just last week in Florida, and it was run by the Catholics. And the one thing that has to be said for the Catholics is, Catholics were the first to stand up. When no other church wanted to stand up, I mean, no other church was standing up.
Quiet.
They were there from the beginning. They led the way, and I think all of America has the Catholics to thank for laying that groundwork for so long before any of us cared.
Yeah, I think it's actually, the way I like to talk about this is, I think it's similar to any large Protestant denomination, right? Or if you because when you say Protestant, you mean a lot of Christians,
correct,
who are in different denominations. So because it's so large, you get a lot of the same effects that everyone's suffering from, and social justice gets perverted, and it has, clearly, for decades. But at the same time, Roe v. Wade changed that in a major way. And also the Trump realignment is very much in line with what we've seen happen over time. Because it was all about classic old Democrat, right? So the old school Democrat, of course, you're going to vote if you're Catholic for the Democrats because you believe in JFK, etc. And what you're seeing now in this Trump transformation, this would show that this is really, truly the realigning election. Because if they're all flooding over to Trump, you see that. Just there's a bunch of data points tonight though that are also showing what Steve is saying. This is for real. I see you have one up that I want to hear. But I just right before New York City, right? Just looking at New York City in terms of the boroughs. I mean, I just can't believe some of these figures. Like the Bronx, 21 points for Trump, plus 21. Queens, plus 20 points for Trump. Like these things just, plus 11. Like this is crazy. I mean, this is not the same election we have seen.
Well, this is a more important. I stand by. Every time something bad has happened, I'm like, geez, Lord, thanks a lot for that. It always turns out later, I'm like, gosh, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. The loss in 2020 may be such a blessing in disguise because it gave us this snapshot of, oh, you want some of that?
Yeah.
That I think woke people up to where we're farther along today than we would have been, I think, if Donald Trump.
Everybody online, hit the like button if you're still here. Trump's gonna win.
Yeah, it goes back to what you said at the beginning when you said that President Trump said to you, I wasn't ready to be president, and now I know how to be president.
Yeah.
That's a profound statement.
It's a little more than he said, but the right spirit.
That's how you interpret it.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
your
yeah,
perception.
yeah.
I know what you mean. Going back to the religion thing for a second, the number of Catholic voters, and we should talk about the number of Jewish voters that are breaking for Trump too, because we're starting to get data about that. But there's two comments I would make about Catholic voters. First of all, your comments on social justice are correct, but it's like any Marxist redefinition of a word. Catholic social justice is putting the dignity of every human life first. But then the infiltrators came in and they redefined it and tricked Catholics, and the Catholic Church, and this is a criticism that they well deserve, did not do a good job catechizing young people for decades. So they were very vulnerable to falling prey to
Catechizing me.
You also had the Marxists down in South America.
Yes, of course. That's what, when I say the infiltrators, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But we also, what's interesting is going through the Black Lives Matter riot and going through COVID, what happened to our young men in this country? We had a spate of suicide like we've never seen before. We had a mental health crisis, and these young men who might have been ostensibly Christian, maybe they were raised in a Protestant household, turned to churches that actually then told them, you need to get a vaccine, you need to mask, you need to support these Black Lives Matter rights. It was wokeness when they needed God.
Yes.
And so what did they do? They started searching for the truth, and they found, under the layer of politics that can sometimes obscure the Catholic Church, they found truth in the theology. And those voters, those young men specifically, are the ones I think we will find are what change Catholic votes.
For anybody who's read The Fourth Turning, I think we all have, this is the hero generation.
Yeah.
This generation, especially of young men, this is the World War II hero generation that will save us. Will save us in the end.
Can I talk about the Jewish vote for 1 second? Okay, this is a Fox News exit poll that shows that Donald Trump has received 43% of the Jewish vote in New York, which is the highest share for a Republican presidential candidate in decades. If you go back to 2020, not just in New York, but overall, Joe Biden won 77%.
And Lakewood is little Brooklyn anyway.
Significant shift towards Donald Trump.
Pretty remarkable because it doesn't usually happen, but Jewish people too. I mean, there's a total realignment happening.
Steve, one of the things I was waiting to see tonight was white evangelicals, which have been about the most consistent, reliable block of the GOP base for decades. And every Republican that runs gets 78 to 85% of those. Okay, even Romney as a Mormon got 81% of the white evangelicals.
Guys, quiet. Quiet.
So Romney's percentage was about what Trump received in his two, but his turnout was lower. Tonight, Trump only 22% of the electorate are white evangelicals. That's on par with the turnout that Romney received. Trump did win 81% of them, but it's by far the smallest turnout he received.
I will tell you
so far.
The president and I had several conversations about religious people turning out, and he didn't understand the evangelical. He's like, how is this being missed?
He watered down his pro-life messaging and offended quite a few people. I mean, a lot of people I know, a lot of people I've worked with in pro-life circles are mad, upset. We're not going to vote for him. I've argued with him in my own private circle.
Yeah.
It's kind of confusing in that, before George W. Bush had great pro-life messaging and then just funded Planned Parenthood and screwed us.
Correct.
So in this case, it's kind of the inverse, where this guy has a great pro-life record, but his messaging sucks. All right, and it confused a lot of people. Nevertheless,
I can't understand. You have literally, I believe, a legitimate blood death cult on the other side.
And not just that, it's something fundamental like, it's really hard to complain about Trump's watered down pro-life messaging when you're in prison for what you believe. I mean, it's very fun. But the reality is, what white evangelicals did tonight, and I hate to say this because this is my tribe, and you're going to be hard pressed to find someone who has spent more time organizing this group around the country than I have in the last 15 years. What they did here tonight is you're watching Trump win a resounding victory without mass turnout from them. What they did essentially is marginalize themselves politically, and that will be felt moving forward. That will absolutely be felt moving forward. And
that's not necessarily good.
It's not. You had Ron DeSantis basically, as I said earlier, beat the Florida amendment, the Kill 'Em All amendment without major pro-life organizational help. I got a text from someone who is very well connected in conservative circles, won't mention his name. I'll tell you during the break, it's a name that we would all know, who texted me the fundraising numbers for a lot of the major pro-life groups around the country and was like, where's all this money being spent? Where are all these people at?
I know.
And so, why aren't they on the ground helping us beat all these amendments in Arizona? I don't see them anywhere, he told me. So the reality is tonight is overall, the white evangelicals are going to have a very long conversation about who their leaders are, how they're going to proceed moving forward in the future, what their messaging is, how they want to do business politically. Tonight was not a good night for white evangelicals. No way to spin it.
I think you're absolutely right on that. But I also, have talked to enough leadership to know that there is a deep division. All of our churches are under attack. The evangelical, Southern Baptist, all of that is really involved in an internal war right now, where I think a lot of it is just being misguided.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of, I've been a Southern Baptist for a long time. We've been through a lot over the past few years, but I think our biggest problem is not pastors who are overtly woke, but the pastors who this is all they give their congregations. They say this, both sides are bad and Jesus is coming back. And so their congregants are left thinking, well, I don't know what to think about abortion. What do I think about gender? What do I think about immigration? I guess the Bible doesn't have anything to say about these things. And then the pastors will just kind of say, well, just be nice and vote for the nicer candidate. That causes a lot of confusion, a lot of disengagement, and a lot of apathy. And I'm just thankful for the pastors who have realized that clarity is kindness, that courage is a gift that you give your congregants. And I think that a lot of the laziness that we see among evangelicals is because of that.
It's so weird that you would say this because in my faith, we're the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, so we believe Jesus is coming soon. Okay, we're based on that. That these are the latter days, and we have the opposite problem. We have people that our church is preaching these things. Gender is ordained by God. Okay, it's one of the foundational principles of the
This
church.
is 127.
Right.
You don't have to get that far into the Bible to read about that.
It's so we have that, but then the congregation, many are going like, well, yeah, but that's pretty harsh.
Oh,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Well,
So you have preachers who are not
We have
preaching it, the
psychology.
congregation's screaming for it, and then you have people where they are teaching it, and people are like dismissing it,
yeah, yeah, we definitely see that problem too, but.
The only feel, I mean, I'd love to know the numbers on this, but this issue has been forced now upon people, right? I mean, it's easy to sit there and say, well, that sounds very judgmental and very harsh, and I don't really buy it. That's the sort of modern disposition people have. But when it's your daughter is being counseled to change her gender, right? I would hope that we see some evidence of people, that issue playing, somewhere across the map.
As a dad who has many of my children's friends dealing with this and talking to the parents, our churches have done such a poor job in, you are being presented by the healthcare community that your kid's gonna commit suicide.
Right.
Okay? And nobody wants their kid to commit suicide. And so it's suicide, or I guess I roll the dice and I don't know exactly how to deal with it. We've just abandoned so many people. Our churches have abandoned. But the good news is, this is the way it always happens, right before a Great Awakening. The churches fall asleep, they no longer guide, and outside of the church, those faithful members who are actually reading their scriptures come up and go like, you know what, they're not even teaching this anymore. This has to be taught.
Can I just say, again, speaking to my native tribe, I don't want to use this moment to say something I've mentioned on my show the last few weeks. Whether the church is doing its job or not, you cannot help but have a conflict between good and evil. If the church will not, if the priest of God will not do their job, a Jehu, a Samson, a problematic figure, a Trump, okay, somebody will emerge. Someone will be anointed, someone will be called to fill in the gap that the church and the priest are supposed to do on their behalf. And what will happen is, and this is my great fear, and the numbers bear this out tonight, the massive swing in Hispanics, the massive swing in black men, the realignment that you are seeing taking place, is that it's very clear some of this culture woke up here this year. Some of it woke up. How much of it, I don't know. But more tonight, we are learning more of it is awake than we thought a week ago. And that is a positive sign. And what really bothers me, and I would love to get Ali's take on this, what really, as another native evangelical, what bothers me immensely, a buddy of mine, Pastor Jack Gibbs out in California, said something about a week ago. You know Jack? Okay. And Jack said, I can't think of a worse witness for the church than for it to just essentially not be accounted for when there's a great moral fight.
Oh, yeah.
Just say, that's not our fight. And, in the French Revolution, and I don't have to tell history to you, but in the French Revolution, when the church saw the tyranny of the aristocracy, it either looked the other way or even played into it. Mm-hmm. And then finally, when the people had enough and they stormed the Bastille, after they threw off the oppression of the aristocracy, Glenn, who did they go after next? The church. They said, hey, where were you guys at? Mm-hmm. And when they did this to us for all these years, where were you guys at? You were nowhere to be found.
You were with them.
You were with them. And so after they got done taking the aristocracy to the guillotine, they put the church to it. And my fear is that if we have a strictly secular, Christless, populist uprising, when these are our issues, we're not having necessarily an uprising over the top marginal tax rate of 1980, whether due to the Laffer curve or Keynesian economics. Right. These are matters of existential, will you have a future civilization, the kinds of things, the laws of nature and nature's God, the Word of God, has defined for human existence before the United States of America ever existed. This is the charge, the moral charge of the church. Donald Trump is running on our message. Clumsily, perfectly, but he's running on our message. All right, and I'm seeing Joe Rogan is talking epistemology. Okay, he doesn't even know probably what the word means. That's essentially what he's doing. All right, this is our worldview, guys. This is our home team. This is our playbook. And to just see the idea that we were just going to sit there and just watch them trans our kids and open our borders, and no one was going to finally say, "Screw that noise, do something about it." The idea that the evangelical church is just going to sit there in its suburban megapolis pottery barn monasteries and just say, you guys go ahead, Joe Rogan, who thinks pot is a food group, you go ahead and push back against Drag Queen Storytime Hour, we'll just forget the whole thing. That will devastate the future of the church in this culture.
I will tell you that, again, I'm looking at the bad things that are happening as blessings. Because the evangelicals have backed off so much, it makes it very difficult to say that this is a Christian, horror show.
Update.
It is not. It's not coming from that. Let me go to Stu, and then I want to go to stage 2 because we have an update there too.
We got a couple states to call, and it's a couple interesting ones here. First of all, Kansas, which has been sitting around here for a while and not being called by networks for I don't know what reason, but finally called for Donald Trump's 6 electoral votes.
See him at the bottom of the screen?
All night for this one. I waited all night for this one. Why? Because Iowa called for Donald Trump.
Good.
thing I've wanted most from this night is to hear
Because they
from
tried to
Steve
scare us with
about
that.
the Ann Seltzer poll.
They tried to scare us with that.
Do you have any other updates?
That's it
How
for
about
now.
So I want to come back to that.
That usually, wait.
Forget.
Caravan on its way to Egypt was already on the way, which means God had already preordained before Joseph was born, of course, but before Joseph was thrown into slavery, that he would be raised up to a position after so much trial and tribulation and false accusations, to a position to actually be helpful. And I don't want to say salvation because I don't mean spiritually, but to be a vessel for God to help his people. And I'm just saying, in principle, that is how God works. I'm not saying Trump is salvation in any way, but it is cool how God works in ways we don't
There's
expect.
two thoughts on that. I think that's such a great point, Ali. There's two things. One, we need to remember that, because if there is violence, if there is a problem, we cannot react in a negative way. God's not surprised by any of this stuff. We have to stay shut with our feet shod in the gospel of peace, with love and as Christ-like as we possibly can, because he's doing things that we don't understand. And the other thing, it always bothered me at the beginning when people were like, he's messenger from God. Hey, hold on, because I had a real problem with deifying anybody. George Washington had a problem with it because they deified him. However, what's so important is how many people were asked by the Lord to stand and do exactly what Donald Trump is doing, but knew that they could be killed for it, knew that they would go bankrupt, could be thrown in jail. They knew what they were up against, and they said, no, not going to do it. God uses anyone who's willing just to stand up. That guy won't sit down. He just won't sit down. He gets back up.
Here's the reality, Glenn. Donald Trump has took bullets this year that should have been targeted at our pastors. Number one problem this country has is there's too many pastors. We don't have any pastors, or we don't have enough pastors that the world either wants to shoot or imprison, and that's the number one problem.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're exactly. It's like, I don't know if you guys watched that. I don't know if he's a priest or a bishop or whatever. The guy who was shot at in Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw that. I don't know.
Oh, he is fantastic. But he.
P. Norton with the Chumbawamba. I see you, man.
And when the guy attacked him, he picked up the crucifix.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like 2 days later, he had like face surgery and he came back.
Yeah, and if you watch his sermons,
Yeah.
that guy puts it out.
Yeah.
That guy is like, it's so clear. That's the kind of pastor. I'm not saying I don't know enough about him, so I don't know about his theology and everything else, but he has no fear. That's what we need.
And the bottom line after all of this, we are so close right now, right, to writing this chapter of an actual realigning election and a definitive answer to everything that has happened to all of us for the last 9 years. That's where we're at right now. And the thing that you're saying that just comes out to me is, everything they did to Trump, the one thing he did is remain. Just never stopped. Never stopped. Never stopped. Stood up. Did not stop. Didn't matter what they did. And if you just think about a year ago, what people would have said, right? We said, well, I think, we'll be on the cusp of a significant. No one thought that was even possible.
No. Well, I think we're witnessing a miracle, assuming that this is all coming up. Well, one way or another, it's going to be a miracle. Let me go to Hillary, who has an update for us. What are people saying on the feed, Hillary?
Yeah, we've been asking, how are you feeling about the election right now? Nicole said, not terrible. Pugsley said, Blaze, I'm feeling good. I'm holding my breath as to how this will all end in the end. And I think, everybody's feeling pretty optimistic at this point. But Jessica Mattingly said, I'm still very nervous and anxious because as we've learned in the past, it ain't over till it's over. And then Greg Rastetter said, need more cowbell. And we do. We need more cowbell. So please, if you're watching, we want to know, how are you feeling about it?
I got a cowbell.
Again, not over till the fat lady sings. So tell us what your thoughts are. And again, that's one of the benefits of being a Blaze TV subscriber is we read all of the things that you send us. We want to know your thoughts. We want to know your opinions. And if you haven't subscribed yet, we want you to be part of our family. We're a friendly bunch here, so you can subscribe by going to blazeelection.com and use the code 47, the number 47, don't spell it out, just the number, and that will give you $47 off your subscription, and you can be part of what we're doing here. We take your input. We want you to help us build this network and continue to make it great.
Yeah. We go to Allie. She's got some news on Mark Cuban.
The projection, I don't know, Steve and I have been arguing about this, but Mark Cuban is projected to be, this is Decision 2024, an aging lesbian. Wow, I didn't know this was going to go.
The few predictions I got wrong tonight.
It's official.
Yeah,
It's
saw
official.
that coming. Boy, I mean, I don't even know what that was. Was that just pandering? Is that all that was?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure him and Rachel Maddow, I guess, worked something out.
I don't know. Okay, all right.
I've never seen them in the same
They're
room
dating.
together.
All right, okay, all right. So, tell me what is happening with the Senate race, Liz?
The United States Senate has been taken back by Republicans.
What?
Republicans have won the United States Senate because of
Take that, Stu. Take that, Stu.
What am I taking?
Yeah.
I missed it. What did I take?
The Republicans, Liz has just called the Senate. Awesome.
I'm reading what others are calling
Okay,
it.
all right.
We're waiting for the official call from
Yeah,
Stu,
yeah.
right?
I still have my
Yeah, there you go.
Stu, what do you have
I don't know.
on that? What do you have in Ohio? Do you know anything yet about the Senate race in Ohio?
Yes, let me bring that up.
My
for you.
cowbell.
I have 48 for the Republicans right now called.
When he wins, don't go out, and I'm gonna ring it
86%
outside.
of the vote in.
Walk up and
Moreno's
down
up by
the block.
5.
Oh, yay.
He's,
Do
and
it, Stu.
Donald Trump's up by 13 in the state, so.
Call it.
I'm not gonna call it yet. Unbelievable, but yeah, 48 for the Republicans right now. I mean, it looks good there. And just kind of glancing at this, you've got probably 41 for sure for the Democrats in the Senate. You look at Texas, which has still not been called. I think that is going to go to Ted Cruz.
They haven't called Texas?
I'm relatively confident. He's up currently by 10. Donald Trump is up by, let's see. Every network I've seen is called Cruz already. 15. That's good to hear. Yeah, you're thinking, I'm going to be shocked.
Hit that like button, everybody.
Moreno's going to win in Ohio. That would get you to 50.
What do you have?
That was called too by decision, Dusty.
What do you have on Nebraska? Any news on Nebraska yet?
Nebraska, I can give you a quick rundown. Dan Oswald's still leading the race. 56% of the vote is in. It keeps tightening and tightening up. So it's basically about a 1-point margin now. Ricketts is at plus 12. So she's running 11 points behind. It's obviously going to be a lot closer. I would assume Ricketts is going to win by more than 12, though. So if he expands that to 15, 16, probably moves enough for Fisher. But I mean, again, we're not quite. Can I say this? If our minimum is 52, Deb Fisher is an absolute waste of space. She is just someone to sit there and you let her lose. You've already got a majority. And then actually run someone that's worthy of a state where Democrats cannot win statewide. Just let's take the trash out. She is, as useful as a man-made lamp in a hole. Does nothing there but collect donor checks and screw us. I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you from King Dace tonight. He'll allow it.
This is the kind of night we're talking about when you have people reporting that CNN reporting that Latino voters in Michigan are selecting Donald Trump over Kamala Harris by 25% margin.
Literally him. Trump has 1.6 in Wisconsin.
Yeah, how are they going to live?
25% margin. Unbelievable.
And the Jews. And the Jews
are
selecting.
43% of the Jews in New York, right? You said 43%?
43%, yeah, in New York, out of New York City.
Voting for Hitler, an odd thing to do.
The New York Times, they not heard?
You'd think that they wouldn't be for him.
What is what do they tell us? It's internalized misogyny when it's.
Yeah.
So, see, baby, internalized anti-Semitism for them, right? Okay, so the New York Times has now switched Pennsylvania to leaning Trump. They're giving Trump a 65% chance of winning that state.
Yay! He's leading in all three of the blue wall states as lean for Democrats by the New York Times. And
wait. Lean Democrat or lean for Trump?
Republican, excuse me. He's leading lean Republican in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then even
Wow.
he's likely Republican in Georgia.
Wow.
Very likely in North Carolina, Republican. Leaning Republican in Arizona. The only one left was Nevada, but it certainly doesn't matter if he's winning those blue walls.
This is good.
I just wanted to actually.
This is good.
I'm sorry, leaning Republican in Michigan?
This is good.
Currently, yeah, that's what they have. And there's only 29% of the vote in, but he leads by 4.
Joey's
They have
not
it as a
voting.
lean. I mean, a lean is a lean. It's not a, they're
No, I know.
all on that, but the fact that he's leading in all 3 of those, all this.
You're the only one still talking to her.
Really good for Donald Trump. The last time I checked the betting markets, he was at 93% to be the president. So this is looking excellent for Donald Trump. You just want him to just finish off one of these blue walls.
And when Trump wins, just remember what side she's on. That's all I'm going to say.
We're worried about it, so we still need to pick off at least one of those. But the way he's running right now, I mean, things look very, very good.
It's 11:01 Eastern time now.
It's 11:03.
in the United States. And this is right around the time where everybody started to turn off the lights and go, while we're sleeping, we're a little bit sleepy. We got to put our feety pajamas on. This is when the hijinks started last time. So hopefully, how many? If he's how many states does he have to take that we could trust tonight before they turn the lights off? What do we need? You think so?
What time do you think?
I'm
tired. It was not a self-interested question, Alex.
We cannot do it.
Said what?
Glenn and I were here till 3 a.m. until Trump.
I know, I think I dipped out early on y'all.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm spry. We're well ahead of schedule. We're going to know the winner tonight, looking at the trend line.
I got a plane to catch.
Whether, and I think at this point, I would favor that Trump will be giving a victory speech sometime early in the hours this evening, looking at these trend lines.
So you know what we don't have
My
right
goodness.
now, which I
Champagne.
kind of like? That's number one.
Okay, yeah.
Hopefully soon. Election day in Georgetown. We have this article in the Blaze right now. Apparently they have self-care suites they're offering to Georgetown School of Public Policy students.
Who's? Oh, Corey Mills. We have Corey Mills in Florida at the Trump headquarters. Hello, Corey.
Trump headquarters in Florida.
Thank you so much. Yeah, very excited to continue to serve and look forward to growing our majority in the House, making sure we take the Senate, and let's get President Trump back in the White House.
Can you tell me, Corey, what have you heard about the numbers for other congressmen? What does it look like for Congress?
I gotta go find my phone real quick.
I think we're still going to have a very thin majority. I think that you're looking at seats like D'Esposito of New York, Brandon Williams of New York, and a few others that we'll end up losing. But I think that there's also seats that I still predict that we're going to win. They're going to be flip seats, like Texas 34, when we start thinking about Myra Flores there in Texas. And so I think that we'll also gain a few seats, but it will be a very small majority. The Senate looks fantastic for us. Obviously, West Virginia, Indiana. We're continuing to be ahead with Moreno and Ohio. So I feel good about us being able to hold the House and be able to take the Senate.
I will tell you, now it only comes down to the quality
My
of those
video, hold on.
Republicans, how many of them are actually willing to stand up and make the kind of changes that Donald Trump has promised the American people and the American people want.
Well, again, that's going to be one of those things where the constituents are going to really need to hold the members accountable. I mean, we know that President Trump's going to need to come in and do a slew of executive orders to undo what this Biden-Harris administration has done to destroy the nation. But we in the House need to be prepared to codify it in the law, to put legislation and policy in place, and make sure that we make it difficult to try and continue to ruin our country after President Trump comes in and saves it.
Yeah, I will tell you, if we have weak Republicans, again, that betray what the voters really are actually wanting, I think you have real trouble. We cannot have a president for 4 years that does everything through executive order. The swing back and forth will be the death of us if it's not the debt or nuclear bombs or whatever. That can't keep going like that. It's got to stop.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, if you recall, it was in the Senate by one vote by former Senator John McCain that we were not able to undo Obamacare. That in itself drove up so much when it comes to medical insurance costs and it comes to actual uncompensated medical capabilities. So we have to have strong Republicans. We have to have constitutionalists more than anything, those 7 Article 27 Amendment constitutionalists who understand limited government, who understand fiscal responsibility. And we need to be backing up the president, codifying in the law through sound policy and legislation to help the American people to where it can't be undone so easily by a stroke of a pen.
What is the first thing? Have you seen the president yet tonight?
I have not seen the president tonight. I did talk to him a few days ago, however.
Yeah, okay. I imagine he's got to be feeling pretty good so far, but cautious as he was feeling pretty good last
I think he's feeling pretty good. I mean, look, when we're seeing him at 211 electoral votes right now, when we're seeing him ahead in Georgia, in North Carolina, in the key state of Pennsylvania. These are all things that Kamala Harris would need in order to be able to try and secure this, and President Trump is up big. And so I'm very happy about what I'm seeing tonight, and I truly think that the 45th president is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
So how do you look at the response
45 and 47.
we could be
Hey,
seeing
45 plus 27.
from the
Damn.
Okay.
extreme left of violence and burning of cities, etc., etc. I hope that doesn't happen. But if that does, whoever is the president right now, I'm not sure it's Joe Biden, what is the reaction that you would expect from the Democrats?
Well, I mean, nothing. This is the same party who's been all about helping increase criminality. I mean, you're talking about Harris, who actually created the Minnesota Bail Fund back when Minnesota was on fire during the 2020 riots. But people also fail to remember that in 2016, when President Trump won, there was tremendous amount of violence, vandalism, and looting and things that were going on in downtown D.C., fires that were storming. And people fail to forget about these types of things that had already occurred because it's not convenient for their narrative where they want to paint every single conservative as this insurrectionist when the reality is that the criminality that was going on in Baltimore, in New York, in Seattle with CHOP, in Minnesota, this was all being done by leftist Democrats and blue city-run states.
So we have, what did I say earlier, 78 days that we have to get through before he stands up and takes the oath. I'm concerned about his security. I have to tell you, these people have been working for this global, system through either the United Nations or the WEF for decades now. They are so close to capturing their dream all throughout the West.
Okay. If you don't want them, I'll give it to Goodwill.
I'm very concerned about
Don't throw
his
them out.
security and general stability.
It's the second time that you've done that, is it not?
They were $3 and I brought them home.
Will there be a third?
Are you gonna use them or
I'm
not?
the one that helped to
Eventually. Now, will you not? Will you
I
not
won't
buy
buy
it again?
No, yeah, I won't be bothered.
Good.
And WEF. We know that the
Do not
globalists
throw
hate
them
the
out.
nationalist America.
What did I just say?
We know that it doesn't work
You
towards
said
their
eventually.
singular, zero border, one
Yeah,
currency,
that-
one army
It
system.
means don't buy me damn socks.
People like
Don't
China.
start.
So it's very, very obvious that we need to go ahead and ensure
It's still a
safety and
bargain
security.
and I
Don't
bought it.
start.
Trump
Don't start
come in and do
screaming.
the job to save our
Then don't
republic,
start buying
to help
stuff.
become strong in the world stage,
Shut up.
to secure our borders and protect our sovereignty, and also guarantee a future for our children and grandchildren.
Don't start buying stuff.
You're a guy who was in
not do
special
that.
forces. You follow international affairs.
Election update.
Just said we're going to get a new count. We're calling for states.
Idaho, 4 electoral votes go to Donald Trump. Washington with 12 electoral votes to Kamala Harris. And California, 54 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris.
Ooh.
So far called count, Donald Trump 215 electoral votes, Kamala Harris 179.
215 to 179.
Number, I'd like to see the number of votes and if it's way out of whack from previous years. All right, Corey, we were just talking about foreign affairs. Are you concerned at all about this transition period? If Donald Trump wins, does that immediately make things more stable because they're afraid of the consequence now from this president? Or does somebody try to make a move on us in this time of weakness?
I'll be honest with you, I think that President Trump winning actually brings more stability. China knows that President Trump will take action, as does our adversaries. Iran found out very quickly with the elimination of Qasem Soleimani. ISIS found out very quickly with the elimination of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. He knows that he'll step up and do things. He knows that he'll do trade deals, tariffs, he'll do whatever it takes to hold our adversaries accountable and help our allies. And so I think that just him winning this election tonight will help to have some stability in the world as a whole.
Does this help us as well? Do you think there's 150,000 illegals ready to cross our border? I mean, we've got pictures and videos of it. I mean, Mexico suddenly found a way to stop this until tonight.
Why? Don't leave the bathroom light on.
Light or another light. My eyes will not take this